Imagine you were in the early 1990s. You go to pick up a Spider-Man comic like you do every week. I mean, it's basically a tradition at this point. You've loved Spider-Man for as long as you can remember, and he's been having some really good comic runs. And then you hit a certain point, and you're like, what the f*** happened? No, seriously, what happened? This is a funny story. So Marvel, the big company we know that it is now, was going bankrupt because they were making horrible business decisions and they were all over the place. They started trying to bring Peter's parents back, then they got scared and didn't commit, which I think was for the best. They killed Aunt May and then they got scared and couldn't commit. They did the Clone Saga, which was supposed to be simple, and it made everything a lot more complicated because they couldn't commit to things. It seemed like the early 1990 Spider-Man comics were just made for some shock value to try and bring in new readers. So that's all a mess, and then you hear that they're going to be making a Spider-Man show, and you're like, wow, this is going to be okay. I mean, Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends was pretty fun, and then they hit you with a... No, but this I would imagine as a kid, adult, or teenager to be pretty exciting, especially if you like Spider-Man, because the comics were horrible and Marvel isn't this huge company. They aren't making a new Spider-Man game. They aren't making a new Spider-Man movie. They aren't doing anything with the character, and this is basically all you have. I can't confirm this because I wasn't born in that era, but I would imagine that it must have felt so awesome just to see the character that you loved in the comic book come to life on the TV screen. Now, this show isn't something that was easy to make. It had a lot of behind-the-scenes problems. They had trouble getting a showrunner for this show. This show almost never happened until one man came in and saved this whole show and made it #1 for Saturday morning cartoons. This man's name is John Semper Jr. And it's actually a pretty funny story on how he actually got the job.
The story begins even a couple of years earlier. I'm at Stan Lee's Christmas party, and Jim Cameron was one of the guests. And Gail Ann Hurd was there, and a whole bunch of people were there. Kevin Smith was there, and a whole bunch of people. And Jim, at that time, was going to be doing the Spider-Man movie.
Right, I remember.
Yeah, and that was why he was there, was that he was hanging out with Stan, because they were going to be working on the Spider-Man movie, this big movie. And Margaret was at the party, and I happened to be standing. This is so weird, because if you wrote this in a movie, it would seem hokey. I happened to be standing right there at the moment that Margaret and Stan and Jim were talking about doing an animated show, based on all the excitement of the fact that Jim was going to do this Spider-Man movie.
Yeah. And
Margaret said, you know, we can do this and we can do that, and we can get somebody really talented to write the show, like John. And she points to me. Nice. And I thought, well, that's a very nice thing. And then because I've been in Hollywood for many years, I thought, man, that's never going to happen. And I was right, because the next thing that happens is, like, a year later, I'm in the back of Sonia Rosario's backyard, and we're thinking up stories for Puzzle Place, and I open up a Variety, and there's the announcement that they're going to do this animated show, and the showrunner is going to be somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, okay. Then about a month later, I get a call from Stan. Maybe it wasn't even a month. Maybe it was a few weeks later I get a call from Stan. You know, the funny thing was, at the time I said to myself, wouldn't it be great if it didn't work out with that showrunner, and Stan called me and said, John, you're the only guy for the job, you know, kind of like 42nd Street, you know, go on out there, kid, only you can do this.
Yeah.
And sure enough, that's what happened. Was I got a call from Stan about a week or two later, and he said, we're having trouble making a deal with this particular showrunner, and I want to put your hat into the ring. And I said, oh my goodness, that's amazing. You know, that would be a dream job. And I should point out that not only was that show going to be the biggest show of that particular moment, but it was also, you know, Spider-Man was my #1 favorite comic book. And so for me, it really represented a dream job. So here I now have Stan Lee calling me up and saying, guess what? I want to throw your hat into the ring to do this dream job. And it was overwhelming. And I said, great. And then a week later, he called me up and he said, we made the deal with the other guy. I'm sorry I got you all excited, you know, and, wow. and good luck to you.
That's,
you know, Excelsior.
How disappointing.
And so that was that. And I continued working on Puzzle Place. And about many months later, and I can never get the timeline correct, but I'm going to say something like 6 months later, I got a call from Stan, and it was the exact same call. This time it was, you know, we're having a lot of difficulties here, and we're thinking that we need a new showrunner to take over. And this time I'm going to tell them that you're the guy. And I said, absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. And he did. Stan is wonderful for having done that, and it could not have happened without him making me the showrunner. He just made me the showrunner. I'm not even sure that that the network wasn't necessarily all that thrilled, and certainly not the other people that were in charge of the show. Stan just, basically took me by the scruff of my neck and shoved me into it and said, this is the guy, and that's how I got the show. I left Puzzle Place. Those people are still angry with me today, I'm sure, that I just completely left that show. Because, one show was destined for obscurity, and the other show was basically the show that was going to make my name.
How can anyone blame you?
Yeah, there you go. I went over to Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was, at that particular time, was a big mess. It was a huge mess, and it was running the risk of not getting on the air. And somehow I managed to pull it all together, and we got on the air, and we ended up being a #1 show. So that's that story.
I decided for this video I'm going to go over every episode in this show, and I'll skim through some I don't find particularly interesting, and it's going to be quite a bit different from my Spectacular Spider-Man breakdown project, because for that I wasn't going over every episode, I was just breaking down what I thought I needed to. And by the way, you don't have to watch these videos in order, but if you enjoy this one, you should definitely check that one out too. I will give my thoughts about the episodes and obviously all the little Easter eggs and trivia that goes along with those episodes, because in my opinion there isn't much to say about specific arcs in the show, and others have a lot more interesting things to say about them, and I want these videos to be something I would enjoy too if I was watching them. So cutting out all the boring stuff, so sit down, grab some popcorn, or do whatever you're doing and enjoy. Last thing is, I'm going to go over everything in production order, not the airing order. I do like how this show starts off with Peter already being Spider-Man and him actually being capable. Starting him off as a college student I think really adds to this show's experience, mostly because I relate more with an adult Peter now, and he'll also be more relatable to me for a longer time than being a teenager. So I think that's another reason this show is timeless, because it can be enjoyed by adults and kids.
One of the things that always has stuck out to me is the decision to start Peter as a student at ESU, rather than showing his origins or even placing him in high school as so many other comics and series and iterations of the character have done. Can you talk to that decision?
Sure. There were certain decisions that had been made prior to my getting there that I stuck with. Not very many. This was one I didn't bother fighting. They had decided that they wanted to have him in college, and that was okay with me. So I did not make that decision, but it was not one that I had a huge problem with. So I don't know why they made that decision. I don't know what was behind it. So yeah, I really can't speak to it. But when I got there, and that was a decision that had been made, I really didn't fight it. It seemed to streamline things for me, quite frankly, because there's a lot more stuff that can go on at a college than you can have go on at a high school. And I have never been terribly fond of writing about high schools. I did one feature-length film, a class act for Warner Brothers, which was based in high school, and I didn't enjoy my high school years enough that I really wanted to keep reliving them in the media. So I had no problem with it being a college.
It's Spider-Man! What? Spider-Man? Where? Hey, I'm the hero, remember?
Their laughter is meaningless. Science is the important thing.
I lost my uncle because I ignored my responsibilities. He always used to tell me, with great power comes great responsibility.
It's a symbiote, an organism that thrives by bonding with another.
When you saved that nice Mr. Fisk's life, you did the right thing. Uncle Ben would have been very proud.
Heck of a job, Spider-Man. Thanks.
Did he say thanks? Someone thanking Spider-Man? Oh, that's a first.
The basic rundown of this episode is that the Lizard is on the loose, and Spider-Man has to find him and stop him. He's also trying to get a picture of him to help his aunt out with the rent. Dr. Connors got turned into the Lizard, and Spider-Man follows him into the sewer and cures him. This is an example of how I'll be doing some of these episodes, but I'm also going to be giving my thoughts and all the details and Easter eggs in the episode, so I'll do that now. This episode is based on The Amazing Spider-Man #6, with him trying to change the Lizard. It's very loosely adapted, but they do make some amazing changes with the story, like having Dr. Connors be a teacher at ESU instead of just a random guy. It's also really cool because this show cemented that idea in the Raimi movies, which I'm actually going to be saying quite a lot throughout this video. I think it also inspired the Mark Webb movies, with Kurt being close with Peter. This past rent due paper is signed by Lawrence Kim, which is a background designer for the show. Also, him wanting to help Aunt May with the rent is taken straight out of the comics. Peter wears this ESU cap and this jacket, and these are things that will never be seen again after this episode.
Everything's okay now.
You were downright brave back there.
I thought it was definitely interesting that they were hinting it to Deborah and Peter getting together in the first episode, And it's strange because it's so out of the ordinary. And I do like that it immediately changed after this episode, because I don't like it, because I don't think Deborah is as interesting as Mary Jane nor Felicia. But I do like what they did with her character romantically later down the line with Flash, because it also gives development for his character as well. I'll dive deeper into that once we go into it, but it's crazy that this was actually something that could have happened. But Stan Lee told John Semper, nope, it's gotta be Mary Jane. Deborah and him also dated in the comics for a short time.
When I wrote the pilot, I put Deborah Whitman in it, and I put Deborah Whitman in it because I didn't know what I wanted to do with Mary Jane, or whether I wanted to have Gwen, or, you know, I had no idea what I was going to do. And certainly Felicia wasn't a character that I don't even think I was aware of yet. So to avoid the thing altogether, I plucked this obscure character out of the comics, Deborah Whitman, and I just said, okay, she's going to be the girl in it, because I just can't decide all this other stuff. We had to get the pilot going. So the pilot got going, Deborah Whitman's in it. And when we were at a convention, a comic book convention here in LA, that clip, we had prepared that clip where Peter first sees the lizard in the lab and chases after him, jumps on the windowsill, is about to change to Spider-Man, and Deborah says, "Peter, don't leave me." And so we had that clip. And at the end of that clip, Deborah kind of looks up to him and says, "Well, that was pretty brave of you, Peter," kind of with a little gleam in her eye. And Stan came to me afterwards, and I think that was the first time that he realized that there was any kind of indication of maybe like a love thing going on. And he said to me, and he went into this whole tirade about how Peter only loves Mary Jane. It's Peter and Mary Jane. It's no one else. I really think it's a problem that girl looks like she's in love with Peter, because Peter and Mary. He really was very worked up about it. Excelsior. And I think that was the first time he noticed that anything was going on that wasn't just Peter and Mary Jane. But I had grown up with the books, and I knew that there was that element of Spider-Man that was very important. Which girlfriend was he going to end up with? That was a huge reason why I read the comic book when I was a kid. So it was very important to me that all of that had to be in there.
If I'm right, Mickey here is better than normal.
They called the mouse Mickey. This is obviously a reference to an evil corporation that has ruined many franchises and has destroyed countless of civilizations, killing millions of people and stealing their money. That's somehow going to be a country and be a dictatorship and have you wear these every single day. Never to leave and have you worship the mouse until they own the entire world and burn it down into flames. Or it could be a reference to Mickey Mouse. That could also be what that's referencing, but your guess is as good as mine.
Ugh. You don't find the Fantastic Four in a sewer, or the Avengers. Never have I seen the Avengers in a sewer, or the Defenders.
I'm curious on who would have been on the Avengers in this current time period, because Iron Man's not in it, Captain America's not in it, Thor's not in it, Hulk's not in it. Who is on this team? Like, I'm genuinely curious. I'm sure him saying this will be retconned because it makes no sense. He also mentions the Defenders. I don't know much about the Defenders, but the original team consisted of Doctor Strange, Hulk, Namor, and the Silver Surfer. We already know Doctor Strange and the Hulk exist in this universe. Namor and the Silver Surfer exist in this universe because they both appeared in the 90s Fantastic Four show. By the way, these are all the shows in the 90s animated universe, if anyone is curious. So this team could exist because they have all the members, but those were just the original ones. There is something contradicting this statement because Spider-Man meets Doctor Strange and he acts like he's just knowing who he is for the first time. So either he wasn't part of the team or this will also be retconned. There's weirdly a 7-second deleted scene that was found that was never used. Fox Kids aired this episode about 4 months before the other season 1 episodes as a special sneak preview. The reason this episode aired months before the rest of the season is because Avi Arad pressured John Semper to finish the episode so he could use it to advertise the Spider-Man toy line from his company Toy Biz, so the toys would sell before Christmas. When John Semper got this episode, he said, and I quote, "When I developed and wrote an animation series in the 90s, before there were all of the wonderful instant digital animation tools that exist today, I would have to write the first season, 13 episodes in the dark. In other words, 13 scripts would have been writing without me seeing single scrap of animation." Why was that, you ask? Because it took about 9 months or more for overseas studios to animate an episode, and with that lag time, I was usually done writing a season's worth of scripts before I had any idea of how any of it would look on the screen, how it moved, how it was paced, etc, etc. So I had to be pretty good at knowing what I was doing in order for it to turn out well. Fortunately, by the time I took on the job of producing and writing Spider-Man the Animated Series, I had run several other animated shows in the years prior, so I had a pretty good sense of what would work and what wouldn't. But the biggest thrill, and the one I remember vividly to this very day, was when we got the first little scrap of footage shipped to us from overseas. It was about a 30-second video clip, but there were no sweeter 30 seconds in all the world. It was a silent clip from our pilot Night of the Lizard. It was from a sequence where Spider-Man is underground searching for the lizard. He inadvertently falls through a sewer tunnel, pops out the other end, thrusts his hands up, shoots a web, and swings from it. That was it. Everybody in the studio was invited into a big room, the lights were dimmed, and we saw that clip for the first time. The reaction was loud and enthusiastic, like those NASA scenes that happen when a rover first lands on Mars and communicates that it's okay. There was wild applause and celebration. It was craziness. All that was missing were the overweight mission control guys hugging each other and popping corks out of champagne bottles. All of our hard work had suddenly come to life in that tiny 30-second clip. And amazingly, that little clip encompassed everything we wanted to see for our very first glimpse of the character. The clip looked and felt like Spider-Man. It was the superhero of our collective imaginations moving on the screen for the very first time. And he looked great. Suddenly, we knew we had a show. Over many months, our production team had developed, written, designed, storyboarded, and laid out 13 full stories. But this clip was our first glimpse of what was to come. It's a memory I will never forget. End quote. I would imagine this would be pretty exciting since they didn't see Spider-Man with this much detail moving like this. And that just must have been crazy to see.
Well, I mean, more about his not showing his origin story. Initially.
Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, the origin story. That was me. I felt that starting the Spider-Man saga with the origin story was predictable. And I never wanted to be predictable on the series. I just never, I used to tell my writers, we are going to surprise the viewer every week. So you could never turn on the TV and go, oh, I know what Spider-Man's going to be this week. We would always throw something new and interesting your way. Now, it was partially me. Because the other thing was, I really did want to get into a rousing adventure story right up front. The political atmosphere at that time, as is always the case with a brand new show, was highly volatile. Everyone had ideas, and everyone thought their ideas were the best ideas, and they had already let go of one writer-producer, my predecessor. And I really think that wasn't his fault. I think that he was up against some pretty heavy-duty politics and fell prey to them. So I think he probably would have done a marvelous job. But, part of surviving in this industry, it's part creative and it's part political, and sometimes it's maybe 80% political and 20% creative. And so I would say on Spider-Man, it was very much more the 80-20 kind of percentage. And I don't think that my predecessor was able to handle that amount of political volatility. I got into that situation, and when I started figuring out what was going on, I thought, you know what, I'm going to pick a story. We're going to start with a story. Because initially I had thought, maybe we'll start with Venom. Just that was the hottest thing going on in the Spider-Man world.
Wow, that would have been an auspicious debut.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to dive in, and strangely enough, the people who were not so much for that was the network. It was one of the few times that I think the network got it right, where they said, maybe you should build the Venom. and I thought, okay, that's reasonable. But no, I had started out, we had done a Venom outline, and I think I had Len Wein working on it. And bless his heart, Len Wein is a tremendous talent and a good friend. But back in those days, Len Wein was usually late about delivering mostly everything. And Len was late. And so, the longer it took to get Venom going, the more volatility there was, and then I had people trying to get me fired, and I thought, you know what, the smartest thing that I can do is to take a simple story that has a beginning and a middle and an end and sticks very close to the comic book so that nobody can argue with its provenance, with its origin, and to just do that. So in the early Spider-Man comics, Stan very much did beginnings, middles, and ends of his stories, and one of the earliest was the Lizard story. And I thought, just to minimize all the bickering and all the arguing and all the egos, I'm going to pick a story, I'm going to stick very close to the way Stan rolled it out so that nobody will be able to argue with it. Politically, nobody will be able to argue with it. And I'm just going to do it. We're just going to do the best damn job that we could. And I had naively had this idea at the very beginning that I wanted to bring as many comic book writers into the show as possible. That turned out to not be a good idea, because comic book writers are not the best when it comes to writing beginnings, middles, and ends. They take full advantage of the fact that you can let a comic book go on and on and on forever, and so they're not really that good at structure. The one guy that I brought in...
To my knowledge, you had like Jerry Conway and Marv Wolfman on the show?
Yeah, well, I was going to say the one guy that I brought in that really, really knew what he was doing from a scriptwriting perspective was Jerry Conway. And I had brought Jerry in to do the Lizard story, and bless his heart, man, he's a real gentleman and a real talent. He came in and he delivered a first draft, and it calmed the waters. So now you've got a story that was originally written by Stan Lee, and now I've got Jerry Conway, so no one can argue that Jerry doesn't know how to handle Spider-Man. And he delivered a solid first draft that was very workable. I think the only thing Jerry hesitated about, I had wanted to shoehorn in Eddie Brock, and Jerry wasn't quite sure there was room for it. And I said, no, because I knew I kind of wanted to build Eddie Brock's character a little bit leading up to Venom. So he, like the good trooper and the really consummate professional that he is, he, once he registered his complaint, that was it, and he wrote it the way I had asked. He delivered a really solid first draft, and then that's what started the show, because everybody now accepted that. And all the political volatility calmed down, and we were able to now concentrate on the creative. And that lizard story is what started the show. And so there were a couple of reasons why I didn't start with an origin story, and that was one of them.
I'm going to give this episode a 9 out of 10. There's a lot of stuff that's really well done. Like, they built up Eddie Brock a bit in this episode. They showed Peter's Daily Bugle life. They had a really good understanding just in this first episode of the Peter Parker and Spider-Man dynamic. Like, you can tell just in this first episode, the people behind this show gave it. It actually amazes me how well they did it. Spider-Man does inner monologues about his life. He has to try and balance being Peter Parker and Spider-Man. He's always trying to do what he thinks is right. He tries to help his aunt when he realizes she's struggling. Like, it's amazing to me because this is the first ever version of Spider-Man out of the comics to really dive deep into that stuff, and they do it insanely well. When you're the first to do something special with a character, especially adapting him to a bigger medium, you have to think about so many things because you don't have anything to go off of. This whole episode is based on the Amazing Spider-Man number 20. Matt Gargan is hired by Jonah to follow Peter because Jonah thinks he's connected to Spider-Man in some way. When this doesn't work, he calls Farley Stillwell and makes Matt Gargan into the Scorpion. The Scorpion starts going out of control, and Jonah regrets his decision that he basically made this maniac just so that he could destroy Spider-Man. Spider-Man beats him, and that's the end. The plot is the exact same, but they added a few more things that make this episode better in my opinion. So it's explained that Jonah hates Spider-Man because his wife was killed by a masked gunman, and I find it to be way more interesting than, I hate Spider-Man because I'm jealous that I'm not like the man he is. This was changed in the comics because of this series, making this also another reason he hates Spider-Man. John Semper says, and I quote, "Truly interesting facts that never make it into all those air-filled Spider-Man-tasm top 10 facts about lists floating around the internet because nobody knows this stuff except me. Do you recognize these happily newlyweds? Hands up if you do. It's young J. Jonah Jameson and his late wife Julia Jameson on their wedding day. I didn't want J. Jonah Jameson to be the usual exaggerated cartoony figure banging his fist on the desk screaming and yelling about Spider-Man all the time. That's kind of a waste when you have a great dramatic actor like Ed Asner doing his voice. Why was Jameson so wild-eyed angry about Spider-Man, and for that matter, about anyone perceived by him as a criminal? I felt that he needed a motivation to make him more relatable and less one-dimensional, so I gave him a new backstory about his late wife having been shot by gangsters attempting to assassinate him. As a result, his fantasticism had its roots in something we could all understand: sorrow and revenge, fleshing him out and giving him more dramatic depth. I named his late wife Julia, which was my mother's name. Today is my late mother's birthday. She passed away some years ago, but now she's immortalized in Marvel TV lore. Revealed here, I believe, for the very first time. Happy birthday, Julia O. Semper. I feel like they developed Gargan quite a bit more too. He's treated as a loser and everyone makes fun of him, and that's why he wants to be the Scorpion, but then he starts looking like a freak and turns green, and he has fangs, so he wants to go back to being human again. It's weird because I feel like this is dropped when he seems to just be a normal guy in a costume when he's next seen, and then the next time he's seen, he just wants to turn back to normal again. Like, can't you just be normal since it's a costume? I just find that a bit weird. I do think they made some great changes to the original story, which is cool. This episode is also adapted into the 60s show and was also called The Sting of the Scorpion. They mentioned the Fantastic Four twice in this episode, with Spider-Man saying,
"If those explosions were accidental, then I'm the Human Torch."
And also by saying,
"If you want to join the Fantastic Four, you're in the wrong place."
Jonah's wife's name is changed in the show compared to the comic, with her name being Julia in the show instead of being Joan. There's not much to say about this episode. I think that the Peter Parker stuff isn't really there. It's only there for the beginning and the ending, but that's okay because I feel like the story needed the time to develop the main plot. I like Scorpion as a villain. He's fun. That's pretty much all I gotta say. I'll give this one a 7 out of 10.
I've talked to enough people in animation to know that sometimes animations come back late and sometimes it forces you to show episodes out of order. In that first season, what was the first intended episode?
Well, it's an interesting question. My first intended episode was going to be Scorpion, but there was an earlier phase where when I first got on the show, we were thinking of Venom. So I think one of the first scripts that I initiated might have been Venom. But it was a different Venom. It was a different story than what we ended up with, and we ended up throwing that story out completely. And then my first thought was, we would go with Scorpion because in the comic book, it was a story that had a beginning and a middle and an end, and Stan had written it. And we were having such a contentious time trying to get the show up and running. Everybody had conflicting ideas. And as the head writer, I thought, well, let's just stick to a story that Stan did, because that will already have a kind of an inherent approval. So it was going to be Scorpion. And then at the same time, I started doing Lizard. And then somewhere along the line, I decided that Lizard was actually a better story than Scorpion. As we developed Scorpion and we developed Lizard, Lizard was really being the better story. And when we hit air, when we got to air and aired the episode, it was always going to be Lizard at that point. So Lizard is the first episode.
The basic rundown of this episode is that Alistair Smythe's father is helping Norman Osborn make the Spider Slayers, because if he doesn't, then the Kingpin is going to own Norman's company, so he's offering Smythe's father a hover chair to his son. They end up capturing the wrong Spider-Man at a Daily Bugle charity event, where Peter was invited to take pictures for the Bugle. He also brings his aunt. They end up catching Flash Thompson because he was in a Spider-Man costume, because he was there to try to scare Peter. Eddie reports the reveal to the Bugle, but embarrasses the Bugle since it wasn't actually Spider-Man. Spider-Man goes to save Thompson and is greeted with the Spider Slayer. The place starts to catch on fire, but Smythe's father stays to try and get rid of Spider-Man, so he manually controls the Slayer, but still ends up losing. The building completely blows up with Smythe's father inside. Alistair watches as the building explodes and is taken by the Kingpin to help destroy Spider-Man for what he's done. We are introduced to Felicia Hardy in this episode, and she is a combination of Gwen Stacy and Felicia Hardy, and it's actually a really unique take on the character. I think this is my favorite version of Black Cat because of how much personality this Black has. You know, personality. No, but seriously, she really feels the most fleshed out of all the Black Cat versions, in my opinion. Kingpin says,
all of it jeopardized by the sudden appearance of Spider-Man.
This implies that he hasn't been Spider-Man for too long. Kingpin also says that if the Spider Slayers don't kill Spider-Man, then he gets to take over Norman's company because he had borrowed money from him. But weirdly enough, this is dropped and never mentioned again. The Spider Slayers don't kill Spider-Man, and Norman still owns his company. I feel like they tried to make him seem really smart in this episode, because either way he will win, because if Osborn doesn't kill Spider-Man, then he gets the company, but if he does, that's a threat out of the way. But since he didn't take over the company, I feel like he's just being dumb in this first episode. Felicia kissing him here I think is weird because she instantly after this episode doesn't find Peter attractive at all, but I guess they do give a reason for it because it did look like he was leaving her when the Spider Slayers attack, so she gets mad at him. I just wonder if they were originally going to get together as a substitute for Mary Jane, but who knows? Flash Thompson, dressing up as Spider-Man to try and scare Peter, is taken directly from the Amazing Spider-Man #5. And they also do the same thing where the Spider Slayer thinks he's Spider-Man, but instead in the comics it's Dr. Doom who mistakenly takes Flash instead of the Spider Slayers. The Spider Slayers are also taken from the comics, and there's 21 different versions of it, but all you need to know is that most of them were made by Spencer Smythe and Alistair Smythe, and this is adapted into the series, but mostly Alistair makes them in the series. Flash's mask is inconsistent in this episode. Eddie takes it off of him on TV, and then he'll take it off like a hoodie when you're further into the episode. I actually like that it's a hoodie. I don't know why, that's cool to me. Maybe because it's never shown like that. Obviously, I still prefer the mask, but I wouldn't mind if they used a hoodie design like this. I think it's neat. When Eddie Brock embarrasses his newspaper, Jonah says even Fox is laughing at him, which is a meta joke because this show aired on Fox Kids. I do think it's smart that the Kingpin used Alistair Smythe here because he is in a vulnerable state after his father just died, and now he's going to use him to make more Spider Slayers because he wants revenge on Spider-Man, even though it wasn't really his fault. I think that is a good way to show Kingpin is manipulative and using his resources to his advantage. John Semper's thoughts on this episode, and I quote, "The Spider Slayer. I have always learned toward dismissing this episode in my memory because its sole purpose intentionally was to sell a toy. Or so I thought. I rewatched it yesterday and I was stunned to discover that I really turned it into so much more. I used this episode to set up all the important supporting characters who would carry the series through 65 episodes. I introduce you to Flash Thompson and his idol worship of Spider-Man while ironically harboring a hatred for Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, Norman Osborn, the Kingpin, Alistair Smythe, and Spencer Smythe. I made it clear what their complicated interrelationships were. I also reinforced Eddie Brock's anger towards Spider-Man. The wall crawler got him fired. And of course, we meet once again Aunt May and J. Jonah Jameson. All of this was done in a short 22 minutes that also had to have rip-roaring action and menacing robots. And of course, I made sure to sell the damn toy. I also introduced a new character who, like Deborah Whitman and the Lizard Pilot, I had plucked from the relative obscurity from the comic book. Yes, for the first time, the world was introduced to a feisty little lady named Felicia Hardy. Why do I call Felicia Hardy new? Because prior to my series, nobody cared about Felicia Hardy or the Black Cat. She was a totally obscure, forgotten character, and her superpower in the comic was really weak. She could cause bad luck. Seriously? Why did I use Felicia Hardy at all? Because I needed a substitute for Gwen Stacy. If I had put Gwen in the series, then either Gwen had to die, or if she stayed alive, we wouldn't really be true to the comic book. Since I couldn't kill anybody in the first season of a Saturday morning TV series, and I'd have to kill her off within a few episodes to get to Mary Jane Watson, there was no point in bringing Gwen into the series at all. A decision had to be made, and I made it. Felicia was the replacement for Gwen. I decided to give Felicia a distinct, haughty, upper-class, spoiled personality because I thought it would make a nice foil for Peter Parker. And I invented new powers for her and a backstory for how she got those powers. All of that was done from scratch. In my humble opinion, regardless of what has gone on in the comics since my series first aired, it was my show that established Felicia as a significant player in the Spider-Man universe. And when I got to conventions and see a horde of young women dressed as the Black Cat, I smile with pride. We made a difference. Everything I've mentioned above began in the Spider Slayer, which after yesterday's viewing is now one of my favorite episodes. But right after I created that episode, when I was about to launch into the complicated multi-episode storytelling that would be one of the defining characteristics of Spider-Man the Animated Series, I was ordered not to do multi-part stories at all, period. So I had to return to single episode stories like the Scorpion, Kraven the Hunter, Mysterio, the Chameleon, at least until I caught a few breaks and the powers that be turned the other way. Then I got sneaky. More about that in a few days. End quote. I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. I will say there's a lot of great moments in this episode, and it definitely does set up things for the future. They have the introduction of the Spider Slayers, and it doesn't feel like they were specifically made because they wanted to make a toy out of it, because this is a thing in the comics and it serves a story purpose. I'll go over all the toy stuff later, but I think the Spider Slayers are fine, and I always find it interesting when Spider-Man has to try and defeat one because they were specifically made to destroy him. I do like how they set up Alistair Smythe and him working for the Kingpin, and even his dad working for Osborn for the Hubbard chair. There's so much that builds off this too in later episodes, and it works really well. As always, the Peter Parker and Spider-Man stuff is done insanely well. They have the Felicia Hardy charity event, and he brings Aunt May, which I think is just really sweet on Peter's part. And you know, he has some moments with Felicia. I'll say this episode feels 70% Spider-Man, 30% Peter, which is fine, but I just wish they did some more interesting things with the actual Spider Slayers. Everything feels like it moves on too fast, and that's my only problem with this episode. But anyway, let's get on to the next one. This episode is connected very closely with the last episode. In this episode, Alistair wants revenge, so he creates a bunch of Spider Slayers to go after the people he thinks wronged him. So Spider-Man, J. Jonah Jameson, Norman Osborn, and for some reason Eddie Brock. Spider-Man stops them and saves the day. End of the episode. When Spider-Man and J. Jonah Jameson are tied to the bomb, this is taken from the Amazing Spider-Man number 192, where Spencer Scythe would do the exact same thing, but this is the only thing taken from that story. The plot and everything is different. He says,
"It's clobbering time!"
Obviously a reference to the Thing's catchphrase, and it's just very neat to see other heroes being mentioned. MJ says,
"Face it, Tiger. You just hit the jackpot."
This is taken directly from Mary Jane's first appearance when she first meets Peter, saying the exact same thing. I know this is completely off topic, but Spectacular had trouble using this line, but for some reason this show has no trouble using it at all. I find that a bit weird. One more thing I have to mention is that Peter says,
"Blind dates are like the lottery. The odds are so stacked against you, you're nuts if you expect to ever hit the jackpot."
And this is also a tie back to Mary Jane's line, which I find sweet. John Semper's thoughts on this episode, which aren't quoted directly since there's some stuff that's already talked about later in the video, so I took it out, are Return of the Spider Slayers. Even though it began with a previously on Spider-Man recap, the first episode to do so, this episode and the one before it, The Spider Slayer, were never conceived as a two-parter. The simple fact is that there were 3 Spider Slayer toys that needed to be sold, and I didn't want to try to cram all the toys into one episode, so I broke it out into 2 episodes, mostly to serve the story as opposed to the toys. And the schedule in those early days was so tight that I had no definitive idea of the exact order in which any of these earlier episodes would air. I only had a general idea, so no, this wasn't a 2-parter. Still, if that was what I was stuck with, then I'd vow to do the best standalone episodes that I could do. As a standalone episode, Return of the Spider Slayers holds up pretty well. It's kind of epic. The bomb in the story provides a ticking clock that keeps the whole thing being very suspenseful. I think the idea of Jameson and Spider-Man being linked together like that came from a comic book. I'm sure you Super Sluts can remind me of which one, but as I always did, I took it off in my own direction. I usually do that, grab some element from a comic book and use it in my own way. I was also borrowing from the Tony Curtis and Sidney Poitier classic movie, The Defiant Ones. Being a film buff helps immensely when you're making film. I had recently hired a young writer named Mark Hoffmeyer, who had written some freelance Mighty Morphin Power Ranger scripts that I liked. This was Mark's first staff writing gig, and Mark was my first staff hire. Mark handled this script, his very first one for Spider-Man, brilliantly. Mark had come from the world of improv comedy, and after I'd sent him off with the story when his first draft came in, it made me laugh out loud. All those lines between Jameson, Smythe, and Spider-Man, "You hate a lot of people, Smythe, must be rough around the holidays," those are all Mark's lines. I always credit Mark, in particular that scene, with helping to remind me early on that Spider-Man had a really funny sense of humor. Not stupid Saturday morning wisecracking funny, but really funny. Mark was the first one to give Spidey that genuinely wild, laugh-out-loud humor. Mark was on staff throughout the entire run of 65 episodes. What's he up to today? He's showrunning LEGO Nexus Knights. That's what. And they couldn't have found a better person for it. End quote of 2 separate paragraphs. I'm gonna give this episode a 6 out of 10. It's still really enjoyable, but we didn't see Peter Parker shirtless, and that's gotta immediately bring it down to a 5. No, but seriously, it's a fine episode. The Peter Parker stuff takes a back seat in this episode, with us not really getting anything besides the ending. This episode doesn't work without the last episode, but I don't really count them as an arc, but I would put them together because they are equally as entertaining. All we really see is Alistair Smythe just trying to kill Spider-Man, and then he puts a bomb on him and Jonah. Then the Spider Slayers go after everyone that was involved in the first Spider Slayer episode. It's fine. This one really feels like a Saturday morning cartoon episode with just non-stop action. This episode is just okay to me. Let's move on to the next one.
Let's talk about Mysterio, because you brought Mysterio up.
Yeah.
Now that's an interesting episode because there's a story behind that. So during the first 13 episodes, I was really having a hard time finding writers.
Yeah.
And I had started out thinking I'm going to hire comic book guys. This will be the first show based on a comic book property where the majority of the writers are going to be comic book writers.
Wow.
So I called up Jerry Conway, who was in Hollywood. He was writing on Prescription Murder, the old or Diagnosis Murder, the old Dick Van Dyke show.
Yeah, love it.
Mystery show. Yeah, Jerry was one of the main writers on that. And I called him up and I said, "Would you come in and work on the pilot?" And he said yes. And then I called up Marv Wolfman, and I called up Len Wein, and a whole bunch of people, Jan Sternad, and just a whole bunch of people.
Yeah. A
whole bunch of comic book people. And for various reasons, it wasn't working out. It just wasn't working out. Jerry was wonderful with the pilot, but he was busy.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other guys just weren't having a good time. They weren't enjoying working for Avi Arad, and they just weren't having a good time. And there was a lot of grumbling, and there were a lot of people who were going behind my back out in the real world and saying the show is a mess and it's going to be a disaster and it's going to be a horrible show and all this kind of stuff. And I caught wind of that, and I actually didn't want to have those people around. So now I had to find new writers. I had to find people that I could use that wanted to be on the show and wanted to do this particular show and with enthusiasm. And I called up another showrunner, a very prominent showrunner, and I said, "Have you got any suggestions?" And he said, "Well, there's a guy, I haven't used him, but he might work out." And I said, "Okay, send him over." And the guy came over, and he was a very amiable guy, and I liked him, and I thought, okay, well, we'll give you a chance. And he had a few credits, not many, but that didn't bother me. He seemed amiable. At that point, when I was hiring, I just wanted people around me that would make me comfortable and that I was comfortable with, that were comfortable with me.
Yeah.
So he seemed all right, and he seemed like a good guy to have in the room. So I said, okay, here's the deal. I have 1 week for you to write this because we're under the gun. It's the early days of the show. I'm under a lot of pressure. I got a guy trying to get me fired, and I just, we've got to crank this out as quickly as possible. So I said, I think I gave it to him on a Tuesday. And I said, we have to have this script done by Wednesday of next week, which means you have to hand it in to me like on Monday or Tuesday.
Wow.
So that, then I can do at least a quick cursory rewrite. And I went over very carefully. I always did this on every episode of that show. Every episode started with me working out the story with the writer. So that's why when you see the episodes, you always see my name in the story by. That's because I came up with most of the stories. And I would sit with the writer, and we would talk it out, and then they'd go off and write. So they always went off and they wrote with a very clear idea of what I wanted. So I sat down with this guy and I went through it very carefully. Okay, well, this is what's going to happen. This, we beat the story out. And then he went off. So that was Tuesday. So Wednesday goes by, Thursday goes by, Friday goes by, Saturday goes by. Sunday night, I get a call from the writer, and he starts asking me all those kinds of questions. If you're a writer, you know when the questions are, I'm just starting to write now, and I have some questions. Okay, there were those kinds of questions, and I thought to myself, I can't believe that this guy would be so stupid as to start writing on Sunday a script that he has to hand in to me on Monday or Tuesday. Sure enough, I get a script on Tuesday, and mind you, I have a table read scheduled for Wednesday, so I have to stand in front of all my bosses, at least, you know, all of my production team, at least one of whom is trying to get me fired.
Yeah.
And I have to do a table read on the script. Tuesday rolls around, this guy hands in a script, and it's absolute garbage.
Oh, no.
Absolute useless garbage from page 1 until page 23. I think our scripts are running about 23 pages. Now, you know, I can scream and yell, but it's not going to do any good. It's not like I can send him off and say, go rewrite this, because all I'm going to get back is more garbage. So Mysterio, the first draft of Mysterio was written by me from page 1 in 24 hours. I stayed up all night, and I rewrote that script, and I've never done that again since. I've never stayed up all night and rewritten anything since, because it's first of all, it's deleterious to one's health. And secondly, nothing's that important. But at the time, that seemed really important to me to do that. So anyway, I stayed up all night. Now, when you're in a hurry like that and you're desperate, anytime there was a little chunk of action that looked like it made sense, that was in this god-awful first draft, I would use it. And there was one little chunk that at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning I used that actually made no sense. But at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't even process that, you know. And sure enough, the next day in the table read, the guy who was desperate to get me fired says, well, look at this paragraph here. What is this garbage paragraph here? What does that mean? And sure enough, I mean, I was busted because it was total gibberish. It was the gibberish that I had grabbed from the first draft, which was all gibberish. And that made me look extremely stupid in front of my peers. And I was really angry.
Oh, no, goodness.
So when I watched Mysterio, and, you know, the episode, I mean, we did many more drafts after that. And by the time it ended up on the air, it was a really good episode. And that original writer's name is not on the episode.
Yeah.
Although there's a little bit of a coda to that story. We sat down when the whole thing was done. He came into my office and he sat down and he looked at me and he said, okay, so you want me to do another one?
Wow. And
the answer, I just took a deep breath, and the answer was, I'll give you a call, you know. And but that's what I think of whenever I see Mysterio. I think of that overnight that I had to do to write that. So I actually ended up really writing that script, even though there are other names. I think I had my staff people, a couple of my staff people, come in and do one of the drafts, 1 or 2 of the drafts. But that one is really pretty much me.
This whole episode is based off The Amazing Spider-Man number 13, where Mysterio starts blaming Spider-Man for robbing banks, and then would eventually lure Spider-Man to fight on the bridge. Mysterio defeats him, and he falls into the water. Mysterio thinks he killed Spider-Man, but Spider-Man made something with his webbing that can let him breathe underwater for a while. Mysterio is claimed as a hero by Jameson, then Spider-Man finds out where Mysterio is and beats him. Again, for this one, they do have quite a bit of differences, but the whole plot is the same. I do like what they did with this story more in this show. I think it just felt more natural, especially with the reason why he wanted to kill Spider-Man. He was a special effects guy and used something he wasn't allowed to for a bigger explosion, and this caused a helicopter for the movie to crash, and Spider-Man saved the person inside the helicopter and caught Beck. In the comics, he was just like, I want to imitate you and blame you for your crimes. That's exactly what he says. And then this is retconned to be more like this version, but it's done worse. Basically, Quentin Beck was working at this circus and his manager told him to use real special effects because Spider-Man was coming, but Quentin was like, we should rehearse this, and his boss was like really stuck up. And he was like, yeah, sure, even though they didn't rehearse it. But anyway, they go on stage, Spider-Man does his thing, and some people almost died if Spider-Man didn't save them because it was unsafe. The boss gets mad at the manager and they fire Quentin and him. This is never mentioned besides the story. Then they gave him another reason in Peter Parker the Spectacular Spider-Man number 51. And this is actually really cool, and I didn't know this, but apparently Mysterio actually appeared in The Amazing Spider-Man issue number 2. Well, as Quentin Beck. He was working for the Tinker and is one of the alien costume guys, and since Spider-Man ruined that for him, he wants to destroy him. It feels a lot more streamlined in the show's version, in my opinion. This episode is titled The Menace of Mysterio. This is taken from the comic book that it's being adapted from. Funnily enough, the 1960 Spider-Man also adapted this story with the same episode name too. When Spider-Man is chasing Mysterio in the mall, they have a sword called Romita's, and this is a reference to John Romita Sr., one of the most well-known artists to draw Spider-Man. Mysterio says,
just follow the yellow brick road.
which is obviously a reference to the Wizard of Oz movie. One thing I do find weird in this episode is Jameson doesn't trust masked people because his wife was killed by someone wearing a mask, but he trusts Mysterio for some reason. That's always just made no sense to me. They also tied in Uncle Ben's importance in this episode because Peter wanted to give up being Spider-Man because the Bugle was calling Mysterio a hero, and he missed his date with MJ, and he was actually about to do it, but then Terry Lee calls out Parker. She's like, too bad Spider-Man didn't rub off on you because he wouldn't have turned his back when people needed him. And then he starts reflecting on Uncle Ben. I was getting a lot of flack for just wanting character moments like this in the MCU films, just having Uncle Ben be mentioned when he needs to be reminded why he's doing this in the first place sometimes. And apparently that's not what people want. Apparently, from what I've read in my own stuff, is that people like the 6-year, 6-movie origin. And whatever floats your boat, I guess. I personally really don't like it, but I would love to hear in the comments why people actually like this, because I'm genuinely curious. I'm not going to shit on your opinion because everyone is entitled to their own opinion. I just wonder why. People also just assume that I want to see Uncle Ben die again, even though they don't have any evidence of me saying this, because it's not what I'm asking for. His origin here is explained in 1 minute and is done perfectly. It's not something that's being shoved in our face, and we see why he's important to Peter, and they just do it perfectly in the show. Also want to mention that the police officer that told him his Uncle Ben died is voiced by director and supervising producer Bob Richardson. Spider-Man says,
"Great, now I've stepped into a Ray Harryhausen movie."
Ray Harryhausen was a visual effects creator, writer, and producer who created a form of stop-motion model animation known as Dynamation. And then right after Spider-Man says,
or maybe it's more like Roger Corman.
Roger Corman is a film producer, director, and actor. In 1994, Corman produced a Fantastic Four movie that was never officially published. I like the little holocubes that Mysterio uses. These are original to the show. I just find them to be really cool. Like, you can just make it look like anything is happening. It can make it look real. I talked about everything in this episode. I think this one is pretty strong. I'm going to give it a 8 out of 10, and let's move right along to the next one. Basic rundown, we have Doc Ock as the main villain, and he takes Felicia because her mother wouldn't give him money for his experiments, but she stopped them because she considered them to be dangerous. So he tries to finish something called a fusion reactor, and Spider-Man has to try and safely save her and stop Octavius. We also learn that Peter and Octavius met when he was normal and was his science camp teacher when he was little. So Peter tries to appeal to his humanity when the FBI sent him to try and let Jonah and Felicia go because he captured Jonah because he started going off on him on TV when he was trying to make a deal to get back to her. The plan doesn't work, so Spider-Man comes in and saves the day. Felicia's butler here is played by Zimbalist, sorry if I got the name wrong, and he does the voice of Alfred in Batman the Animated Series. Anastasia Hardy is in the comics, but for some reason her name is different in the show. In the comics, her name is Lydia Hardy. Also, her voice has changed after this episode, with her being played by Rue McClane. But after this episode, she is played by Demetra Arliss in season 3, and then in season 4, she is changed again by Nita Talbot. Dr. Octopus in the show was Peter's teacher at science camp, and I like this. In the comics, he was just a random guy that had his ego go through the roof, and Spider-Man just happens to get in the way of what he's doing, and that's fine. I'm not saying that every villain needs to be connected personally with Peter, because they really don't, but I think Doc Ock makes it always work well when he's connected to Peter in some way. It's sad to see that this man turned into an absolute lunatic, and this is the show that really started it. I don't personally think it was handled too well in the show, and I do wish it delved a bit deeper into it, but I still enjoy this version of Dr. Octopus. He's just really fun. The idea of him being connected to Peter is also something that would be cemented throughout everything. The Raimi movies made him be Peter's helper with science and give him advice with the relationships. In the first Insomniac game, we see Peter having to work with Otto, which he looked up to and admired. Then they would even cement this into the comics with having done the Superior Spider-Man story. This is also why I don't understand when people say, well, this isn't comic book accurate and everything must be comic book accurate or it sucks. Like, come on, fresh ideas aren't a bad thing. It's really just how you execute those ideas. I would say Andrew is the least comic book accurate Spider-Man. Does that mean I hate Andrew Garfield's take on Spider-Man? No, not at all. I think they really did get to the core of Spider-Man's character. I think the core of the character matters more than anything when you're adapting something. Also, what's considered an adaptation? Like, the Ultimate Spider-Man comics are considered an adaptation because an adaptation is anything that's different from the source material. And Ultimate had a lot of different things from its source material that worked and a lot that didn't. And is it considered comic book accurate if it's taken from Ultimate? Because that's an adaptation. Think about, even ideas from these different adaptations are being put into the main books of where they were adapting them from. Like, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man got organic webs, and then they gave him organic webs in the comics. Does that mean it's comic book accurate now, even though they switched it back to the regular web shooters? This show had Jonah's hatred for Spider-Man have a different motive than the original, and this was later adapted into the book, so is that comic book accurate now? Again, new ideas aren't bad. I hate the comic book accuracy thing because it's stupid. Why would you want every version of the character to be the same? I'm getting off topic, but I'm just hate when people say comic book accuracy matters because it doesn't. The core of the character is what matters. Dr. Octopus also says,
"My unbreakable hydraulic tentacles."
But this is a lie because in later episodes they get hit with the Scorpion's acid and one of his arm breaks, and they would also get hit with the laser that only shoots inorganic matter, so they are not unbreakable. John Semper's thoughts on this episode, and I quote, "Dr. Octopus armed and dangerous. I just got through rewatching this episode for the first time in over a decade. A few things jumped out at me. We were going through so much behind the scenes political turmoil in those early days of the series that this episode marked a time when I had very little control over much of what was going on story-wise. This episode was so heavily influenced by what Avi Arad wanted from it, with an assist from Stan Lee, that I ended up giving them both story credit, and my name doesn't appear as a story contributor at all. The teleplay itself was written by my good friend Brooks Wetchell and Cynthia Harrison, whom I hired, and they did a great job as always under difficult circumstances. Of course, I did rewrites to comply with everyone's notes, but I can also hear a few lines by staff writer Mark Hoffmeyer in there, usually the funniest lines, and as equally strong voiced by my new staff writer Stan Erkowitz. I'll also hear a lot of lines written by Stan Lee himself in that episode. As I mentioned before, Stan had a heavy hand in rewriting a lot of lines in season 1, and this episode is full of them. So this episode is a hodgepodge of a lot of people's input, and I'm surprised it holds up as well as it does given the multitude of hands in the storytelling pot. I had been ordered not to do continue multi-episode storylines, so this was another safely chosen one-shot like Night of the Lizard, Kraven, Mysterio, et al. And of course there was a need to sell a toy that Avi's company Toy Biz was going to release for Christmas, so it was important to get this character in front of viewers' eyes as soon as possible. It's not a very sophisticated or original plot. Doc Ock seeks revenge on the Hardy family for cutting off his funds. That's it. We also learned that Peter once attended Audio Octavius' science camp, so there was a new backstory relationship which was added for the series. That kind of thing gives a villain more depth. Looking back, I'm positive I have meant for this episode to precede the return of the Spider Slayers because Peter is excited about dating Felicia for the first time, and no mention is made of Mary Jane Watson, who makes her debut in Return. Unfortunately, the official episode numbering indicates otherwise, so that was a mistake in the official numbering. Viewers, take note. I was impressed by how menacing Doc Ock is in this episode. We got a great animation team from TMS on this one, and it shows. We weren't always so lucky with some of the episodes, and Bob Richardson did his usual meticulous job bringing everything to life visually. This was one of the few episodes that had been delivered to us from overseas when we had to hurry and create the opening title sequence, so a lot of footage from this and the pilot Night of the Lizard ended up being in the opening title simply because it was all we had available to us at the time. Anyways, that's all I can say about this one. I don't have strong feelings about it because I remember it being such an ordeal to work on. Also, in some ways, this episode was exactly what I didn't want the show to be. Villain shows up, villain does something bad, Spider-Man defeats a villain, the end. That can get kind of boring if you do it week after week. If we had done this for 65 episodes, I'll bet none of us would be here talking about the show 20 years later. But despite that, I think this episode for what it is came out really well, so at least the effort was worth it. End quote. I'll give this episode a 8 out of 10. It's good. What really makes this episode good is when Peter tries to reason with Octavius to try and free Jonah and Felicia. I feel like this was heavily inspired by Spider-Man 2. Well, I mean, Spider-Man 2 was heavily inspired by this, where he wants the device, which is actually a fusion reactor, the same thing in Spider-Man 2, and he has kidnapped a hostage, someone that Peter cares about, and Spider-Man has to stop him. It's the ending of Spider-Man 2, but worse. Don't get me wrong, this was the foundation for it, and plus that's a whole movie, so they had more time to develop it. But I do wish we maybe would have gotten an episode just to flesh this out a bit more. Anyway, that's the end of this one. It works. Let's move right along to the next one. Now we are getting to some of my favorite stuff here, the symbiote arc. Just know for the arcs, they will be ranked as a whole because it doesn't work as a standalone episode. You need the other ones to make them all make sense. This arc starts with John Jameson, Jonah's son, and his space partner collecting this strange rock from this world. But when they are arriving back to Earth, the rock starts spewing black goo out of it, and it attacks the two astronauts. They end up crashing into the George Washington Bridge, and I can't believe this, but this was Avi Arad's idea, which I will be going over that man later in this video. But that was a smart idea since the alien costume came from Battleworld originally, and that involves Secret Wars, but it's way too early to be doing Secret Wars, and I feel like this is a more natural way if you don't have access to Secret Wars, since Jonah's son's an astronaut, and it just makes sense. The Kingpin sends his associate Rhino to retrieve the rock, and Spider-Man tries to go to save the astronauts. They end up both on the shuttle and they begin to fight. Rhino retrieves the alien rock, and Spider-Man saves the astronauts. Eddie Brock was taking pictures of this event and framed Spider-Man for stealing the alien rock. When Peter gets home, he's excited that Jameson is going to be eating his words since he saved his son, but when he gets home, he finds out the truth and is rightfully pissed. They are offering $1 million to anyone who brings him in. Aunt May is glad though, since she hates Spider-Man. I like that the space shuttle stuff ties in with Eddie Brock so well because of how everything builds up. Like, we see Spider-Man getting framed and being chased throughout this arc, and I feel like this is a good way to push Peter over the edge because we know he did save the astronauts, and this shouldn't be happening to him. I think that's some great storytelling, and it can also be relatable to you in some way. Think about something you're getting blamed for that you didn't even do. This has happened to me, and I'm sure it's happened to a lot of people. And it can be absolutely frustrating, so we can understand Peter's frustrations. Even his aunt is saying Spider-Man is finally getting what he deserves, and that's so heartbreaking to hear from your own family when you're just trying to help. Peter decides that he's gonna lay low and goes to bed. But when he does go to bed, he gets this strange dream. He's being pulled by Spider-Man in one way, and the other way he's being pulled by this mysterious black figure, and the way it moves seems monstrous. I love how this scene looks, by the way. I think it's a well-designed scene. Also, this dream sequence is taken from the Amazing Spider-Man number 258, and it happens pretty much the exact same way, and I think this is also such a cool visual. Spider-Man wakes up in the middle of Manhattan, waking upside down in a black costume. He is confused as any normal person would be, and the costume just starts moving for him on his own once a helicopter comes by looking for him. Him hanging upside down and looking in the glass at the black costume would be used in the Raimi trilogy and also in Spectacular Spider-Man. In the Raimi trilogy, they also took how he woke up in the black costume, basically directly from this show. We also see the black costume for the first time, and it is completely faithful to the comic book, even having the blue hue that comes with it. And it comes with every power that it had originally, so it makes his power stronger, gives him organic webs, and gives him his shape-shifting clothes. Peter gets away from all the police by changing into a police officer, and then goes to ESU. But before he goes in, he starts testing a bunch of clothes, and then he says,
"How about that guy from Aerosmith?"
And his clothes change into Aerosmith's lead guitarist, Joe Perry, and he is also the one that plays the theme song, which I think is really cool.
Every episode starts off with a theme song, and this is a strong theme song that people still love to this day. They referenced the 1960s one and this one was the cool one. And Mr. Joe Perry plays guitar on this one.
Fellow Bostonian. I'm from Boston. He's a fellow Bostonian.
Was the theme song kind of already together by the time you were joined in, or was this just some lovely icing on the cake?
Avi Arad was sitting in first class on a plane flight from New York to LA, or LA to New York, and he ended up sitting next to Joe Perry. And they got to talking, and Joe Perry said, "Well, I'd love to do a theme song for you." And Avi Arad said, "That would be great." And that's how we got the theme song. And it was not anything that anyone planned. It only happened midway through us doing the first season. And I think it was one of the best. Again, just really good luck.
He then decides on a suit, and Felicia comes out the building impressed by how he's dressed. He then starts flirting with her, but Flash Thompson comes in and asks why he's hitting on his girl. But Felicia is angry that he thought they were dating. Then Flash tries to talk with her in private, but Peter insults him and tries to talk with Felicia again. Flash starts trying to fight Peter because of the insult, but Peter stands up for himself this time. Even when Flash pushes him, he grabs him by the jacket and is ready to start a fight with him. Flash is scared, which I find funny, and Felicia wonders what has gotten into him and says that he's different and it scares her. But I mean, come on, he was a bit aggressive, but he stood up for himself. I don't think Peter is entirely wrong here, since Flash was ready to fight him first. Anyway, Peter doesn't understand what she's talking about and does a handstand and just walks away like a boss. Later that night, Aunt May advises Peter to stop taking photos of Spider-Man because it's too dangerous, and Peter tells her that he doesn't want to listen to this anymore and then goes into his room. While in his room, he hears his spider trace device go off because he had put one on the Rhino so he could follow him later, because he hasn't been able to follow him because the Kingpin's lair blocked its signal. Rhino is out and about and again because the Kingpin's assistant Alistair Smythe needs some technology that can demonstrate the power of Prometheum X. That's what the rock is called. And Kingpin needs to show off what it can do so he can sell it. So Rhino starts trying to break into the government facility, and Spider-Man arrives and starts kicking his ass. I'm not kidding, look at this man. Who said that the Spider-Man needed to punch to be a threat? He's embarrassing Rhino. Imagine the Spider-Man did punch, Rhino wouldn't see another day. Spider-Man keeps aggressively pummeling Rhino and is demanding where the Prometheum X is. The Rhino tries giving up and says he'd rather go to jail than to be a snitch, but Spider-Man scarily says,
"Who said anything about jail?"
Yeah, I'd tell him any information right there. Spider-Man saying that, no thank you. Spider-Man says he's not done getting what he wants and brings the metal door from the facility over to him and is about to kill Rhino. But before he does, he reflects on what he's been doing. He's been standing up for himself against Flash and slightly lashed out against Aunt May, and then he leaves. I do like that before he was about to kill Rhino, he reflects on his actions. I think that it's important that we do reflect on our actions before we possibly make a bad decision and look at the person we might become. I just love that. I think they could have done a better job with showing how Peter was a jerk, but for a 20-minute episode trying to set everything up, I understand that they had to cut some corners. Also, this series added the symbiote giving you aggressive qualities while wearing it, and this is something that was heavily cemented into basically all media. Like when you ask a casual Spider-Man fan about the symbiote, they'll be like, oh yeah, the symbiote makes you aggressive, right? It's kind of insane how natural it feels, and it's such a big part of adapting that story now, but it fits so well. Originally, it would just take Peter on joy rides when he was sleeping, making him exhausted when he woke up. It's just way more interesting when he's aggressive. I find it weird that I've heard some people, a small majority, say this isn't how it's supposed to be, and then I liked it when it was just him taking him for joyrides. And I have to ask people, why? Genuinely, why? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let's say you are making an adaptation of a character, any character. Wouldn't you want that adaptation to take the more interesting route? Imagine if John Semper stuck one-to-one with the comics, then the symbiote arc wouldn't be as entertaining, because I find with what he did with the symbiote to be more enjoyable and interesting. I think they really nailed the symbiote in the show. They make it feel like a buildup is happening to him when he gets the suit. At the end of the episode here, Spider-Man reflects on what he was about to do and wonders what's happening to him. He even sees Venom when he looks at the reflection of himself, showing the monster he could become. And that's the end of the episode. John Semper says, and I quote, I was specifically told not to do continuing storylines on Spider-Man. I pretended to agree and then I did them anyway. I wanted to replicate the experience I had as a teenager of reading an original Spider-Man comic in the 60s and anxiously waiting for each issue to arrive. But in the 90s, continuing storylines were not generally allowed on Saturday morning TV. Our series had broke new ground in that area, but I had to blatantly lie to make it happen. So I was pleased to read this new interview with the great Mel Brooks. Here's some valuable advice from the great Mel Brooks in a recent interview. So I guess this is a quote and a quote. I learned one very simple trick. Say yes. Simply say yes. Like Joseph E. Levine on The Producer said, the curly-haired guy, he's funny looking. Fire him. He wanted me to fire Gene Wilder, and I said, yes, he's gone. I'm firing him. I never did, but he forgot. After the screening of Blazing Saddles, the head of Warner Bros. Threw me into the manager's office, gave me a legal pad and a pencil, and gave me maybe 20 notes. He would have changed Blazing Saddles from a daring, funny, crazy picture to a stunt-filled, dull, dusty old Western. He said, no farting. I said, it's out. That's probably the most famous scene in the movie, the campfire scene. I know he said you can't punch a horse. I said you'll never see it again. I keep saying you're absolutely right, it's out. Then when he left, I crumpled up all his notes and I tossed it in the waste paper basket. And John Calley, who was running production at Warner Bros. At the time, said, good filling. That was the end of it. You say yes and you never do it. That's great advice for life. It is. Don't fight them. Don't waste your time struggling with them and trying to make sense to them. They'll never understand. End quote of both the quotes there. I love that to understand a creative decision that a person doesn't really agree with you with, you just can't listen to them. You just have to show them. I think anyone who wants to get into any creative endeavor should listen to this advice, because I'm noticing to do this when I'm working on these YouTube videos now. But I still think that criticism is awesome, but if you truly believe in that creative decision, go for it. This is also a reason people still remember the show, for its continuing storylines, because it made these stories more fleshed out and made it so that we can have this compelling and fleshed out narrative.
I always maintained that the most important thing, I took a lot of hits on the show. A lot of people did not see the show my way when I was making the show. And I was not at that time considered a heavyweight, name in the industry. So I didn't always have a lot of clout. So I had to do a lot of things that people told me either not to do, or after I did them, they said, well, we don't like that. But my belief always was that I wasn't there to make friends. I was there to make a good show, because the reality is, and I just knew this from my own life, if you make Walt Disney's Zorro, and it's one of the greatest shows ever put on film, that show is going to have a long, long, long life. I mean, it's a great show. It may not be anyone's idea of, at the moment, of a great, fantastic TV show, but in point of fact, it is. So if you put the quality into the show, that quality is going to carry throughout the years. So I always used to say to my writers, let's not worry about whether anybody is not wanting us to do something. If it's good, we do it. I don't care that I'm not making Avi happy at the moment or Stan happy at the moment. You know, I have to go with my gut. And if my gut tells me that making Kraven the Hunter be in love, which is what's motivating what he's doing, versus I'm Kraven the Hunter, I'm in town, I'm here to hunt Spider-Man. You know, I mean, there's a difference. There's a deeper resonance if someone's motivated by love, rather than I'm a dude who's wearing an outlandish costume and I've come to hunt the greatest prey. You know, I mean, you're like every other villain. You're here to hunt Spider-Man. So, you know, let's make it good. Whatever we do, if we think it's really, really good, and my taste is pretty good. You know, that's how I've been able to survive in this business for so long. I don't get by on my looks. So, you know, always work to make it good. And you might get kicked around while you're doing it. When I came off of Spider-Man, you know, it was, I mean, literally, I had to go look for another gig. My next gig after Spider-Man was JJ the Jet Plane.
Right.
So, you know, it's not like I came off the...
Was JJ the Jet Plane voiced by Ed Asner?
I wish. That would be fun. No, actually, it was voiced by the young lady who did a lot of the voices for South Park. And her name escapes me. She's no longer with us. But she was our voice for JJ.
Oh, I'm a big South Park fan, but I don't know. I'm sure. Did she play Kyle's mum?
She played a lot of the kids. Yeah, she did a lot of the kids, and she died very young. I think a lot of people didn't get a chance to really appreciate who she was and what she had done. But anyway, be that as it may, you know, when I came off of Spider-Man, back in those days when you did an animated show that was #1, it was like no big deal. It's like, no, wait a minute, I had a #1 show. Well, you know, so it's cartoons, you know.
Wow.
I didn't really come out of it with any great kudos or appreciation. It wasn't until years later that people realized, oh no, this is a really good show. And so that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, you just really sometimes have to really make it good. I mean, I can't say it any other way than that. Just make sure you make the thing good. Don't worry about whether or not anyone's being happy with you at the moment. Avi hated me by the time the show was over. Bob never liked me. Stan was on his own journey, and I actually did a few more things with Stan, but Stan was on his own journey. No, I didn't come out of the association being very well liked. But now everyone appreciates the fact that the show has quality, and that's the most important thing.
Well, yes, besides your struggle, and that's always difficult if you've got co-workers, especially people that oversee things that, you know, you clash with, that makes it difficult. But you really did. You said you make it good. You made it good, man. You really did. You made it as good as it possibly could be.
Thank you.
And you left a show that, honestly, you know, is going to stand the test of time. Like you were talking about Disney Zorro, I believe your Spider-Man show will be used. I mean, it was used in movies, when Spider-Man movies and characters from the Spider-Man show, like Blade and everything else, they took those storylines and they put them into movies because they were that good. Yeah. You know, whether they stole them or not, and obviously don't want to go into all of that, but it's because they're good, you know, and I that's all down to you and your show.
This episode begins with Spider-Man being chased by everyone because of the reward. Some random goons try and take him out, but they don't realize something.
The Black Spider-Man is unbeatable!
They end up shooting a sonic blaster, for which for some reason they just have, and the symbiote reacts to it and can't take it, so it saves him by shooting the symbiote out of its ass. Which I like, since it makes the symbiote feel more alive because it'll just do things on its own when it's in trouble. Spider-Man beats him with water and decides to go to the source of his troubles. He goes to the Daily Bugle, where he's angry that they are getting the facts wrong and starts threatening Eddie and Jameson. But the police stop him and he leaves. He wonders what's going on with him and why he almost lost it back there, and says that he needs to find answers. Spider-Man goes to Dr. Connors for help instead of the Fantastic Four in this universe to study what the suit is, and that also just feels very natural. I do like that they develop a friendship between Spider-Man and Kurt Connors, because when one of them needs help in the show, they do try their best to help one another, and I feel like they did this the best at really showing that than any other adaptation. Dr. Connors tells him to get the suit off because it's alive, but Peter is like, I need this power. I like to think that the symbiote is convincing him that he needs it, because we're even shown it has some mental connections with Peter, like showing the dream, and it's later shown that the symbiote is blocking its weakness from Peter. I just think that's awesome because, again, it feels like a living thing. Jonah figures out Brock lied to him when John starts talking to him, so he fires Eddie and withdraws his reward on Spider-Man. Eddie goes home but finds out he's been evicted. Spider-Man breaks into his home to find where he put the pictures of the Rhino stealing the Prometheum X, and he eventually finds it, but when he's done, he hears Shocker outside the door interrogating Brock for the photos, since the Kingpin doesn't want anything traced back to him, so he sent Shocker there to deal with it. Spider-Man tries to stop the Shocker, but Spider-Man makes it look like he lost so he can follow Shocker to his base of of operations. Spider-Man follows him and he finds Alistair Smythe, Shocker, and the Prometheum X. Spider-Man takes the Prometheum X home and studies it. He begins to find out why everyone wants this rock. Previously in the episode, we learned that the Prometheum X can cause insane explosions through extreme heat, but for some reason the Kingpin wants to sell it. Kingpin tasks them with getting the Prometheum X back, and they end up kidnapping John Jameson in exchange for the rock, so this forces Jameson to ask Spider-Man for help getting his son back. I like that we see Jonah here at such a vulnerable state because his son is his everything. The fact that he can man up and ask for help, or even in the Scorpion episode he can admit when he's done something wrong, makes this version of Jonah one of my favorites because that makes him such a great character. And he's not just a I yell at everyone guy, which I feel was something that was in the comics for a long time. And I feel like the comics ended up looking at the show and making Jonah a great character because of this. There's so much to like about Jameson in this show, and he's genuinely one of my favorites in the show. The Shocker starts fighting Spider-Man, and Spider-Man says,
I'm gonna tear you limb from limb!
Yeah, again, especially hearing Christopher Daniel Barnes Spider-Man say that, I'm not getting away with my life. It's over. Eddie ends up following Jonah there so he can try and get some payback on Spider-Man, but while he's fighting the Shocker, he just gets shoved out of the way since he doesn't have any powers or weapons. Shocker starts running from Spider-Man, and as any normal human being would do when they hear Shocker! I'm sorry, I love Chris's Spider-Man voice. It's so good. I think people joke on it saying he's overacting, but no, I love this. And I think it shows what kind of a menace Black Suit Spidey is.
I'm gonna save you for dessert. You're the main course.
His line delivery is so well done too. You can hear the absolute terror that comes with this man coming after you. I wish I could play all of his lines because they're so good.
The check's in the mail, baby.
John, I'd love to know when you were looking for someone to be your Peter Parker and your Spider-Man, what qualities were you looking for this role?
He had to come in at a certain salary range. No, just kidding. No, I had absolutely nothing to do with the casting. I'm incredibly verbose when it comes to things that I had something to do with, and I'm extremely honest about the things I had nothing to do with. That was not my domain. I was in the middle of script writing. We were under horrible deadline pressure, and the show was kind of a mess at the beginning politically. So I was busy writing scripts, and the casting was in the hands of, I think our casting guy was Ralph Sanchez. And Bob Richardson was weighing in, and the network was weighing in, and all those people that deal with all those things. I'm sure Stan had a say in it as well. I heard tapes. I don't know how people were plucked out from auditions. I was not there for auditions, and so Chris was just kind of a wonderful surprise. When I arrived in the recording booth for the first show, there he was, and people like Ed Asner and Saratoga Valentine, and I really didn't have any say in the matter.
So, Chris, what do you remember about this whole process, auditioning and getting the part? Were you hesitant to take it? Just talk me through your emotions of getting this role.
Well, I was thrilled to have the opportunity to audition for Spider-Man. When I first heard about it, I mean, this was incredible to me. I mean, I loved Spider-Man. I was a huge fan. So when they said that they were doing a Spider-Man series and they wanted me to audition for Spider-Man, I mean, I was just over the moon. I couldn't believe it. So, again, I had been reading the comic my whole life, and when I actually went into the booth to audition, I was reading the material, and as I would read the material, and I was closing my eyes, and I was visualizing the comic, and I was visualizing, frames from the comics I had read, and I would match one of the lines on the script to an image from a comic, and I would think, well, okay, if he's saying that, this is probably what's happening. And so I would create this sort of storyboard in my mind just from having read the comic my whole life, and then I would match the storyboard to the dialogue, and then just sort of go from there. And then once you do that as an actor, once you have words and images, then the body language comes out, and you start to, he's probably swinging in this manner, and his body's probably in this position. And of course, looking back, I realized that was because I had been so indoctrinated into the Spider-Man myth that I was able to just sort of dive right in, and probably not a lot of the other actors were doing that because they weren't such fanatic fans. And so it just kind of all came tumbling out, and I loved it. And again, as we've seen the Spider-Man myth evolve through time, and we've seen all these different actors, you are sort of you're the current avatar of a Marvel deity, and I always look at it that way. I take it that seriously. And boy, when you don't take it seriously, the fans know, they can feel it, and they will eviscerate you online. I mean, they will tell you that they don't like you. And I've been very fortunate that I've had a lot of positive feedback, and I think it's because they sensed that I was as into it as they are. Like, I took it as seriously. I love the character, and I think maybe that's one of the reasons that I've stayed with the character, for 20 plus years. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just reading into that, but that's sort of the way I feel about it. And it's just, again, again, it's just a real honor to be a part of the process at all.
No, I said this in an earlier interview. There is no finer voiceover actor than Chris Barnes. Chris is really, really, really good. And there would be things that he would do that would just amaze me. And to be able to do them at a very young age was astonishing. So, you know, what you just got was the interior workings of a really genius voiceover actor. We were very lucky to have Chris be the lead in this series because he did bring an honesty and an intensity to the role that I think really made the animation work.
Spider-Man is about to kill Shocker, but remembers that great power comes great responsibility. And I love that it tied back in with Uncle Ben showing him that he's got to remember to be responsible with the powers he's been given. He stops trying to kill Shocker, but the symbiote tries to do it for him. But Spider-Man saves him. He then realizes that he needs to get the costume off because it's making him something he doesn't want to become, but he can't get it off. But then the bell rings and he figures out it reacts to loud noise and then uses this to get it off. This is something that's taken directly from the comics with the bell and would be used in Spider-Man 3 and Spectacular Spider-Man. One thing I find weird is in the comic version, this version, and the Raimi version, they all let the symbiote get away. I guess they just assumed it was over and it seemed like it took a lot out of them when they took it off, but I still wonder if they just thought it was dead or they just didn't see it get away. But not in this version. He just watches it go through a crack in the building. But anyway, once he gets it off, he heads home. We then go to Kingpin trying to sell the Prometheum X again, and the buyers want them to test it again to make sure it works, but it doesn't. Alistair finds out that it's transformed into lead, and that's the nature of the rock, and its radioactive nature is only days, and Spider-Man knew this. I find the Prometheum X to be interesting. It's radioactive when exposed to extreme heat, and this only lasts for a couple of days, but they never say if that's just when it's on Earth because it was out in space, which I assume was for a pretty long time. I also find it interesting that it's like a place where the symbiotes inhabit. I wish we got a bit more information on all that because I just really think they could have had some really cool ideas with it, just exploring the symbiotes, but they didn't need to do all that. I'm just throwing ideas out there. Plus, where would they put that since these episodes are so short? I just think it might have been a cool idea to explore down the road if they got more episodes. The end of the episode shows Eddie, who is still trapped in Spider-Man's webbing, get bonded with the symbiote, and we are shown him wanting his revenge, and the credits roll. It feels so right to have Eddie here get the symbiote because he feels like he belonged here. He doesn't feel thrown in. I'll talk about him more in a second, but I just can't fathom how well they did on their first try. They stuck gold in storytelling on their first try. When people think of the symbiote, they are thinking of this thing. And the fact that it's not comic book accurate just proves my comic book accuracy point because people love this. The Daily Bugle newspaper that Venom picks up is in Greek for some reason. The beginning of this episode starts with Eddie Brock working out, reflecting on his hatred for Spider-Man. Okay, I just need to say this real quick. John Simper originally wanted Venom to appear in the first episode of the show, but someone who was working for the TV network suggested to slowly build him up and make him appear later in the show. And wow, whoever that guy was, he was a genius. Having Venom appear in episode 1 would have been a tremendous mistake because of how they built up Eddie's hatred towards Spider-Man this whole season and how well that was set up. In episode 1, Eddie gets stopped by Spider-Man because Eddie had found out that Dr. Connors was a lizard, and this stops Eddie from getting his big scoop, and he also embarrasses himself in front of Jonah because of this too. In episode 2, Eddie broadcast the unmasking of Spider-Man, but he didn't know that he got the wrong Spider-Man and he gets fired because of this. In episode 3, Smythe had sent a Spider Slayer after Brock because he was just attacking anyone that was involved with that ordeal, but gets attacked as soon as he gets another job, and this leads to him getting fired from that one too. In episode 9, Eddie leaves out important information and gets fired from the Daily Bugle again, and this ruins his reputation. There's so many things here that build up to why he hates Spider-Man, and it makes sense. It can be illogical because a lot of that can't be fully blamed on Spider-Man, but I love that this is the first time Venom was treated as an actual character. They would eventually make him into a character in the comics, but he felt very bland for a long while. They just made it up a backstory real quick, and it feels like we were less connected with Eddie. Eddie in this, you can understand why he dislikes him. Imagine if we did get Venom in episode 1, all of this would be thrown out the window. All of this depth and great character motivation would have been gone. This show would cement why Eddie Brock is one of everyone's favorite Spider-Man characters, and I feel like this has been lost recently, with us not even seeing a great depiction of Eddie Brock since these two shows. This one is just okay in my opinion, but it loses a lot about what made him special because he doesn't actually tie in with Spider-Man at all. Getting back to the episode, Venom is ready for his attack on Spider-Man. Eddie, having newspaper pictures of Spider-Man all over his room, is taken from the Amazing Spider-Man 298. Bob Richardson, who again is the director and supervising producer of the series, was asked during an interview, how did you set out to make Spider-Man the animated series different to what audiences had seen previously from Spider-Man and his world? And Bob Richardson replies, and I quote, Stan always envisioned Peter Parker / Spider-Man living in a real city, not a fictional city like Gotham. We intended to make our city as close to the real New York as was artistically possible. By the same token, we wanted a less cartoony look, with the characters designed in a more realistic vein to mirror in the comics and fit the real city they lived in. That way you had the great contrast of these unique and unusual Marvel villains showing up in our real city with a real boy trying to fight them. We also tried to introduce some 3D landscapes into some of the action scenes to make this series that much more exciting. However, with very little budget for this type of animation, and the fact at the time this really hadn't been done in a 2D series before, this created a real problem to make it work. After a great deal of searching and interviewing, we found a small gaming company that was willing and able to generate a certain amount of 3D background animation to help us augment certain scenes with dimensional movement for some of Spidey's flying scenes. However, because of the limited money and time, as well as the complexity of adding this material, we could only do a very small number of scenes like this." End quote. Spider-Man swings off and is ready to go on his date with Mary Jane, but when he's swinging, he sees Rhino on a rooftop nearby. Rhino is ready to fight him and gets knocked out pretty quickly, but Shocker comes in to help him. They are both about to finish him, but someone stops them and webs them both up. I like that, bam, they are already showing that Venom is a huge threat. I think when you're introducing a villain, this can be a perfect way to establish how big of a threat that villain can be. Have him beat up some of the threats that are already there. Obviously, you don't have to do this every time to show that that enemy is threatening, but it's a good showcase to build up an enemy's threat level because you're just like, wow, this guy was having trouble taking these guys down, but this other villain just took them out with ease. So now there's this even bigger threat. Spider-Man is confused on who just took them out, and Eddie gives him a hand helping him up. Spider-Man is confused wondering how he got up here. Eddie then reveals that he knows who he is. He has the symbiote, and he wants revenge. Venom starts toying with Spider-Man and tossing him around like he's nothing. I will say I like that the alien costume subconsciously told Eddie Peter was Spider-Man because that's such a cool concept and makes sense. We know the symbiote has a mental connection with its partner and again makes it feel like its own entity. The only thing I will say that I like in later adaptations is when Peter and Eddie were actually friends and then they turn into enemies. In this adaptation, he just hates Spider-Man, not Peter, but this series laid the groundwork for all of those other adaptations, and it has my respect for that. I want to talk about Venom's design really quickly because I think it's interesting. So it seems like they took his comic design but tweaked it. They have the eyes that are different, they have more of a monstrous look in the show, and Venom also has his red and blue hue to him, and I think it fits. What I don't like is how saturated the red and blue is here. They do fix it in his next appearance and it looks fantastic, and there's also a little reference to this in the Marvel Spider-Man 2 game, which I think is interesting. What's everyone's opinion on the red and blue hue? Like, I genuinely really like it, and I think it fits it really well, but I haven't heard too many people talk about it. Also, I just wish he was a bit more taller. That's just me nitpicking, but I think he looks great. He then talks about how this life force has existed since the dawn of time and has seen thousands of worlds and millions of civilizations, and the main goal is to survive. Okay, you know, they just dropped that casually. I like that he just has a brief couple of lines saying that we've been in space and seen thousands of worlds and millions of civilizations, and then it's just brushed off. Like, that's so cool to just throw that in there. It also adds so much to the lore of this symbiote. You question to yourself, wow, what is this thing seeing? I think that's so smart to just drop that on us because it's so intriguing. For the rest of the episode, it's pretty much Venom just toying with Peter, and it's so much fun. He won't stop messing with Peter. He's this huge looming threat that can strike at any moment. He's there at every chance just to torment Peter. It's so well done. Like, you can actually be scared for Peter in this situation because you have to put yourself in his perspective. It's something you can't stop no matter how hard you try. Always coming for you. It won't ever stop and can be lurking around every corner. I just think that's so scary and so fun to see him getting messed with the whole time. You always wonder, when is he gonna strike next? Eddie attacks him out of nowhere and almost gets his identity revealed. Then Eddie goes to see MJ because they had a date, and then Eddie goes to Aunt May's house to toy with Peter, which is taken directly from the Amazing Spider-Man number 317, where he does the exact same thing. Then Peter makes a plan because he's tired of being messed with and is seeing Venom everywhere he goes and is starting to break mentally. He's anxious for when he might strike next. Peter ends up finding Eddie Brock's new home by checking where he got his weight sent to. Peter also hears that a space shuttle launch is about to take place at the Bugle, so Peter messes with Brock by putting a bunch of newspaper clippings of him being fired. This Spider-Man is a whole menace. Like, that's so funny that he had to find these newspapers, cut them out, and put it on his wall. I just think that's hilarious, but it's smart since he's trying to lead him to the shuttle. He leads him to the shuttle in an intense chase, and the sound from the shuttle gets the symbiote off of him, and Spider-Man webs the symbiote to the shuttle. He leaves Eddie with the military, and he goes home to hang out with Mary Jane as Peter admires the stars and MJ wonders what's out there in the universe, and the episode ends. I think this is also another reason people like Venom as a threat. Every time we see him, we always ask, how is Spider-Man going to win? This is the most dangerous threat he's ever faced. He feels unstoppable to the hero. It's always so entertaining to watch him try and defeat him, and it also gives a sense of relief when he does. The way he beats him in this show is fantastic. He knows if he can make him mad enough, he'll follow him, and he catches him in his own trap. It's just really smart, and I love it. John Semper says, and I quote, "From the start we knew we had to do Venom and Carnage because at the time they were the biggest things in the Spider-Man universe. I can't take credit for the final Venom result. It was a group thing, everybody had a hand in it. At that point, I wasn't in as much control of the series as I would be later. Everybody was all over me, led by Avi Arad, and I just had to slog it out. We had a few aborted drafts of the first Venom script. Lane Wein wrote the first draft, delivered it very late, and almost got me fired because of his tardiness, and then we ended up throwing it out and starting from scratch. Nothing of Lane Wein is left in that episode except his credit. I don't know who did the bulk of the later drafts. I know I did a lot of writing on it, as did Stan Berkowitz. Mark Hoffmeyer probably had some piece of it. He had a hand in most of the early good scripts. The Alien Costume Part 1 was just this political football that kept getting passed from person to person. Then when the first part was settled, we went to slogging our way through Part 2. I remember coming up with the idea that Part 2 ought to be like Hitchcock's Stranger on a Train, with Eddie Brock following Peter like Robert Walker did in that movie. So we did that. Then at some point I started to feel like we hadn't really milked the Venom franchise for all it was worth. Ultimately, I pitched the idea to Avi Arad that we ought to do a middle part with the black suit. So many fans were asking about the black suit that it seemed like it would be a shame not to do it. So Part 2 became Part 3, and we hurried to get a new Part 2 stuck in the middle. Those were hectic times. End quote. This is the only episode that I didn't put in production order because for some reason this is listed as the season finale on the Writers Guild for season 1, but I honestly think this was just changed later on when they were actually making the show, because it makes no sense if you watch it as the season finale, because Spider-Man will have lines like,
"Boy, am I glad to be back in my old clothes,"
or MJ being mad at Peter at the end of the Chameleon episode, and then in this episode she wants to go on a date. I think that the middle part was added so late into the production stage that it was put at the end of the production order, because John even considers Day of the Chameleon as the season 1 finale. It's actually so weird that if they had just gone with the two-parter, the story would have felt so rushed and empty because of how crucial the first two parts are together. There are so many things that are insanely important and feels like they couldn't be rushed with how important they were. Like, here's some examples. The development of Eddie's hatred for Spider-Man. The symbiote entirely, because if he got it off as soon as he gets it, then we wouldn't have all these amazing scenes of showing how out of control he is, and these were both insanely crucial for the third part. Everything feel like it needed to happen for the story to work. That's the end of the arc though. I'll give this a 10 out of 10. I think this arc is so strong and it's just so much fun. Again, it never feels like it's wasting a moment, and every part adds to the experience. They really showed how much fun they had with all these different ideas being thrown around to make the comic story more interesting. I love that because they weren't afraid to do something different, and in this case it worked insanely well. That's about all I gotta say. Let's move on to the next episode. I'm just gonna go ahead and give this episode a 8 out of 10. Dr. Kafka gives Kraven the serum because he was about to die, and then she has to try and cure Kraven because the serum made him insane, and Spider-Man has to try and stop him from hurting Dr. Kafka. There's a lot I like about this episode. I think Kraven is a great villain in this show, and I do like how they changed his backstory up. In the comics, he would hunt Spider-Man because he wanted a challenge. I think it's funny that since Kraven's motivation is so one note in the comics, that it's switched up a lot in media. For the show, he's crazy and needs to be cured. In Ultimate Spider-Man, he's a TV star that has his own hunting show. In Marvel Spider-Man 2, he has cancer, so he wants to die by a worthy opponent. There's a bunch of different reasons because his original motivation is so one note. It's funny though because I find them all pretty interesting. It's actually really cool in this version because this is the only time he's an enemy in this show. The Peter Parker stuff is fantastic. We have this animal fashion show and MJ and Felicia both ask him out and he's got to decide who to go with, but Kraven ruins his night and he didn't get to go with either one of them, which I think was such a Peter Parker moment. All of that is just fantastic stuff. There's actually not much to say about this episode, so let's get right into the next one. These next two are the Hobgoblin arc. I think introducing Hobgoblin first instead of Green Goblin was interesting. They made it work even though that isn't what John Snipper wanted.
So talking about controversial, not controversial decisions, but different decisions, you introduced the Hobgoblin before the Green Goblin. Can you speak to that decision as well?
Yeah, it was not my decision, and I argued. Remember I said at the very beginning there were a couple of decisions that were made that I had to stick to, and one of them that I didn't argue with was him being a college student because that didn't bother me. I argued vehemently against starting with the Hobgoblin because the Hobgoblin was boring, and I did not want to use the Hobgoblin first. And unfortunately, that was the one creative decision that my predecessor made that I was stuck with. And the reason he made, or I don't know why he made the decision, but because he had made that decision, Avi had started to roll out a Hobgoblin toy because he had been convinced that the Hobgoblin was a more significant character than the Green Goblin. And when I got there, I said, no, you got it wrong. It's the Green Goblin that's the real significant character, and the Hobgoblin is not. And there was one moment where I got him to agree that I could use the Green Goblin first. And then the following day, he came to me and he said, no, I've given it some thought, and I just have that toy coming out, and I got to stick with that. And at that point, I thought, you know what, I understand. You know, I put up the good fight, and he's right. You know, he's got to look after his concerns, his business concerns, because that's what's paying for all of this. That's what's making all of this possible. So, okay, we'll do the Hobgoblin. there's a lot more to this story because there's some funny stuff involved. But the most interesting thing about the Hobgoblin for me was that it was probably one of our first two-parters, or I think Spider Slayers was kind of a two-parter, a multi-parter, but Hobgoblin was a definite two-parter. And we had Mark Hamill come in to do the voice of the Hobgoblin, and that was fun. Working with Mark was fun because he's brilliant. He's a really great talent. But other than that, I don't like that story, and I'm not fond of that character, and the show for me didn't get interesting until we got to the Green Goblin, and I figured out a way for the Hobgoblin to have logically preceded the Green Goblin. So that made it okay for me, to figure out why one would have preceded the other. But I took great vindication in the fact that when the Spider-Man toys hit the toy shelves in Toys R Us, they flew off the shelves, but the only toy that you could find sitting on the shelf after a certain point was the Hobgoblin. It just wasn't a very popular toy.
Vindication.
It was vindication. It really, I find the Hobgoblin, and I know that, there's some fans out there that go, no, he's my favorite character, man.
He is my favorite villain.
You suck, but the reality is I never found him to be all that interesting.
Basically, for these two episodes, the Hobgoblin is hired by Norman Osborn to assassinate the Kingpin, but Peter saves him from his assassination. He goes after him as Spider-Man, but he gets away. The Hobgoblin goes to the Kingpin and double-crosses Norman by telling him that he's the one who wanted him assassinated, and he wants money and to be the new Kingpin. But the Kingpin says he's got to work for him first. So the Kingpin gets him to capture Harry, but Peter has just moved in with Harry, which is taken from the Amazing Spider-Man number 46, and would also be adapted into the Raimi movies. But Aunt May comes to check on them, and Peter hurries to clean everything up because their place is a mess from a party they had a previous night. Aunt May arrives, and the Hobgoblin arrives too. The Hobgoblin captures Harry, and Aunt May is put in the hospital, and Peter blames himself for what happened, thinking why people always get hurt, especially the people close to him when he's just trying to do the right thing. The Hobgoblin brings Harry to the Kingpin and asks to be paid, but Kingpin tells him he won't be paid till he decides that he gets paid. Kingpin reveals to Norman that he has his son, and learns that Hobgoblin is working for Fisk now. Hobgoblin then decides to go back to Norman because he believes the Kingpin is a double-crosser and wants to help him against the Kingpin. In return, he gets to be the Kingpin, but one of Smythe's Spider-Seeker things catches this double-cross. He gives the Hobgoblin better weaponry for his plan, and Spider-Man is there because he's wondering why he took his son and thinks his father might have answers. Spider-Man goes angrily after the Hobgoblin, but he ends up getting away. Spider-Man goes back to Oscorp to get answers from Osborn since he saw that he was working with the Goblin. Osborn says he's got it all taken care of, and Spider-Man tells him he'll be back to make sure. The Kingpin confronts the Hobgoblin about his double-cross and drives the Kingpin out of his territory, and he also has Norman's son. He double-crosses Norman again and calls him and tells him he wants Oscorp or he'll kill his son. The Kingpin comes in and they decide that they should team up to get rid of their threat, so they bring in Spider-Man to do the handiwork. Spider-Man came back to check on Norman, and Norman asks for his help, so he leads him to the secret tunnel that will bring him to Fisk's hideout so he can deal with him. He goes through the tunnel and arrives. He gets Harry and the Hobgoblin escapes, and Spider-Man escapes as the tunnel blows up behind him. Spider-Man brings Harry and Norman back together, but the Hobgoblin comes in and tries to kill Harry, but Norman saves him. Spider-Man goes to get the Hobgoblin and defeats him. Peter goes back to the hospital, and the doctors wonder why Peter hasn't been there for her and thinks he was being selfish. Aunt May wakes up and Peter says she doesn't got to worry, the Hobgoblin's gone now. But she didn't pass out because of the Hobgoblin, it was Peter's messy room, and she doesn't think he's ready to live on his own, and he agrees and the episode ends. John Semper was asked, which episode do you consider the best and which the worst? John Semper says, and I quote, I really like them all except for two. Each one of them has some element in it that I like and was the main reason why I did the episode. It would be easy for me to point those things out, but we'd run out of space. My least favorite two episodes would have to be the Hobgoblin two-parter. My fired predecessor's only lasting contribution to the series was his decision to use the Hobgoblin instead of the Green Goblin. So based on that early decision, Avi had ramped up an expensive toy line revolving around the Hobgoblin. By the time I arrived on the series, I was stuck with having to roll that character out first because of the impending toy line, which is just plain wrong. I kind of patched it up in the series by making Norman Osborn create the weapons for the Hobgoblin first, before deciding to use them for himself as the Green Goblin, which I thought was a good fix. But that first Hobgoblin two-parter is just a waste of time design just to sell toys. I hated it when we had to write it, I hated it when it aired, and I still hate it. The Hobgoblin is boring. End quote. I will give this entire arc a 8 out of 10. I still think it's a pretty strong arc, even though John doesn't like these episodes. The Hobgoblin I find to be a great villain in the show. The only thing I don't really like is I feel like Mark Hamill was holding back in the role. And I'm not sure if that's just because of the voice director or something, but in my opinion, he falls a bit flat in his performance here. I still like how smart he felt. He's just a power-hungry character, and it works. The Peter Parker stuff is well done. What I enjoy is Peter starts instantly blaming himself, even even though it really wasn't his fault. I feel like most of us can be hard on ourselves just like Peter here. It also ties into Peter wanting to catch the Hobgoblin, and Fisk uses this to his advantage to take out the Hobgoblin. The Hobgoblin would constantly switch sides, making him so unpredictable and untrustworthy. I like that Norman and Fisk are just like, alright, let's team up to defeat this guy. He's being an asshole. I don't know why Fisk doesn't do anything to Norman since he's the one who sent the Hobgoblin after him in the first place, but that's whatever. I'll actually bring this down to a 7 just because I feel like it does get a bit repetitive and sometimes it just feels slow, but still a fine story. Let's move on to the next. John Simper says, and I quote, "Usually the way a script would start on Spider-Man the Animated Series was that I'd have an idea of what villain I wanted to use and what story I had come up with. In the case of Day of the Chameleon, I had originally chose one of my staff writers to write it, and we were on the phone discussing it. As I was coming up with each new twist and turn, I was getting more and more excited about the story. But for some inexplicable reason, this particular writer was getting more and more obstinate and sullen, really not enjoying the story at all. Finally, I got angry, and I thought to myself, if this person isn't as excited about the story as I am, then I'll be damned if I'm gonna hand it off to them to write. So that very night, I decided to write it myself. Some scripts are like torture, with each page requiring an excruciating amount of effort, but other scripts are like moving a hot knife through butter, easy as can be. Day of the Chameleon was the latter. It practically flowed out of my word processor, requiring almost no effort at all, and I got very few notes on the first draft. I only remember having to eliminate one bit where Peter made a deduction about some glass that he found on the ground. Someone didn't like that moment because they thought it made Peter seem too much like a detective and less like a regular college kid. It was a stupid note, but then many notes are stupid, a telling reflection of the person giving them to you. Day of the Chameleon was the final episode of our first season, episode 13. It's still one of my favorite episodes, and you can hear my voice in the finished product. In the beginning, after Spider-Man saves the window washer from falling, a guy in the crowd shouts, "Way to go, Spider-Man!" That's me. I was nominated for an Annie Award for that episode. Our series won an only Annie nomination. The Annie Award is the highest award you can get exclusively in the animation field, so I'm really glad I never gave it to that other grumpy writer to do. And as time went by, I did not allow that particular staff writer to remain on staff for the full run of the show. End quote. The episode starts off with Chameleon on the run from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He ends up crashing a helicopter into a building, and Spider-Man saves him, but before Spider-Man can question him, some debris falls and he gets away. We then see Peter asking Jameson if he can photograph this big peace treaty signing. This signing is huge because it's two world leaders signing it after centuries of aggression between them. Peter tries pleading his case with Jameson in this car, but when the car stops, it transforms into a flying vehicle and brings them to something in the sky. They wanted to talk to Jameson, so Peter gets put elsewhere, but he crawls through the place and sees Jameson and Nick Fury talking. Jameson is wondering how he's alive because Jameson printed his obituary, and he has a picture flipped in it and the eye patch is on the wrong side. But he just wants the world to think he's dead. He basically tells them that they are S.H.I.E.L.D. and that they are a big top secret organization that helps keep the world safe. S.H.I.E.L.D. is obviously from the comics, and this was before Samuel L. Jackson was Nick Fury in the MCU, so he's white like he was originally. He explains that the Chameleon can turn into anyone with this belt and has been around the world and is a hitman. I love how big of a threat the Chameleon feels. Like S.H.I.E.L.D. is going after this guy. It just makes him feel like such a big threat. I also like the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this episode. It again just establishes this bigger Marvel universe. It also just feels natural for this whole plot and also shows how big S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Nick Fury explains that the Chameleon has been hired by terrorists to ruin the peace treaty signing because a war will break out if he kills the opposing party. I think that's such a cool idea that this all feels bigger than Spider-Man and he just got thrown into this plot. They tell him that the Chameleon has arrived in New York and is going to go to his party so he can steal the security plans at the Daily Bugle. Nick gives him a little S.H.I.E.L.D. pin that can contact him if anything goes down, and he wants him to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. They send them back, and when they do, we see the helicarrier in its full glory. I like the design. It looks something unworldly and legitimately looks really cool, but it does also feel like a lot is going on with the design. There's also a small error where Fisk men are the ones training on the helicarrier instead of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but this probably just made them save time because it cost money to make different character designs. Getting back to the episode, the Chameleon successfully steals the security plans by stealing the identity of Jonah, Robbie, and Peter. He actually kisses MJ and thinking it's him invites him to see her be the lead in a play. Later that night, the Chameleon breaks into a party to kill the VIPs. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows he's going to be there too, and this leads them to going after Spider-Man accidentally. Nick says he's on his way back to pick up the VIPs, and his partner Agent X brings them all to the roof, but Spider-Man notices that Nick Fury's eye patch is on the wrong side, and this is because he took his pictures from the obituary Jonah made. So Spider-Man goes after him, but S.H.I.E.L.D. starts apprehending him, thinking he's attacking Fury for no reason. He tells them that's not Fury and that his eye patch is on the wrong side, and the real Fury is on his way here. The Chameleon gets in the helicopter and starts to leave, but he gets shot down and explodes. The peace treaty 3D starts and everything seems to be going well. Jonah and Robbie are there, and then Peter comes out of nowhere. Jonah wonders how he got in here and says, like any good freelancer, nothing gets in his way, and he starts taking a picture, but the picture shoots an explosion, and Spider-Man makes him miss his target. Spider-Man fights the chameleon and destroys his belt. Spider-Man talks to his buddy Bruce and talks about how he got nothing for saving the world, but Nick Fury rides by and gives him a thanks. Spider-Man is like, that's a first. Then we see a mad MJ since he said he was going to be at her show and is mad for kissing her forcefully, and then Peter realizes that was the chameleon and the episode ends. John Semper says, and I quote, "I never read or watch those top 10 facts you don't know about Spider-Man the Animated Series lists and videos people post because so much of what's in them is flat out wrong. Case in point, in my series I had Spider-Man frequently perch up high on an old building and talk aloud to a stone gargoyle statue named Bruce. I thought it would be an interesting way for Spidey to voice his innermost thoughts. Somebody decided to spread this false rumor that the gargoyle was named Bruce after Bruce Wayne, Batman's alter ego, but in fact, Bruce the Gargoyle was named after my late friend Bruce Helper, my best buddy here in LA, and an award-winning film editor. Yesterday was his birthday, so here's to the memory of the real Bruce. May he live on forever in Spider-Man-tasm and rest in peace." End quote. John Semper also made a post that genuinely made me sad and happy at the same time, and he says, and I quote, "Hey, remember Bruce the Gargoyle Spider-Man often chatted with up high on the rooftops of New York? This year is the 5th anniversary of the suicide of my old pal Bruce Helper. We met in 1980 or 81 when we were both working in the editorial department of the TV series Ripley's Believe It or Not. I was operating the machine that put coded numbers on the edge of the 16mm film footage used in the show. Bruce, who was an editor's assistant, a much more prestigious position, came in and handed me a film reel to be coded. I made a joke to lighten the mood, and Bruce glared at me as if he wanted to rip my head off. That was Bruce's standard response to strangers back then, and I suppose I wasn't showing proper deference to his lofty position, but I don't deference very well, never have. Anyway, I was so low in the totem pole in that department that there really wasn't anything anybody could do to me short of firing me, so I just ignored his hostile attitude and kept on joking, much to his dismay. I think that confused the hell out of him. Some weeks later, Bruce ambled into the coding room and noticed I had some magazines lying around pertaining to these brand new things called personal computers. He asked a few questions and we started chatting about which computer was the best and what they were all about, etc. The next thing I knew, we both had purchased Atari 400s, rejecting the more popular Commodore 64, which was a piece of junk, and soon we got into the regular habit of going off on weekends to every computer store we could find, buying software, peripherals, and whatever we could get our hands on that seemed like fun. Soon our mutual interest extended to Japanese animation before it was known into the country as anime. Laserdisc, Star Wars, James Bond, The Beatles, The Shadow, Subway subs, 3D cameras, video games, Vectrix games, toys, action figures, and bigger and better personal computers. We did all kinds of crazy stuff like paintball, and I got him started reading Harry Potter books, which became much more of a passion for him than it ever was for me. I quit midway through the 3rd book content to just watch the movies from that point on. There was an anime movie that we both liked, and in the beginning the narrator uttered the first word, which sounded something like "bo." We had no idea what it meant, but after that it became our standard greeting over the phone. Sometimes it got turned into "bo, dude." Bruce smoked insistently, not ever content to draw a breath of air without smoke and nicotine mixed in with it. I'm slightly allergic to cigarette smoke, so we had to abstain whenever we drove anywhere together. Then as soon as we got out of the car, between the car door and the front door of the computer store we were headed to, he'd have to light up for the few seconds it took to travel the short distance. In the end, I suppose the smoking played a big part in his demise. When he almost died years before from a heart attack and had to be rushed to the hospital for emergency quintuple heart bypass surgery, he stayed in my household in Northridge during his recuperation of several months, but he never really recovered his health to his fullest. And some years later, he subsequently developed diabetes. His desperation in health combined with the medications he was taking properly affected his mood, causing some sort of depression. But who knows? The thing about suicide is that you never really know why anybody does what they do that moment they pull the trigger. He left behind a note telling us that he hoped to meet us again in Diagon Alley. His sisters thought he had misspelled dragon, but I knew what he meant. It drives me crazy that he didn't stick around long enough to see Harry Potter land up at Universal. He had a season pass and he'd be there every week, and the Fullscape Diagon Alley in Florida's Universal theme park would have taken his breath away as it did mine. Anyway, that's the story of Bruce. I could go on and on about what a kind, gentle, artistic, talented, loyal, patient soul he was, but you get the idea. You can read all about his career in the excellent obituary his sister wrote for him. This was my side of knowing him. I suppose we were what you might call best friends, whatever that means. We thoroughly enjoyed and were relaxing each other's company. My one and only tribute to our friendship occurred when he was alive and kicking, so we got to fully enjoy it in Spider-Man the Animated Series. I had Spidey occasionally web sling up to a gargoyle statue perched on an old New York building, and he would talk aloud to the inanimate object to air out his thoughts. Spidey referred to the gargoyle as Bruce. End quote. I just love that John had his friend tributed in the show, and it just goes to show you don't know who your future friends are going to be. They could literally be anyone. To anyone struggling with please reach out to people. I think that's insanely important. Everyone goes through a tough time, but just know you're not alone. Rest in peace, Bruce, and to all the others that have struggled with mental health. I've had trouble with mental health in the past, so I think it's important to spread this message to anyone going through a tough time. I'm going to give this episode a 9 out of 10. I think there's so much here that is just so fun. It's always like, where's the chameleon and who could it be? The chameleon always felt like he was outsmarting everyone, and you can see why S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to keep him on lockdown because of how dangerous he is. I like the setup for this episode with the peace treaty signing, and I think that was just a good plot to set everything in motion. I like that we end the episode with Spider-Man fighting the chameleon as Peter Parker, and he figures it out because he is him. I think that was such a smart way to have him figure out who the chameleon is at the end of the episode. The end of the episode where MJ's mad because he didn't come to her play, I think that was such a good way to show the Parker luck. The one thing I don't like about this episode, or maybe it's just the chameleon, I don't like that the people don't look and see if he has the belt on, because that's the easiest way for people to tell if he's the chameleon. I mean, just look at the belt. I just wish the belt maybe would have disappeared when he transformed, or he can shapeshift the belt back out when he wants to change back. And the belt isn't just for the viewer, it's actually there.
No imaging device. He's not the one.
I don't know, I'm mixed on the belt. I know that he can change instantly in the comics. I do personally prefer when he has mask instead. It just shows him that he is a master of disguise, but I do also like how they made him in this version because he does feel very threatening. Peter skipping MJ's play is also a parallel to the Raimi films where he couldn't make it because of Spider-Man stuff, but in this show he didn't even know about the play because of the chameleon fucking him over. This is something I had never noticed, and I thought this was really cool. The chameleon never talks, and it works so well. He'll only talk when he's shapeshifted into someone, and John says, and I quote, "After I wrote Day of the Chameleon episode of Spider-Man the Animated Series, and we were about to record the voices, our voiceover casting person Ralph came to me one day and asked, 'So who do you suggest we cast as the voice of the chameleon?' I replied, 'Nobody.' He looked at me confused. 'What do you mean?' he asked. I explained to him that when I wrote the script, I deliberately made it that we never hear the chameleon speak in his own voice. We only hear him speak in the voice of the people who he imitates." End quote. Again, this is really cool, and that's such a nice little detail. There's some things I forgot to mention with this episode. So the first one is that the chameleon is shown to have a real gun, and that's one of the only times we're shown a real gun in the series because the censorship didn't like kid shows having guns. And then also at the end of the episode where Spider-Man talks to Nick Fury, Stan Lee wrote that, but he's not credited at the end of the episode. The episode title mirrors the first episode of the series, so the first episode is called Night of the Lizard, while this one is called Day of the Chameleon. In reruns of this episode, the beginning scene where the helicopter crashed into a building was cut out due to the September 11th attack. The play that Mary Jane is a Midnight Summer's Dream, which is a Shakespeare play. This is the only episode Glory Grant appears, which by the way is a character in the Spider-Man comics, and she also was a secretary to Jonah just like in this show. But anyway, this is her only appearance ever in the series, and this had to do with her voice actress because John Semper says, and I quote, "With all this talks about the people versus O.J. Simpson, I had one other strange memory worth sharing. For many weeks as the O.J. Simpson trial wore on, it was the main topic conversation in any social gathering. I showed up one day for a Spider-Man the Animated Series recording session. The late Nell Carter was part of the session as the voice of Glory Grant, J. Jonah Jameson's secretary. I'd never met the woman before. She took one look at me and for some bizarre reason decided that I represented the entire male human gender. She then began to loudly berate me for all of the injustices ever heaped upon women by men in the history of the world. She was loud, pugnacious, and unrelenting. I don't think I spoke more than a few words to her, like hello and how are you? That was it. But I was verbally harangued for the entire time that we weren't recording. Somehow, in her rather strange mind, when she looked at me, I must have had OJ superimposed on my head, and she was going to be judge and jury on my unsuspecting self. Apparently, I was sentenced to death by argument. Nell Carter was a prodigious talent, a great singer, and a great actress, but alas, for obvious reasons, she was my least favorite guest star that we had ever had on the series. True story. End quote. That's all. Great episode. Let's move on to my thoughts. So season 1, I would say, started off pretty strong. I mean, there's some seeds set in place here that are used to develop a lot more things later down the line. This season felt more stagnant than the later seasons for sure, but that's not terrible because of how well done these episodes are. I will say I did get a bit bored with quite a few of the episodes, and I'm not sure if that's just because I already know what happens in them, even after not watching them for, I want to say, 5 to 7 years. I think they nailed the Peter Parker and Spider-Man dynamic perfectly in just the first episode, and they just keep that at the center point, and I love that. My favorite episodes were easily all the symbiote stuff, and that's not even because the symbiote is some of my favorite Spider-Man stuff. It's because those were the most fun episodes of the season. And it's a 3-parter, which is the first one in the show, if my episodes are in the right order. It's also the fact that they had an amazing setup with Eddie Brock, and they also had episodes tying his hatred for Spider-Man into the main story arc. I also find it cool that we have no clue how Spider-Man got his powers, we just know why he's fighting. I think it makes it interesting, like, wow, how did this guy even get his powers? What's his full origin? And that's something that won't be explained till season 3. And I find that quite fascinating, honestly, because the general audience wouldn't know who Spider-Man is back in the 90s. Like, now you would just go, oh yeah, he got bitten by a spider and that gave him spider powers. It's sad because we have backpedaled so far into his origin. Like MCU, it takes us 6 films and 6 years just for an origin to be done. Look at the Marvel Spider-Man show. We have to go through his origin again in the first episode, even though everybody knows it by now. I also find it funny that a show from the 90s looks better than a show that came out in 2017.
So this show is now 22 years old, and I'm curious for both of you guys, what do you think has changed about, I guess, maybe the culture of animation or the culture of performing as a superhero or doing superhero type of work in the 22 years since you started that series?
What's changed? I don't think the TV shows are as good anymore in animation. I don't think the action-adventure TV shows are as good as they were in the 90s. I don't watch a lot of it, but I've watched some of it. I don't watch any Spider-Man shows, mostly because then when people come up to me and say, you know, so-and-so is a better show than yours, it's like, I have no opinion. It's, well, if it worked for you, that's great. But, you know, I haven't seen the show. But I have watched 1 or 2 of the Marvel other shows. I guess I watched a couple of episodes of Avengers. And I take it back. I did watch 1 episode of the new Spider-Man show. I watched the pilot because I saw it at a convention at one of the cons. You know, they're not the same. They're not, the storytelling isn't as deep as Batman or X-Men or Spider-Man. There's I feel a heavy corporate hand. One of the reasons why I want to do War of the Rocket Men is I want to get back to, when I did Spider-Man, after a certain point, and really, you know, pretty much after the first 13, creatively I was in control of the show. Now, it wasn't because anybody thought that I was terribly brilliant. Mostly it was because we had deadlines and people just stepped out of the way and said, go get the show done because we're really invested in meeting the deadlines. But I had a huge amount of creative control, and I remember thinking at the time that this was a dinosaur, that this was not going to happen anymore. Now, if you do a Marvel show, you have to answer to Disney, you have to answer to Marvel, you have to answer to, you know, whatever network you're on, and you feel that heavy hand of a committee in everything that they do. And I don't think you can have the kind of creative control anymore that you used to. And I think the way you get a Spider-Man is you turn to one guy and you say, give us your vision. Now, I happen to get lucky. I won that lottery. And again, not because anybody thought that I deserved it, but it just sort of happened that way. Except maybe Stan Lee. Stan thought that I deserved it, but the rest of them really didn't. But I got lucky, so I was able to present a complete vision. And I don't think you get that anymore. I think you just get a lot of explosions and you get a lot of characters running around, and then everybody sits back and says, okay, now we're going to sell some toys. And that's pretty much where it stands.
I would say that at the risk of sounding pedantic, I'll take that risk. There's an emphasis on, or I should put it this way, snippets of scenarios are not stories. I guess that's just the way I'd put it.
I also want to say they took a lot of characters from the Spider-Man mythos just in this first season. We have Dr. Connors, Aunt May, J. Jonah Jameson, John Jameson, Robbie Robertson, Glory Grant, Eddie Brock, Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn, Alistair Smythe, Spencer Smythe, The Kingpin, Felicia Hardy, Mary Jane, Dr. Octopus, Mysterio, Scorpion, Rhino, Shocker, Chameleon, Hobgoblin, Kraven the Hunter. They also had Nick Fury in the season, and I'm again glad that that there is this bigger Marvel universe that's already established. It's just really cool to see. This is also the first Marvel universe outside of the comics, which is actually really cool, especially since it's just starting up again. We are revisiting this world in 2024. Like, this Marvel universe has been here since the 90s. I'll talk more about this later, but it's still just insanely cool. Anyway, we have some very obscure characters like Farley Stillwell, which by the way serves the same role as he did in the comics, which was making the Scorpion. He also gets killed in the same issue by the Scorpion, but they keep him around in this show. They also have some original characters in the season like Agent X, James Reeve, Agent 4, Paul Stevenson, and Terry Lee, which is actually a good recurring character and is really the only one that matters here. I think it's implied that she's based off Jean DeWolf, who was a cop who would work with Spider-Man, but that's unconfirmed. I like that we were basically introduced to all the main Spider-Man characters in the series, and we're only going to get a couple of new ones. I think this season was solid groundwork. They really laid down the groundwork for future stories and how this series would keep evolving over the course of its 4 years on the air. I think the storytelling only keeps getting richer. Everything feels the same tone-wise, character-wise, and visually everything feels like it stays consistent throughout, and that's great. I think the storytelling fell flat this season just because John Semper is one that likes to take time creating stories, and he was forced to make these one-off stories, and that's this season's weak point. But he still does a great job of making everything work. Everything still just feels natural. I think that's also another reason the symbiote arc was one of my favorites this season, because it was actually an arc. I like how John does his storytelling so much in later seasons with just having these really nice and tightly written arcs. It all just makes it feel so streamlined. Also, the Hobgoblin one was good too, and I would pick that over the standalone episodes in season 1 any day, besides the Mysterio one. I love that one.
Seasons 2 through 5, for the most part, are all like, it's almost like a book.
Yes.
You know, chapters 1 through 14 for each of those seasons.
Yep.
Talk about the process of titling and doing arcs like that. I mean, sure, nowadays in television and in some cartoons we do have like an overarching story for an entire season, but just the fact that the title to me reads like a chapter in a book.
Yeah.
So talk about the process of how those kinds of things worked back then.
Well, the process was that I was told not to do it, and I did it. And I was much beloved for having gone contrary to certainly the network's wishes. Well, that's another thing. You know, when I read about some of these later Spider-Man shows and how wonderful they are, the fact of the matter is that there had to be a lot of, I really had to fight really hard to do things like that, because again, there hadn't been any precedent. There was a little bit of precedent with the X-Men show. The Lee Walds, Eric and Julia were doing a really wonderful job with the X-Men show, and there was some continuation. There were some multi-part stories, but on Spider-Man, I remember Stan came to me once and he said, "You know, John, I always wanted to do something called the Spider-Man Diaries." And at the beginning of the episode, Spider-Man will say, I'll never forget the time I fought the Green Goblin. And, and then we'll have the adventure. And then at the end he says, and so that's how I defeated him. And he'll close the book. And I thought, well, the problem that I have with that is that there's no jeopardy, because, if he's telling you the story and he's survived it and it's in a book, it's in his diary, then you know that he came out okay, and I just don't think that kind of a framing device is going to work. I mean, I understood that it was certainly an approach, but the best thing that happened for you Spider-Man fans, you young kids, was that I had started out as a young kid myself reading the comic book. As I said, I'm originally from Boston, so I'm a kid in Boston. I'm reading the comic book, picking it up every month at the kiosk, in the subway. And I was riveted at these continuing stories. I mean, there hadn't been anything like that in comic books. And I thought to myself, well, there really isn't anything like that on Saturday morning. So I have an opportunity to replicate for you youngsters what I experienced when I was reading the comic book. And that absolutely dictated to me that we needed to do continuing storylines. So that's the first thing. It just felt more Marvel to me. Now, in the first season of Spider-Man, I wasn't able to do that for various reasons. When things get started, everybody wants their hand in it, and it's a very difficult time. And there's a lot of, there's just a lot of bickering and a lot of ego clashing. And so the easiest way to get through that first 13 was to just acquiesce to the, everyone's desire to simply tell one story, then another story, then another story, then another story. And that was okay with me. I tend to not be a very combative personality in most cases. So that went along just fine. But then when the next 13 came along, a couple of things happened. The first was that everybody now had a new toy to play with, which was all the footage that was coming in. You know, there's a 9-month gap between writing a show and then seeing film. So
Right.
for the first 13, we pretty much wrote that blind. I don't think we saw a single bit of film during the writing of the first 13. And then by the time the second 13 came around, the film started to come in. So all the egos moved into the editing room. And they're all battling with one another over how the thing was going to look. And the new toy was no longer the stories. Now now it's work, and because it's work, hand it off to that writer guy who's in charge of that. So they kind of left me alone. And then Avi was cool because I went to him and I said, I kind of want to do these continuing stories, and he basically said, yeah, fine. He at that point we had established a pretty good rapport, and so he let me. And for me, that's when the fun of the show began. Now, sometimes I'll read on the internet, people saying, well, everything fell apart after the first 13. Well, no, if you were a kid and you were following it, as I think kids are capable of doing, I think the stories got deeper and richer, and I think the relationships got more interesting. We had, a lot of, I thought the romances were kind of fun to play with. And all of this was really much more the Marvel experience than the first 13.
Before I get into season 2, I just have to mention the sheer amount of explosions in this show. Like, I'm gonna have a season montage of the explosions for each season because it's insane how many explosions there are. It's actually really funny.
Destroyed by radiation. This time. Take it out. The sequential explosions is too powerful to hit damage to rotor. There's more. Remember once, I tried experiments of my own. Choke you out. So blast. It's time for a real shot. Look up. I'm invincible. Let me give you a proper brief. Get out of here, game, Spider-Man! Find out where we just came from. Bring it up!
I think I've talked enough about season 1. Let's get into the meat, which is season 2.
It's always the same. I can save the world 10 times over, but when I need help, I'm on my own. Thanks for nothing.
So while I can't tell you exactly what your DNA is transforming you into, one thing's already clear. It won't be human.
One thing I will say immediately getting into season 2 is that you can automatically tell that John has more creative freedom just from how amazing these story arcs are. It feels like the show just went from a 7 out of 10 to an immediate 10 out of 10 just because of how John is able to flex his creative muscles this season. These stories feel like they have a direction they want to go into compared to the standalone episodes where it was just a one and done thing, but I still do like that he was able to set up so much in that first season because he was able to bring so much into these next seasons. Everything feels so natural with these stories, and it feels like him and his team were having so much fun bringing these stories to life. Season 1 was a catalyst for what's to come for future stories, and they don't waste time getting to that. There's so much here that feels more lively. There's so much here that feels like it's given more depth. It feels like this is a show that is made by people who love the source material, and you can feel it through every episode here. That was apparent in season 1, but I feel it's enhanced 10 times more here. There's so much spectacle in this season, and they only keep ramping that up as we continue.
So at the end of those 13, they had to make a decision whether they were going to sign me on for the remainder or not, and by that time they had decided that they would. They meaning Avi. Now, part of the reason that I had more control was because we started getting film in. You know, the first 13, you do completely blind. You don't see any footage. You know, it takes 9 months to get a show made from the moment you finish the script until the moment you see footage. During those 9 months, we're writing the first 13 episodes, so we hadn't seen a single bit of footage. When I had to start writing season 2, the footage started coming in. So all of their attention went to the footage, and they were now buried in the editing room, and they were kind of like, okay, John, you know what to do now, so you go do your thing. It was the greatest moment in the series for me because, you know, I still had to answer to Avi, and so you can feel it in the writing and the story structure. You can see that I'm introducing characters that aren't going to pay off for a few episodes. You can see that the complexity is starting to really be there. I love that whole Punisher man-spider arc. I mean, I watched that like I had nothing to do with it. I just watch it, and I find it exhilarating. And you can feel my personal creative freedom coming through in those episodes. So Morbius was kind of a part of that. I just felt that the character did not have a really strong backstory, and I wanted to give him one, and I also wanted to tie him in closer to what was going on at Empire State University. And I wanted to start making my characters function as an ensemble, so giving him a love story with Felicia was very important to me because now Peter had Mary Jane, so I wanted Felicia to have somebody. And it was really, for me, it was when the show came to life.
Season 2 instantly starts off with Peter talking about how lonely he is and starts talking to the gargoyle that he named Bruce. Like, that's insanely relatable unless I'm weird and I talk to myself and inanimate objects. You know what? Maybe I am crazy now that I'm saying that out loud. I feel like you haven't done your Spider-Man show right if he isn't talking about his problems to himself, because I think that's such a Spider-Man core trait, that just talking about what he's feeling or thinking in that moment. And they do it so much throughout the show. We almost know Peter's every thought in every situation, and I think that's amazing. It makes us feel so much more connected to him. It feels like we are on this journey with Peter, and I'll definitely be talking about this later on because we do go on a journey with this character. Peter feels like an actual human being in this show. In this episode, Spider-Man starts losing his powers, and I like that this is a big thing later, which I will get into at the end of this season. I like that, again, there is a direction they had in mind for this season. It wasn't really just thrown together. There is an idea here, and I think they fleshed it out perfectly. We see Kingpin with the other crime lords, and we see that Kingpin is part of this bigger thing, and they are losing respect for the Kingpin because Spider-Man is interfering with his business. We see Owl in this room, and he doesn't have a speaking line or anything, but he is from Daredevil #3, and he has a small criminal empire. The Kingpin has the idea to use Spider-Man villains that have been locked up from last season and help them use to defeat him, so he sends the Chameleon in to free everyone. When they're breaking the Six out of prison, Shocker still has his suit on and he never takes it off in this show. I'm assuming this is to save money because, again, character designs cost money. I do like that the Kingpin brought them all together because he knows that they all have beef with Spider-Man, and I also like that he straight up tells them, look, you guys are weak. You guys have lost against Spider-Man individually. We should all work together so we don't have to worry about him. And he even convinces Dr. Octopus to join by saying, I can provide you with a lab and unlimited resources. I do wish that he could have convinced everyone like that. Like, he offers them all something with money he has. I think that would have been interesting, but everyone is pretty on board with it and they don't ask any questions. The Sinister Six came from the Amazing Spider-Man Annual 1, so that's where this was adapted from. The only original members here are Dr. Octopus and Mysterio because Sandman and Elektra were off limits due to James Cameron's Spider-Man movie. movie that never got made, and then Kraven was cured from the serum in season 1. And then finally, the Vulture doesn't appear till later this season. We see Spider-Man have to fight the Six without his powers, and I find this to be so interesting. I think having this mutation thing really adds a lot to the stakes because he has to deal with that while dealing with his biggest enemies. There's so much that Peter has to go through. It all adds to that Parker look, because as soon as this mutation is starting, they have the Insidious Six, appear. I'm curious what would have happened if he still had the black suit with the mutation. Would he still have his mutation problem since it's a DNA thing? I don't know. I guess that's some interesting things to think about. I also want to mention that he was also losing his powers during the Sinister Six annual, but it's weird. He loses his powers and then just randomly gets it back when he starts fighting the Six. Where does Doc Ock keep his mechanical arms while he's wearing his doctor uniform? Are they not attached to him? At the end of the episode, the Six decide to use Peter Parker to get to Spider-Man. They bring Aunt May to a fake hospital saying that Peter had collapsed on the street, and Dr. Octopus leaves a note for him at his house. The note says that if you ever want to see Aunt May again, tell Spider-Man to come to this address, and so he goes to the address, and it is obviously a trap. And this is the end of the first part of this two-parter. I really like this episode. The stakes are so high, the Peter Parker and Spider-Man stuff mixes so well. Peter slept for a whole 24 hours while the Six are still out there terrorizing stuff because Peter was exhausted due to his mutation disease. They also set up the Kingpin in this episode and the other crime lords. They set up Michael Morbius, the best character ever. Such a gem. But yeah, they have a seed in place where Felicia and him start to form a connection. There's a lot to this episode and there's a ton of fun to have here. I do wish these villains were maybe a bit more fleshed out, but that's my only gripe, but they serve their purpose. I think this is honestly just tons of fun and the next episode just keeps that going. The name change for the Insidious Six instead of the Sinister Six wasn't a network change, because why would they allow Mr. Sinister on X-Men if the word sinister was so bad? John Semper says, and I quote, "I couldn't use Sandman because Cameron was planning to use him in his movie, so it wasn't the real Sinister Six. And if I had done the Sinister Six without Sandman, then everyone would be complaining that it wasn't the real Sinister Six. So really, you can't win. But I do object to him calling it stupid. Yes, I did get a note that they were uncomfortable with the word sinister, but I don't think that was the final reason I changed it. Without Sandman, it just didn't seem like I could legitimately call the group the Sinister Six. It didn't seem right." End quote. The beginning of this episode starts with the Six fighting Spider-Man without his powers, and he gets caught very quickly. They unmask him and they all want to kill him immediately. But Dr. Octopus is like, this isn't the real Spider-Man. Look how easily we caught him. He was performing way better the last time I fought him. And I think that is such a great way to make that work because it makes a lot of sense since they don't know his situation. Once Silvermane finds out that the Kingpin has failed him by not getting rid of Spider-Man, he wants to launch an attack on the Kingpin, but the Kingpin launches an attack on him first. They end up capturing Silvermane and the Six start their plan to kill Spider-Man. But luckily, Peter had grabbed one of Mysterio's holocubes and catches them off guard and changes into Spider-Man. Spider-Man is about to fight the Six, but he sees Silvermane hanging off of the Kingpin's helicopter, and he saves him. Spider-Man gets two of the Six members to fight, and he escapes and they all disband. Also, he has his powers back. Now Silvermane and the Kingpin have mega beef. Now at the end of the episode, Peter loses Felicia to Morbius and learns that he's turning into a mutant monster by Dr. Connors because he's decided to get some tests done by him, and that's the end of the episode. I'm immediately going to give this arc a 8 out of 10. There's so much happening, but they make it feel so natural. There's so much build up to bigger things, and I think that's just crazy because at the time you had to be keeping up with these episodes, and the network didn't want any of these big story arcs. They wanted standalone episodes. The Insidious Six I felt was lacking a lot. I'm curious on why they disbanded. It just seemed like it happened out of nowhere. All they really say is that the Kingpin hasn't kept his promise, but they didn't either. They didn't kill Spider-Man. I thought the crime lord stuff was pretty interesting, and I like how Spider-Man didn't know Silvermane was a crime lord, so he has to save him. There's actually not much to say other than that. Let's move on to the next episode. The original title for this episode is I Cried a River Over You, and this is listed on a couple of websites. Even Netflix somehow has this as the name too, when it was on there, apparently. That was on the wiki, so I don't know if that was a fact. In the first 2 minutes of this episode, it captures how hard Peter's life is. He's getting blamed for crimes in the Bugle. He's worried about his mutation disease. He's wondering why Mary Jane is afraid to get close to him. All of this is Spider-Man. I know I said this before, but him talking about his problems makes us feel so connected with this character. I like that they never stop showing this because this is Spider-Man to me.
I was lucky with Peter Parker when I came up with that character because he seems to have struck a chord with so many readers. And I think it's because he's probably more like a regular person, a normal person than any other character. And I try to make him that way because I guess until Peter Parker, no superhero or no superhero's alter ego had ever had to worry about making a living, getting along well with girls, being popular, or have all the problems that I tried to heap as many problems as I could on poor Peter, because I feel most people, even people who seem to be happy, have problems and they have worries. One thing I loved from the point of view of writing the stories, it made it easy for me to come up. See, you have to come up with situations that interest a reader, where the reader is going to say, how the hell is he going to get out of this? Now, I always enjoyed doing things where Peter Parker had to become Spider-Man and go over there in order to save the world or the city or Mary Jane or somebody. But at the same time, Aunt May needed her medicine or she might die. And the only place to get the medicine was in the drugstore over there. But Peter had to do either one of those in the next 5 minutes. And there wasn't time to do them both. And what would he do? And I tried to come up with as many situations of that type as possible, because of the fact that he had a regular life away from his superhero life that had all sorts of problems. I think people could relate to it. Even the idea of not being able to, well, for example, I had not read any other superheroes who very often felt they wished they could quit being a superhero because it's not a normal life and he's miserable and maybe he's not doing the right thing. I made him a guy who is very introspective. He questions, why am I doing this? I gave him a guilt complex. He felt his uncle had died because he hadn't captured this original burglar who ended up killing his uncle. So he was riddled with neuroses and riddled with worries and doubts. And there were quite a few stories I wrote where he wanted, in fact, there was one story I know I wrote where he threw his costume in a trash can and he walked away, said, I'm giving it up. And John Romita drew the greatest cover of him walking away into the distance and the trash can over here with the costume kind of hanging over the side. And you hadn't seen that in Superman or Batman or anyone. So I'm rather proud of that. The fact that Peter, like any normal human being, had self-doubts and concerns, and he was just never sure. Am I doing, just like me now, I'm not sure. Am I talking too much? Am I talking too little? Do I look okay in the camera? Should I be, my wife will say, you should have sat straight. Why were you hunched over this way? We all have these problems.
Submariner, eat your heart out.
Spider-Man mentions the Submariner here, who is another Marvel character. I think that this episode is a 10 out of 10. Mary Jane dated this guy named Morris Bench in high school, and he turns out to be obsessive over Mary Jane. He keeps trying to force her to be with her as Hydro Man and chases her throughout the whole episode. She beats Hydro Man just by being smart. She leads him away from water and lets the sun do his job. I think this was an awesome way for her to beat the villain without it being corny or cringy, because Spider-Man had a hard time getting to Bench because he can literally travel anywhere. He can travel through sewer pipes. He can travel through anywhere where there's water, basically. It's hard to catch this guy. I think this was super well executed in a smart way of showing that Mary Jane is a smart character. It also implies Bench died at the end of the episode, even though Spider-Man was like,
not necessarily. H2O is infamous among solvents for its self-cohesiveness.
I'm pretty sure that was just to reassure kids that he didn't die, but he's definitely dead. The real him never returns, and I mean, they made a clone of him, so I think he actually did die. This Hydro Man is a lot different from his comic counterpart. He has no connection to Mary Jane in the comics and attacks Spider-Man because he doesn't like him, compared to this version where Spider-Man is just in the way of him trying to get to Mary Jane. I think they really did a good job with Hydro Man's origin change for this show. I think it's way more interesting, especially with how they handled it later down the line. It's crazy how important this episode is because it sets up a whole storyline with Mary Jane and it's all very entertaining. Hydro Man is also just so fun to watch because of how much he can do with his abilities. I like how he's such a big threat. He can pretty much go anywhere because there's water everywhere, so it's also hard to find him. I just like that he actually feels like such a big threat that the characters struggle not knowing what to do. I also like that Spider-Man put chemicals in his webbing to slow Bench down before he fights him again. I just think that's cool that we're showing how smart he is, like always. I also liked Mary Jane a lot in this episode. She doesn't want to be with Peter because of how Bench treated her, but then at the end of the episode, once Bench is defeated, she actually gives Peter a chance. And they have a cute little moment at the carnival. The only thing I find weird is that she was willing to go out with Peter in previous episodes, so it doesn't make much sense why she just changed her mind. So that feels like it comes out of nowhere, but it's still a fantastic episode. John Semper says, and I quote, "Apparently the new Invisible Man movie is a box office hit because the filmmakers turned it into an allegory of sexual harassment and stalking. I did the same thing 25 years ago on my Spider-Man series with Hydro Man, my own twist on an Invisible Man horror story. It seemed to me that a villain like Hydro Man who could turn himself into water could invisibly travel anywhere and was virtually inescapable. The perfect stalker. Rather than have him chase after Spider-Man like any other boring villain, I thought it'd be more interesting to have him stalk Mary Jane Watson because he thought he was in love with her. This gave me the opportunity to demonstrate her strength in the face of adversity, a perfect way to establish her character early on. This twist on Hydro Man had never appeared in any comic prior to my TV episode. I think it turned out to be one of our better episodes, aided greatly by a truly creepy vocal performance by the brilliant Robert Paulson. I do miss being able to take existing characters and doing interesting, innovative things with them that had never been done before. Of all the things I did on Spider-Man the Animated Series, that ability was the most creatively fulfilling." End quote. Let's move on to the next episode.
Stan and I would have long discussions when I was at Marvel about his favorite characters, and I remember going into him one day and asking him, I mean, obviously Spider-Man is his favorite, but he talked a lot about X-Men because he loved X-Men. And one day I was talking to him and he was saying, he didn't say these words, but it added up to the way I took it. I said, I get it. It's about disenfranchised teens. He said, well, I've never quite thought of it that way, but yes, it's kids who are different and they're being ostracized and punished because they're different. And he said, every kid, including me, felt like an awkward kid and we didn't feel we belonged, and we were mortified when we go to school every day, and we stuck out and we didn't know where we belonged. And that was his inspiration for X-Men. So we had talked so much about it, that's why I said to him, the first show we'll do is X-Men, and then we're going to do Spider-Man, and then we had other properties to do. So when we started Fox, I waited one season because we had so much to get done, and then I told my boss, I'm gonna order X-Men, and he said, and I was really taken aback. I said, well, I thought I had green light authority here and I could make the creative decisions. He said, Margaret, I think that X-Men is a mistake. Why do you believe in it so much? And I told him all the reasons. He says, well, I don't know, I don't really. He says, and I don't see any enthusiasm from you. And I said, well, my enthusiasm is for the shows, not for, I really believe in it. And so he thought it was a mistake. He thought that, again, a comic book, maybe it was too esoteric. I can't remember all the reasons he didn't like it. But he said to me, okay, Margaret, I'll let you do it, but you understand if it doesn't work. It's not going to work for us together here. He said, are you willing to put that much behind the show? And I said, yeah. And then after that discussion, I went in with Power Rangers, and that's when he said no. And so X-Men came out first, and we went from being the 4th network to #1 with X-Men. And then months later, I premiered Power Rangers, and we went from #1 to the stratosphere. And it was 2 shows that nobody believed in, that the industry didn't believe in, and yet they just didn't understand what kids liked, in my opinion.
These next set of episodes bring in Fox's X-Men, which I could imagine was also very exciting to see these two team up because crossovers weren't as big as they are now. You could rarely see this stuff back in the day. It's cool that the two #1 shows on the network got to do their own little crossover, and I think they do it flawlessly. We see how the X-Men look in the show, which they look the same, but for some reason it looks like it translated better in the show. There's something about the art style that I just didn't enjoy in their own show. It doesn't seem as crisp as it feels in the Spider-Man show. I'm curious if that's just a me thing because I genuinely think this show looks better than the 90s X-Men show. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for that, but I still enjoyed the X-Men show and have watched every episode. One thing that's really neat is when he meets the X-Men 90s theme starts playing in the back. I think that's cool and just adds that these are the actual X-Men from that 90s cartoon. This whole episode is based on the Spider-Man Mutant Agenda comic in 1994. And I think it's interesting what they did with this comic. So in issue #0, they made this thing called a newspaper comic. So it's a comic that's completely blank and you're supposed to put all the newspaper comic strips into the comic to make the comic. And I find that to be such a fun idea. But if you just want to read the whole story without doing that, they have the actual comic series. So it's 3 issues and it's the same story with a lot more depth. And it's also drawn more, I don't know, more 90s, I guess. I just think that's such a cool and fun concept with what they did. I'm going to be talking about all the changes from the comic to this because the whole story is adapted this time. In the main comic, Beast goes to the Brand Conference because he's worried that they still have some of his research on mutations, while in the cartoon, Beast gets captured by Landon while trying to help Spider-Man. Peter in the comic is also at the conference because his college professor wants him to report on it, so they made a really good change with him in the show where he's going to the conference because of his mutation disease. I think that's such a more coherent reason to go. The Hobgoblin attacks the place just like in the cartoon. They track the Hobgoblin down to the Brand Research Center. Wolverine and the other X-Men are completely out of the story besides the beginning, unlike the show. The Hobgoblin steals all of Landon's genetic mutant research and uses it to blackmail Landon. In the comics, Beast eventually does get captured by Landon and he's stuck in the exact same area as in the show. Spider-Man gets captured too and the Hobgoblin ends up accidentally freeing Spider-Man and Beast, and in all the chaos, Spider-Man and Landon end up falling into the vat of chemicals that would change mutants into humans, but in the show it would just kill mutants. Landon is exactly like he is in the show. He hates mutants. That's his only character trait. When Spider-Man and Landon fell into the vat of chemicals, Spider-Man was fine because he was wearing a costume, and Landon changed into a mutant creature but gets taken out fairly quickly, unlike the show where he becomes a big monster that would keep growing if he had electricity. The comic story is written by Stephen Grant, and he actually helped write this episode, which is pretty cool.
Something that I really appreciated and everybody else did. Kids, just taking a second here. Just to remind you, you see trailers for things that come out 2 years later. This was kind of dropped on me where one day I'm watching Spider-Man, the animated series, and there's the X-Men. What? They have their own show. Can they do that? What? just picture little me, just like. And I call up my friend Marlon and Jason, who I'm still very good friends with these days. And, you know, back then the phone was like this. I'm like, dude, did you see Spider-Man today? And but that's super interesting because the cast was Canadian for X-Men. Tell me about that mashup, because that was sorry for swearing, everybody. That was awesome. That was really cool. Like these days in MCU, it's always like that, but back then, no, that was the first big crossover.
Well, like I said, I always wanted to surprise you guys. You know, I mean, it was like, what can I do next that will top what I did last week? And it was totally my idea. You know, as I said, I did have the whole Marvel universe at my command and my disposal. But then I thought, well, what's the thing that we can do that nobody will expect that we will do? And I thought, well, let's bring the X-Men in. I mean, we were the #1 and #2 shows. You know, some weeks Spider-Man would be #1, other weeks X-Men would be #1, and we were always fluctuating back and forth. And I knew all the X-Men people. I knew Larry Houston, and I knew Eric Lee Wald and Julia Lee Wald. And so I went to Avi and I said, let's do an X-Men crossover. And he thought it was a good idea. And then Fox couldn't argue with it because they had both shows, so why not? And I think Avi had a little conversation with Haim Saban, because I think technically Haim Saban had the rights to the X-Men, but Avi went and, you know, they were good friends, and so Avi had a little conversation, and Haim said sure. I had actually worked for Haim years earlier. I did a show for Haim, the Kid and Play cartoon show, based on
Oh
yeah.
my God! There's this whole other part of your life with Kid and Play. That's an episode in itself, man.
Yeah.
but please continue. But yes, the Kid and Play cartoon ruled.
So I knew Haim, and so there really there were no walls. There were no barriers. All that had to happen was we had to come up with a good story. So I will admit to you right up front, I am not the biggest X-Men fan. I was not very well versed in the X-Men universe. You know, X-Men fans are rabid and they know every little, nuance of that universe. So I just called up Eric and I said, come over here. You're now hired to be a consultant. So you come over, and I think he brought in two of his writers, or one of his writers, one of the Edens brothers, to write those episodes, because I wanted Eric to be there to preside over the X-Men-ness of the whole thing. I didn't want there to be any errors. I didn't want there to be any glitches, any continuity problems. I had the basic story. I think the basic story I knew was part of this whole mutation that Spider-Man was going through. But I just said, do what you do. Tell your X-Men story, and I'll preside over Spider-Man. You preside over X-Men, and we'll make it all happen. We did 2 episodes, and I could hear all of your little minds being blown that Saturday morning.
Yeah, well, it's still being blown right now. Like, I'm used to it, but Cal Dodd of the Voice of Wolverine's like kind of a friend of mine now. So to hear Christopher Daniel Barnes and Cal talk to each other, especially after consuming season 1 so quickly, it's just like, you guys, and frankly, thank you for doing that and and also giving honor to the other show, because you could have just hired some sound-alikes. Because like I said, all the Wolverine cast was Canadian. You could have just got some LA people, but thank you for actually doing that, because
well, the network had a vested interest in keeping the X-Men, of the same quality that was on their other hit show. It was relatively easy, quite frankly, because they were recording X-Men at that time, actively recording it, and so it was just another recording session for them. And then, of course, we recorded our cast here, and it was the synergy was just a perfect fit. It worked out so well, and I'm really glad that we did that, and I'm really proud of the fact it was my idea. I was always pushing the envelope. I always wanted to see what I could get away with.
These 2 X-Men centered episodes were the most expensive to make because the X-Men cast were Canadian voice actors and they had to be transported to Los Angeles, which made it difficult for these 2 to cross over, and this is why this is the only time we see them fully cross over. Gambit's eyes are colored differently in this episode than how they looked in X-Men the Animated Series. The Sentinels are also colored differently than how they are portrayed in the X-Men 90s show. Cyclops Blast is colored pink instead of the usual red. Then finally, Jean Grey's costume is slightly changed in this episode, compared to the X-Men show. There is a character called Lewald, who is one of the men trying to capture Beast, and Lewald is named after Eric Lewald, who is a writer and story editor for X-Men the Animated Series. John says for this episode, and I quote, "Very sorry to report the passing of writer/story editor Michael Eddins. When I decided to bring the X-Men into our series, I wanted it to be as authentic as possible, and for the networks to rest assured that the X-Men in our Spider-Man series would be consistent with the same characters in their own hit series. To that end, I hired Michael Eddins, one of the co-developers of the X-Men series, to co-write our 2 X-Men featured episodes, and Eric Lewald, the X-Men showrunner, to consult. Thanks to Michael's and Eric's talented contributions, the X-Men's appearance was seamless, and that 2-part story stood out as one of the highlights of the entire series. Rip to Michael Edens, a wonderful writer/creator." End quote. John has also said another thing about the X-Men after a fan had asked him what he thought of the X-Men and Batman at the time, and he says, and I quote, "I have only watched 1 episode of X-Men. I did it just before starting my Spider-Man series. I very quickly decided that I wanted to do a different kind of show, and that was that. It's a fine show, but in general, the whole X-Men franchise is not my thing. Whether it's TV or live-action movies, the franchise often boils down to just a lot of superheroes fighting supervillains or each other, with little regard for the common man. I find that hard to relate to. They operate in some kind of superhero fairyland where people like us don't live. The reason I love Spider-Man is that he is the common man. and he's very relatable. He lives where we live. His drama is our drama. His fears are our fears. His triumphs, therefore, are our triumphs. As for Batman, I enjoyed the Batman show stylistically, and as far as stories go, there are some real gems. Overall, I enjoyed it. End quote.
Tell us about your guys' experience doing the crossover with Spider-Man, the animated series.
Yeah, that was a great episode. Two-parter. Who wants to jump in? Raise a hand so they'll turn your mic on. Cal.
I've been waiting to jump in. Hello, are these microphones on all the time?
No.
Could we leave them on all the time? Because I like interrupting people. And when they start telling stories, and I just like to jump in and say something that Doughhead would say, you know. But I just wanted to, oh, that's gone.
You're up.
Yeah, no, what was the question?
The Spider-Man crossover with X-Men.
Pardon?
The Spider-Man crossover, when you guys...
Oh, yeah. They were done, and we didn't even do them together with those. We just did our lines in Toronto, and I don't know where they did their Spider-Man lines. Spider-Man, we just did it separate studios, so we never saw anyone.
Eric Lewald, in his previously on X-Men book, where it gives a deep dive into the production of that show, has a Spider-Man section on page 115 and 116, and it reads, and I quote, "Our X-Men team actually appeared in 2 more episodes of animated television in the 1990s, and members of my writing team and I were asked to help make it happen. The answer to this trivia question is that all 9 of our main characters had a crossover guest appearance in 2 Spider-Man the Animated Series episodes, The Mutant Agenda and Mutant's Revenge. At a time when the rights to show other Marvel characters in our own series were severely restricted, we were surprised and pleased when the powers that be decided that Fox Kids Network could lend our mutants to an up-and-coming sister program. My memories of this collaboration all focus on the Olympian patients of the series. Last story editor left standing, John Semper. If X-Men TASM had been a struggle to get focused and moving in the right direction, Spider-Man TASM was a world war. As I heard it at the time, many months and story editors had come and gone, yet the brain trust, the creative core, seemed entrenched, immovably at odds with each other. Ideas and script would go endlessly round and round, never finding common ground. When I finally became involved in Season 2, Field General Semper had established a method for dealing with the warring parties. Marvel's Avi Arad, Stan Lee, director Bob Richardson, Fox's Sidney Wanter, who were trying to run the show. He would sit them down in an office together and then read out a line of the script's dialogue or action. The line would either have to be agreed to by all or modified until it could be agreed to by all. No agreement, no progress. I sat in our 2 script meetings. Each took 9 hours, but they were necessary. When 5 strong-willed, if well-intentioned people are pulling a series in different directions, someone needs to establish order or it all collapses. The experience made me that much more thankful for the shared vision we had been able to establish on X-Men the Animated Series. Finally, in return for my uncredited help with the script sections featuring the X-Men, John did something for me that no one else ever has. He made me a minor villain, Lewald, in the 2 episodes. Thanks, John, for my little bit of immortality." End quote. I'm going to be giving this book away on my Patreon as a raffle, so if you want this book, go to my Patreon and get the $3 tier to enter the raffle, and you can also get the second part of this video. So it's a pretty good deal. The raffle is only applicable to the US because I'm unsure how international shipping works, and I'm sure it costs quite a bit. So all you gotta do is get that tier, then comment below and put Crispy's Fellow Toast, and then put what your favorite episode or arc is, or just have a comment about the show, and then for the next episode, I will spin a wheel, and we'll see who won the raffle, and I'll send the book to you. So I thought this would be a fun little thing to do. Let's get back into the video. I'm gonna give this arc a 10 out of 10. I think the X-Men, like I said, were perfectly translated into this show. They also felt like they served a purpose to the story. They didn't just throw these guys in here because they wanted an X-Men episode. It makes sense why Spider-Man would want to be talking to Charles Xavier since this is a mutation problem. I do wish that he got more interactions with the rest of the X-Men, but I think it was still perfectly handled because they weren't the main focal point of the story. They did matter in the story, but it was just Beast and Wolverine that were really the ones that did something besides the ending. I also just love all the dialogue he has with the X-Men, especially Wolverine, just some really fun stuff. You can tell they had a lot of fun bringing these characters together. They also had a lesson in this episode where we have our friends if we need them. We aren't alone through these times. We have friends or family to help us get through them. And I just love that the X-Men give Spider-Man that comfort. And they also liked working with each other. I think that was just really wholesome. Peter is also perfectly characterized in this episode. He constantly blames himself for his mutation and always feels like he has to go through this alone. And when he's at a dark place and is finally about to give up, he remembers Uncle Ben and him telling him that he can do anything as long as he doesn't give up on himself. I think this is perfect. I keep saying perfect because these 2 episodes are perfect. This is also a perfect use of Uncle Ben. He should be reflecting on him every time he's down because he gives him the strength to keep going. Landon was a fine villain. He wants to destroy all mutants as everyone else in this universe does. I'm surprised John Semper decided to use the Hobgoblin this episode since he's not a fan of the character, but I'm just assuming he was trying to be as faithful as he could to that original comic, so he kept him in. I still think he's a great villain, but that's the end of the episode. Let's move on to the next one. This episode starts with Spider-Man chasing some robbers, but as soon as he's about to stop them, his mutation disease starts causing him extreme pain. He almost dies to the robbers, but luckily the police come and chase them away. We then see Spider-Man meet up with Mariah Crawford, which I actually had forgotten to mention at the end of the last episode. Spider-Man went to her for help to find a cure, and now she says she might have possibly found a cure since the cure seems to have no side effects right now. But she doesn't know if that will change, so she doesn't want to give it to him, but Spider-Man says he needs it, and when she refuses, he starts getting mad and trashes the place. She then calms him down and says she'll give him the serum, and he leaves. We then see Michael Morbius and Deborah Whitman talking about their neogenics experiment, and he'll say he'll be working on it all night. Peter is also there trying to see what the serum might be doing to his body, but gets interrupted by Mickey Mouse. He starts trying to work on it again, but the pain becomes too much for him and goes home. Michael ends up stealing his blood sample like the rat he is, and realizes that his blood can give you tremendous power. By the way, Michael was looking at Parker's stuff because he wanted to know what he was doing, so Parker doesn't win as Connor's research assistant. Michael invites Felicia up to the bell tower where he is working, and he also had stolen the neogenic recombinator from Dr. Connors. He tells Felicia that his village was thriving until a random virus ended up destroying the village. He plans on making a cure for them by being successful and wealthy in America. He's studying bats because he thinks that might be causing the virus in his village. After Felicia leaves, he starts up the neogenic recombinator on Parker's blood to study it, but then after a bat flies into the neogenic recombinator, the bat bites Michael and realizes he has amazing powers. But once he sees himself, he wants to change back. He also has a craving for plasma. Yes, plasma. I'll talk about all that sensor stuff later in the video. While Michael was busy doing all of that, Peter wanted to talk to Mary Jane, but he doesn't because he's turning into a mutated creature. He also starts web-slinging to get everything off his mind, and then he starts talking to Bruce and starts telling him his problems. Spider-Man then is like, you know what, I should probably listen to Dr. Crawford and tell her to finish her test. As he starts swinging back to Dr. Crawford's, he spots Morbius trying to get the plasma out of people. They start fighting until Spider-Man starts having his extreme pain. But Michael doesn't want to hurt Spider-Man and just leaves him alone. But Morbius luckily had dropped his tape recorder that he was using to record everything with. So Spider-Man now knows Morbius' whole origin and finds out that he's most likely going to see Felicia. Peter tells Felicia that she needs to stay away from Michael, but she just thinks he's jealous. And then Spider-Man jumps in to save her and he runs away, but Spider-Man catches up to him. Morbius almost steals Spider-Man's plasma, but the sun comes up and Michael turns back into human form. And when some civilians see Michael on the ground next to Spider-Man, they blame him for hurting Michael. Then somehow a whole day passes and Felicia tries to visit Michael. Michael turns into Morbius because it's turning dark and he runs out of the hospital, and this makes Felicia think Spider-Man had kidnapped Michael. Peter takes the serum and this makes his mutation problem even worse. He grows 6 arms and screams, and that's the end of the episode. I like how scary the end of the episode is. It gives me a horror theme vibe that I like. Morbius was created in this episode and his story is quite different than the one in the show. In the comics, Michael was already a successful scientist, but he was dying, so he had an experiment that would try to fix him. But obviously the experiment goes wrong and he turns into Morbius. Did we need a full movie for this, or are we alright? I'll discuss some more things about this whole story after the next episode because they tie together. I'll give this episode a 7 out of 10 though.
My favorite arc is when he's got the 6 arms. And, you know, and then the Punisher shows up and he's dealing with the Punisher. And I brought Carl Potts in to make sure that we were, you know, dealing with the Punisher 100% correctly, because Carl had had a successful run doing the Punisher in the comic books. And I actually think we did the Punisher better than he's ever been done, ever, in that run. But, I mean, there are a couple of episodes in there where I still watch it and I can't catch my breath. There's so much cool stuff going on. So, yeah. And then I've always loved having long, interesting stories. You know, I don't do anything short. I'm not a guy who can make short films because I like long, involved, complicated stories. And when we got to things like 6 Forgotten Warriors at the end and Secret Wars, you know, it just doesn't get any better than that. And I don't think anybody's been able to do that since. So,
Yeah. This episode begins with Aunt May going to Peter's room because she thought she heard a noise. She can't find him and leaves the room, but Peter was actually just outside hiding from her. We are then introduced to the Punisher with him saving this female from these crooks. He heads into his van and talks to Chip, which is actually Punisher's partner in the comics, so very cool that they have him in here. But anyway, he tells Punisher that they have a new target, Spider-Man. We go back to Peter in his room where he talks to Mary Jane. Mary Jane asks if she wants to go on a date with him, but of course he kinda has 6 arms at the moment, so he turns her down. She gets mad at him and comes over to his house immediately, but Peter leaves before she can get there. Spider-Man goes to Dr. Crawford to see if she can cure him and find out what's happening to him. She then tells him that he's been blamed for the disappearance of Michael Morbius. Outside of the Manhattan hospital, Morbius is stalking Felicia, and Spider-Man goes there to try and help him. The media, being stupid, thinks Morbius is Spider-Man. Spider-Man and Morbius start fighting, but Morbius gets away. Spider-Man starts swinging away, but encounters the Punisher. The Punisher and Spider-Man start fighting, but Spider-Man ends up getting away. Spider-Man is about to go back to Dr. Crawford, but he can't let Morbius just run loose because him being selfish led to Uncle Ben dying. Spider-Man goes back home, and Aunt May and Mary Jane are worried about where he could be. Spider-Man starts using the tape recorder and listening to the sounds that are in the area of where Morbius was to try and find him. The Punisher had put a tracking device on him, so he knows exactly where he is headed. Spider-Man finds Morbius, and Morbius for some reason just doesn't tell him that he's trying to cure himself, and Spider-Man pushes him into the neogenic recombinator, which he was using to try and cure himself, and he breaks it. Morbius runs away, and the Punisher starts trying to fight Spider-Man again, until eventually they are in this abandoned warehouse where Spider-Man starts having his mutation pains again, and this leads him to becoming a mutated spider creature, and that is the end of the episode. Carol Potts was brought in to write this episode because of his work on the Punisher comics. He actually is the first one to make his comic run. Before that, he was just a side character in other hero stories, so that's really awesome that they got him in here. Punisher is weirdly dressed in blue instead of black in all of his appearances in this series. I personally don't mind it, but I do prefer black because it looks better. Spider-Man growing 6 arms is taken from the Amazing Spider-Man number 100, but this is one of those times where it's just, that's like the only thing taken from that story, but Morbius is also in that story too. Peter gets 6 arms in the comics because he made a serum that he think will cure him of being Spider-Man, because he wants to settle down with Gwen Stacy and doesn't want Spider-Man to keep getting in the way. And without any test, he takes the serum and grows the arms. The way Morbius gets involved in the story is him being at the same place Spider-Man is randomly, so I do like how they made a completely new story and actually tied it all together and did it really well. Spider-Man becoming an actual mutant spider creature is taken from the Marvel Fanfare comics, and he has pretty much the same design as he does in this, and this was a comic before the show had come out. There's also a couple other times where he's changed into an actual spider, but I'm not going to talk about all of them. I'll give this episode a 9 out of 10, and again, I will finish up with my full thoughts after the next episode.
There's a long storyline about Parker essentially going through the darker side of puberty, you could say, with his spider powers and the possibility of a mutation. I gotta ask you, number one, you guys, you created the man spider, right? Because I don't recall seeing that in comic books before, like the mutation problem. Was that a specific to your show, or did I just not read the right issues?
Well, that's a good question. A lot of times what would happen, there were so many different elements involved, and I only just listened to a tape about 2 days ago where we're working all this out. You know, comic books were an influence and toys were an influence. Now, I did not want the show to become a Toy of the Week show because I knew that would be a bad show. Avi wanted a toy show. I mean, Avi wanted a show that was going to sell his toys. So there was a good deal of thought given to the toys, but only if I could do a really good story around them. I don't know where Man Spider comes from in the comic books. I suspect that he does come from the comic books, and I suspect that I did know that. But in my show, Man Spider came from a toy. You know, Avi had created a toy called Man Spider, and I always had this thing, and we're going to talk about it later because I know there's some stuff you're going to ask me about, and it will tie into this, which is that when I was a kid and they made a toy of a show that I watched, and the toy had nothing to do with the show, I always felt cheated. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen Star Trek, and there's one of the first Star Trek toys was a Star Trek helmet, and it was a helmet that they simply put a Star Trek sticker on, and it has nothing to do with Star Trek. Yeah. And I always thought that kind of was giving little kids the finger, you know? And so I didn't want there to be all these toys out there, because, you know, Avi was making up toys left and right, and some of them were really kind of goofy. And I didn't want there to be a toy out there that didn't have a real significant reason for being in the show, if it made sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I had this idea that I wanted Peter to go through some kind of illness or transformation. And then I was talking it out with Avi, I think, on the phone. I think he was on the phone. Mm-hmm. And then Mark Hoffmeyer, who was one of my staff writers, grabbed up this man spider toy that Avi had created and said, well, what about man spider? And I looked at that and I thought, well, if there's going to be a man spider toy, that's exactly the kind of thing that I want Peter to, you know, have a problem with. I'll tell you that another big inspiration were comic book covers, because I had insisted that that they buy me a complete collection of Spider-Man comics. Didn't matter if they were in good condition or anything, just get me a complete collection of Spider-Man comics. And their first reaction was, well, we don't want to do that because you have Stan Lee down the hall. And I said, Stan doesn't remember what he had for lunch earlier today, you know, so that's not going to work. I need a complete collection. So they gave me the money to buy a complete collection. And a lot of times I would just flip through the issues and look at a cover and go, oh, okay, well, that's an interesting direction. Or, you know, and then I'd read the comic book. And because there had been so many comics that I had not read, that really came in very handy, because sometimes I would see something that I didn't know about, or I'd see a villain that I hadn't thought about or didn't know who he was. So the inspiration came from a lot of different places. But I always did have an overall idea of where I was headed story-wise in terms of story arc. And again, later in the final season, that'll be an interesting thing that happens. But we'll get to it.
The episode starts with the Punisher running around like a little girl, because Man Spider is absolutely terrifying. I love how Spider-Man was the one being hunted by the Punisher, but now the Punisher's the one being hunted. Man Spider had organic webs before Toby's version, and it's not coming out of his butt like an actual spider. The Punisher eventually escapes, and Man Spider is running loose. Dr. Crawford calls Kraven to come help deal with Spider-Man, and the Punisher is getting ready to fight Spider-Man. Aunt May and Mary Jane end up going to the police because Peter never came home, and they're worried that the Man Spider creature might have kidnapped Peter. We then see Morbius almost go after Felicia, but he controls himself and goes out to try and cure himself again. Man Spider goes into the ESU and takes the Neogenic Recombinator. Deborah Whitman thought she heard the Man Spider and goes to see if she can find help, but meets Flash Thompson. Deborah wants him to escort her inside, and Flash doesn't want to do it, but Deborah thinks he's chicken, so he escorts her inside. Flash thinks she's crazy because he sees nothing, but ends up finding some of Spider-Man's webbing. Man Spider keeps remembering things like Mary Jane and sees someone with red hair, and the woman instantly runs away. The Punisher finds him with the tracer he put on him last episode, and they begin to fight. Punisher has him stuck and is about to kill him, but Kraven comes out of nowhere and tackles him. While all that is going down, Morbius goes to Deborah and starts trying to feed off her, but Flash pushes her away into some books instead. Flash gets drained, but Man Spider comes in and starts attacking Morbius. But then Morbius gets away and the Man Spider does as well. The Punisher and Kraven start fighting, but the Punisher traps him in a net and leaves. Kraven easily gets out of the net, and they both start trying to track down Spider-Man again. MJ invites Harry over to see if he knows what might have happened to Peter, but the Man Spider starts attacking them, and Harry stands up for Mary Jane and gets knocked out. Man Spider leaves because Mary Jane is scared of him. Man Spider ends up finding the Punisher and wraps him in a web cocoon. Kraven saves the Punisher and they start working together. They start fighting the Man Spider and take him down fairly quickly. Punisher is about to deliver the final blow, but Dr. Maria Crawford comes in and we learn why the Punisher is doing all of this. It's because his family was killed. She convinces him that Spider-Man is a victim, just as his family were victims, and they cure him. Punisher starts going his separate way, but Kraven stops him and tells him that Spider-Man is innocent of the kidnapping of Michael, and they actually start bonding. And it's funny because it sounds like the Punisher and Kraven here were supposed to be working together more, due to this line being in the episode.
We would be magnificent together.
And I honestly think they did too. They seem like a really cool duo, and I really like them together. The episode ends with Spider-Man swinging off, and everyone going their separate ways, and that's the end of this part of the story. Instantly, without a doubt, this is getting a 10 out of 10. I love these last two episodes. I love this arc. They do so much with this mutation disease, but it also feels so well strung together. Morbius, I think, was greatly set up. I think the Punisher was handled insanely well. I think this arc just keeps getting better and better with each episode. This season really ramped it up with the stakes and made it super entertaining. Punisher, I think, was perfectly translated into this universe. It's even implied that he has killed people, and obviously they can't show that, but all it needs to be is implied. We don't need a kid's cartoon fucking murdering people. I think Punisher was such a fun character. Punisher's banter with Spider-Man was insanely funny.
Don't tell me. The skull, the corny line, oh, your name must be Bonehead, right?
I was surprised that the humor still holds up really well. Some of the jokes don't land, quite a bit of them actually, but when they do land, I find it hilarious. I like that the Peter and Spider-Man stuff is done well. They have Aunt May and MJ always being worried about where Peter may be. I love when a show brings in a concept from the comics and it expands upon it in such a unique way. And that's what they've been doing with a lot of these episodes. It's just cool to see them take these things that weren't too interesting and find a way to make them fun and entertaining for the audience. I would say the writing has such an energy to it that I just can't even explain. I love that there's this horror theme aspect to this episode too. Man-Spider actually feels scary. Our main hero becomes the antagonist this episode. That's such an interesting way to flip the script. Not just make him mind controlled or possessed, turn him into a giant spider creature and start terrorizing people. It was cool to see from Spider-Man being hunted to Spider-Man being the hunter. Kraven adds so much to this episode too. We never have seen Kraven become a hero and trying to help Spider-Man, and it feels like it worked insanely well for this version of the character. The Punisher and Kraven dynamic I thought was fantastic. They had such a cool bond, and it would have been so cool to see more of these two together. That's pretty much all my thoughts about these episodes. I think they're fantastic. I did forget to add the Easter egg stuff, so Dr. Kaffa gets called Calypso at the end of the episode, referencing her comic counterpart. Punisher asks Kraven how he knew Man-Spider was in the World Trade Center parking garage, and Kraven says that he found gravel in Man-Spider's webbing, and it had the scent of gunpowder from the bomb explosion years ago. And I'll let John Semper explain what he's talking about. John Semper says, and I quote, "Regarding 9/11, the Twin Towers featured prominently in Spider-Man the Animated Series because the series was set in New York, and at the time the towers were the most prominent visual symbol of the city. Producer Bob Richardson, a stickler for detail, wanted to visually reinforce the New York environment as much as possible to ground the show in reality, which I think he did very well. As head writer and co-producer, I also tried to reinforce that sense of New York realism in our storytelling. Therefore, I incorporated many recognizable New York landmarks in our scripts. I noticed that a certain clip from our series has turned up frequently on YouTube as some sort of spooky prediction of 9/11, proof that the Illuminati conspired to use the media to warn us of its plans to make 9/11 happen, or some other such nonsense. You can see the clip in the comments below, but I have a unique insight into this prediction because I'm the very person responsible for the WTC being incorporated into the plot. It was my idea, and no, I'm not an agent of the Illuminati sent to warn the world of impending events under their control. The simple fact is that prior to 9/11, the World Center garage was the target of a massive bombing, which sent thick smoke up into the buildings and forced a mass evacuation of the towers. In the wake of 9/11, people have mostly forgotten about this earlier heinous event. It happened in 1993, the very year we were making the series. Everyone thought at the time that this was the biggest disaster that the WTC would ever face. Sadly, everybody was wrong. But in writing the series, I thought it would compound the sense of reality to link Spider-Man to a real New York disaster. That's how the scene came about. So you see, not everything is a conspiracy, although maybe I'm working for the Illuminati right now to hide their true secrets. Hey, it could happen, end quote. Let's move on to the next episode. Now we're going to go through a segment into this video called the McDonald's Happy Meal section. In 1995, McDonald's released Spider-Man the Animated Series action figures, and this coincided with the TV show when it came out. And these were sick. I actually had some of these given to me by my dad, and here's how it was displayed in McDonald's when you would come in. And you can get that on eBay right now for $150. And this set is honestly the best McDonald's set I've seen for anything. To the bag, to the detail of the toys, to how much care was put into everything. Happy Meals nowadays would never have this much detail or care put into their toys like these do. Okay, I want you to imagine something. You are a kid, you just watched Spider-Verse and you're like, wow, that movie was awesome. It was so good. Best Spider-Man movie I've seen. And then, you know, you get hungry as any child is, and you hear that they got some Spider-Verse toys in the Happy Meals. So you're like, oh, that's sick. So, you know, you ask your parents to go get you McDonald's and they get you a Happy Meal and you're pumped and you're excited. You're hyped about this toy. Nothing can ruin your day. And then you open the box, right? You open the box and you see this. And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Where's the Spider-Man toy? And then you open it up and you're actually like, oh, okay, there's stickers here, and like, you know, maybe it's not that bad. I got stickers here, I can just put them on the toy and it's gonna look awesome. All right, here we go. I'm gonna put the stickers on the toy, ready for the coolest toy of my life. And I'm throwing this shit away. Where's my iPad? I'm gonna rot my brain because screw these toys. Okay, obviously I'm being dramatic, but these things suck. Like, what happened to McDonald's toys? Why have we gone from so much detail into toys into essentially no effort being put into these toys anymore? There's no official answer why the McDonald's toys suck now, but here's my theory. It's just a product of its time. Kids use their iPads, tablets, or phones nowadays, and toys suffer because of this. I also like to think that whoever makes all the McDonald's toys just wants to make cheaper toys, because how do we go from these complex and great functioning toy designs to stickers we put on this thing that looks nothing like Spider-Man? But it can save a ton of money if we just have no detail on the figure and let kids put stickers on the toy. It's lazy, but it's business, you know? The company doesn't care about making a great toy anymore because they don't need to throw the extra money at the wall. I think that's the main reason why they haven't been doing great with their toys. And that's not to say that all their toys have been terrible. As of recent years, they've had some good ones, but they definitely have declined in quality over the years. Now I'm going to go over the actual figures because I bought them just for this video, because I thought it'd be cool to go over all of them. All right, let's set this up. Okay, here we go. Finally, I have everything set up. It took a long while. There we go. There's the McDonald's Happy Meal bags. And we have all the toys. And I had to move some other toys because I'll show you guys that later. But we're going to be opening all these today. Well, not all of these because there's duplicates in here. And I was going to do like a little raffle like I did with the previously on X-Men book. And I'll explain everything at the end of the video. But basically, we'll take the extras out here. Put them to the side. Doc Ock here. Sorry this isn't like professionally done because I'm using my phone right now. But we have everyone here, everyone in the Spectacular Spider-Man the Animated Series Happy Meal bag. I did already have some here from like where I previously had these here. I think these were the only ones I had. No, I definitely had the Venom one. I definitely had all of them. I think I didn't have Mary Jane and maybe Doc Ock, but I didn't have Spider-Man either. I had basically all these four. And you know, they're in the package here. I might not even take these ones out because, you know, I already have them like out here, so I can probably get rid of those ones too. But, there's your Scorpion looking as fantastic as ever. Look at that, man. Hold up, I have to get up to my lamp light. Oh, man. Look at that. Looks just like from the cartoon. And, it doesn't do, he squeaks now. I don't know if you can hear that, but pretty cool stuff. You know, obviously we have, you know, Scorpion in the packaging. I'll probably get rid of these two as well, you know, and make a giveaway for all of these toys. Now we're going to open the other toys. So here we go. I don't know the best way to do this with one hand, so I'm having a little bit of a struggle here. Let's see. Set it down here. Nope. There we go. Okay. And we'll be opening, which toy should we open first? Let's open the Hobgoblin here, you know, since he was a toy that was so important apparently for Aviarad. So I just opened it up. There we go. We have the Hobgoblin looking as fine as ever. Look at that. Again, just looks like the animated series. I love the little pumpkin bombs as his wheels. Look at that. Does he go like back and can, nope. He's just a pretty cool toy. He has like little wings. I think they flap around when you, yeah, it doesn't really work as well as I think it's supposed to, but very cool, very cool. Now let's go to Venom. Let's do Venom. Venom's probably the coolest one here. If I can get it open. There we go. Yeah, I definitely remember having this one. This one was sick. Oh man, I love this. This is awesome. You can't, the camera's not doing it justice. My phone is not doing this justice. Oh my goodness. Hold up. Can we get him in the light here? Oh man, look at that. He's beautiful. There's like a little glare in my screen. It's weird. Okay, it stops when I put it on the one light, but look at that. Oh, I can't get him in focus. And he chomps down. Nom, 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 nom. Look at that, man. That is just nicely detailed. Look at that. He has the eyes from the animated series on top, on the front here. Oh man. I think that might be my favorite one out of them all. He just looks so good. All right, we'll put him to the side. All right, look at that. That is badass. I love this one too. See, all these have like a little shake movement when you move them. Very cool stuff. He's not moving very well when I go back. I mean, it's such an old toy. I don't expect it to perfectly work here. And fun fact, they also did another McDonald's like toy that's similar to this, and it's from another McDonald's pack. And it's like with a bunch of more like Marvel heroes, and he has the same like, you know, he has the same little sculpt here, but he's just in a different vehicle, so that's pretty cool. He also has like a little web thing. This is supposed to flip every time he goes, but it kind of broke. I think the whole thing's broken here. I think there's supposed to be something there, but pretty cool stuff. Again, he's not part of this pack, but he's just insanely similar to that one. This one I already had. I had this guy somewhere, but I don't know where he went. Again, all the vehicles there. Look at that. Looking gorgeous. They're all amazing. I like how all of them just look so unique too. Like this one fixed with like, you know, the scorpion's little, he's like a scorpion. Look, see that? It's like a scorpion. Haha, funny. This is like a glider, and you know, this is like, they have like a both like spider thing going on. I love that. Awesome. It's just awesome. Nothing but good stuff here. Now time to get to the actual toys. So let's put all these aside. The first one I'm gonna do is Dr. Octopus. He's looking amazing, looks just like the one from the 90s series. This pack does a really good job of just like incorporating the 90s series into its packaging, which, you know, that's what it was supposed to be doing. So let's see how this guy works. So, you know, you can lift up his arms. I'm having trouble doing this with one hand as always, but you can lift up his arms to make it look like, you know, I'm gonna get you a Spider-Man. You know, he has a lot of flexibility too, kinda. His head moves, I don't know, they don't move that much now, but his arms move quite a bit. You can move these pretty easily to like any direction you want. So, pretty nice figure. Love him. Looking good. Next we have Mary Jane here, and she comes with like multiple dresses here. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm gonna take her out of this. She looks great. She has her little yellow shirt from this show. I don't know where this came from, like this purple thing. She's never worn that in the animated series, but still cool. I think you can like add these outfits to her, so I'm gonna do that real quick. Yeah, okay, so these go on to her like this, and you would like pop them in as shown here. Bam. Nice, nice, nice. Love that. I think the red one looks the best. She has a green one here. Yeah, the green one don't look that good. I don't like that, but the red one looks really good. And they come with a little shopping bag and purse on it. I'm having trouble keeping the camera in focus, so sorry guys. I just, I've never done like these in real life videos because I don't really do in real life stuff that much, so yeah, very cool little figure. Love that. Now I'm trying to determine if I should open up the other guy, but I don't think I need to. But basically all you would need to do is just do this, and he flips into, he can be Peter Parker and he can take pictures. I loved having this one as a kid. I don't know why this was so cool to me. You would just flip him up and down, and it's super cool. And I didn't even have to open this one, so I can get rid of that one and the giveaway. So look at that. Awesome. This Peter's wearing his Spider-Man the Animated Series thing he was wearing in season 5 in the Return of Hydro Man episodes, so interesting choice there. Still looking absolutely fantastic. Nice hair too, yeah. This looks exactly like the Peter from the show too, which is very good. They did everything great here. Love that. Snapshot. Boop. Finally, we have the man himself, Spider-Man, looking absolutely fantastic. Look how detailed he is. My goodness. You can see the back too. Looks amazing. My goodness. He's not that flexible though, I think. No, he can flex his little hips there and stuff. He can't flex his arms though, so he's just kind of in this position. Ba-ba, ba-ba. You know, pretty cool stuff. There we go, all the Spider-Man 90s toys. You know, I'm just playing with my toys while there's a girl saying Hawk Tua and getting millions of dollars. But yeah, I'd rather be doing this anyway, so. All right, now here's all my Spider-Man from like the 90s toy show. I just wanted to show them off because I thought they were cool looking. I don't remember what waves these guys are from, but they are pretty cool looking. I just got this one recently from my mom. She just gave it to me. It wasn't in the packaging, so don't worry. I was just playing with these toys when I was little, and I didn't know they were valuable, so I opened them up, unfortunately. But you know what? I don't mind. I had a lot of fun. This guy's beat the fuck up. Look at him. Oh my goodness, I think my dog got a hold of this one. And the man spider dudes are missing their like tendril things that are coming out of like, you know, the things here. Yeah, they're both missing that, unfortunately. But yeah, pretty cool set. These are my other ones. I have Doc Ock. His freaking tentacles are like destroyed. My McDonald's one looks better than him. We have Mysterio, Tombstone, Carnage, and the Green Goblin, and all opened because I was a child again. All of these will be the ones that will be in the giveaway for the next video, so stay tuned for that. The Previously on X-Men book is going to be for this one, so you will get all of these, plus these 3 bags. Really cool. I'm about to go over them now. So yeah, and I'll tell you how the giveaway works for these for the next video. Now I want to go over the bag. This thing is so sick. Look at this. You're not going to get detail from a bag like this nowadays. I'm about to show you guys the Spider-Verse one that like came out with the Spider-Verse toys. It's so bad compared to this. Like, look at the design on this. This is beautiful, man. It goes all the way around too. Look at that. Spider-Man, Scorpion, Venom, Hobgoblin, look at that. And it has a little game on the bag too. Never gonna get this in a Happy Meal nowadays. Look at that. The amount of detail is insane. And it looks like you can do a bunch of other stuff with it. I think you can cut the, I don't know, there's like a thing you can cut out. But yeah, very cool. And it says, leave it to Dr. Octopus to ruin my brand new web. And I think this is a maze, so this is sick. I love this. This is awesome. And it says here, get 2 free issues of Spider-Man's magazine. Send this form and just $1 for shipping and handling, and you'll be mailed 2 free issues of exciting new monthly Spider-Man magazine, plus an offer for a subscription and free gift. So, you know, you could send that in and get your Spider-Man magazine. And it also says on the back here, it says here, coming right up, 3 supervillains gift wrapped courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And then it says, Spider-Man is everywhere. How many spiders like this can you count on the bag? And, you know, there's a couple of spiders on the bag. Very cool. What does it say down here? It says, no supervillains can untangle Spider-Man's web. Which web rope is Spider-Man holding? Which rope is holding a supervillain? Which is loose? And then you would have to see, and this is cool. I love this. Like, the creativity has just been gone. It's just gone from Happy Meal bags. It's gone from the Happy Meal toys. It's all gone, and it's sad. Like, this is perfect. Like, this is even a cool collector's item. Look at that. This is beautiful. Steve Butler, who drew the Spider-Man stuff on the McDonald's bag, talks about it in a Facebook post, and I'll show that now.
Hey everybody, Steven Butler back with a really quick video this time. This is something you may or may not know about my career in comics, but way back in, I think it was 1994, I illustrated a Happy Meal bag for McDonald's, and I still have a copy of it. I found it whenever I was looking through looking for something else in an old portfolio, and I remember drawing. This was when the animated series, the mid-90s animated series, came out on I guess it was Fox at the time, and I illustrated this. I got the job through Marvel, but it was for McDonald's, and I remember not so much here, but on the back side I had to do another drawing. It was like a puzzle thing, I think, like a maze or something, and I drew all these figures, but I remember having to be highly edited. I remember turning the art in, and on Venom I had his tongue coming out. I had to take that out. There was like a stinger, I guess, on the end of Scorpion's tail, which was in the cartoon, I think. I had to take that out. And over here on the Hobgoblin, I had his pumpkin bomb lit, and I had to take the little fire out. This was all. It would have been so easy to do digitally, but this was all in the days before digital production. So I remember having to do all of that by hand, and that's just the way it is in comics. You have to change, especially whenever you're doing these corporate jobs like this. I don't think I did anything on this side, but I remember doing something else. It was like a little diagram of what was inside. Yeah, here it is. I had to draw this little diagram of how you could cut the bottom of the box out and use it after you get through, I guess, eating your Happy Meal. You could open it up, cut out the bottom of the box, and I guess he came with a little toy that like a little spider crawler thing that he came in, and you could cut out the back of the box, and it looks like you're I don't know, maybe you could cut out this part of him and have him hanging down from the, at least that's what it looks like. I don't know, I never did it, but I had to draw it. And so, yeah, it even gives you instructions on where to cut, So anyway, this is a glimpse into my past as a freelance artist working for Marvel, and also to the days when McDonald's were doing like Happy Meals like this. I guess they still are. I don't know. I don't really frequent McDonald's as much as I used to when my kids were little. And so anyway, just thought that I would share this with you. Hope everybody's doing well. Talk to you later. Take care. Bye.
Great job on the art, Steve. You did an amazing job. Last thing I'll mention is that they did Subway toys too, and I think they stopped making them. I didn't even know that they had kids toys at Subway. But anyway, they were Spider-Man TASM toys, but they just weren't good as the McDonald's toys. So I'm just going to quickly mention them and move on. Comment below if you had any of these toys from any of these fast food chains. I'm actually interested in hearing your guys' experiences with the toys. And that basically wraps up this little section of the video. Time to get back to the main part of the video. This episode is the introduction of Blade, and the reason Blade appeared on the show was in John Semper's words, and I quote, "I did Blade because I'm black, and he's black, and I wanted to bring this cool black character to the screen for the very first time. It was my decision, period." End quote. I think this was a great choice, not just because he was black. I think it made for some really interesting stories in the series, and this also introduced people to Blade because Blade hadn't even starred in his own movie yet, which, by the way, this is my first introduction to Blade too. I have not seen the movies. Also, the movies were made because of this episode, which I'll get into a bit later. It's crazy how influential this show is. This episode starts off with Spider-Man saying that he actually isn't cured of his mutation disease. She was just able to revert the process a little bit, which is crazy to drop in the beginning of this episode. You think she would say something at the end of the last episode? But anyway, we then go to Blade looking at the Daily Bugle newspaper, saying that Spider-Man might be a vampire, so he starts trying to track him down. Blade's design here is based off what he wore in the Night Stalkers comic series, so I thought that was interesting. We then see Morbius draining a person of their plasma in a park, but Spider-Man sees Morbius and tries to help him, but Morbius just keeps trying to fight him. Blade comes out of nowhere and throws garlic because vampires die to garlic. Morbius attempts to get away, but Spider-Man gets in the way, and Morbius escapes. Blade tries killing Spider-Man with garlic, but realizes he isn't a vampire. Spider-Man tries talking with Blade, but Blade just pushes him out of the way and leaves, but Spider-Man ends up putting a spider tracer on the back of his motorcycle. The news reports that Michael Morbius is still missing, and that Peter Parker has returned home, and says that he was tracking Spider-Man and wasn't able to call home. Good job, Pete. The news also reports that Flash Thompson is recovering in the hospital after Morbius attacked him. Deborah Whitman helps identify what attacked Flash, but they still don't know that it's Michael Morbius. Meanwhile, Spider-Man had to go to Dr. Connors because they figured out a way to control his mutation disease with the neogenic recombinator, and he needs these treatments every 24 hours or he'll change back into his mutated spider creature form. Dr. Connors also tells him that ESU might possibly shut down the neogenic lab because they're getting scared about the dangers of neogenic research. Spider-Man then swings around town looking for Morbius and finds people that have been plasma drained, and as the Parker luck would have it, when he arrives he gets blamed for doing it. He swings off and Morbius starts attacking him. Morbius says that he actually likes being a vampire now because he has all of these new powers and doesn't want to turn back into human. And then he traps Spider-Man and starts draining his plasma. But Blade stops him and pulls out a lightsaber. They start battling it out and Blade almost kills him again, but Spider-Man once again stops him. Spider-Man tells Blade that he accidentally created him and Blade is shocked. Then Blade decks Spider-Man off a rooftop and everyone is gone. Spider-Man still finds Blade though with the tracker he put on his motorcycle, and he tracks him down to a movie theater. We then are introduced to the Whistler. The Whistler was created by David Goyer, the scriptwriter for the Blade movie, and I'll mention this in a second because there's a whole story with the Blade movie. I think the Whistler is such a cool character in the show. I like how him and Blade have this special connection with each other. It's just very entertaining. Anyway, the Whistler and Blade find out all of these attacks that Morbius has been doing have been near ESU, and they don't know why. Then Spider-Man comes out of nowhere and Blade instantly starts trying to beat the shit out of him. Whistler ends up calming Blade down, and Whistler starts giving Spider-Man some answers. Whistler says they are vampire hunters. Blade was the son of a vampire, but his mother is human, so he is half vampire and half human. His mother gets turned into a vampire and leaves Blade at an orphanage because she didn't want him in her vampire life. Blade would grow up and learn that he has powers, but he doesn't have all of the vampire powers. He has his strength, speed, and agility, but isn't affected by the sunlight and is immune to other vampires. Blade hopes to find his mother again. I just wanted to mention this because I thought it was funny. Blade gets bullied here by someone that's dressed like Peter. I just think that's really funny. The Whistler eventually found Blade and raised him. He taught him to focus his anger on protecting people and trained him to fight vampires, and that's his whole origin. This origin seems to be original because his origin in the comic is completely different. Like when he's born, it's the doctor who is a vampire who had bitten his mother's neck as Blade was still stuck to the umbilical cord. So he got some of his vampire powers, but also gained the weaknesses of a vampire. He actually wouldn't get a lot of his powers till a lot later on in Peter Parker's Spider-Man number 8, where he gets bit by Morbius, who was genetically altered, and this gave him all the benefits of a vampire and none of the weaknesses. Also in that story, Blade tries killing Morbius, but Spider-Man stops him just like in this show, so pretty interesting that the show really did its own thing with Blade, which is cool, and I think it streamlined it for sure. John Semper says, and I quote, "Looking to diversify the cast of my Spider-Man series, well before diversity was a thing, I decided to bring in Blade the Vampire Hunter to life for, to my knowledge, the first time on TV, as I did with so many of the characters from the Marvel Universe. I radically reworked him for my own dramatic purpose. I had the authority to do so at the time. So instead of Blade being a regular human as he had been in the comics, I made him half vampire and half human. At the same time, Avi Arad was desperately trying to get movie studios interested in making movies with Marvel characters, something the major studios back then were not very interested in doing. Can you imagine such a time? Whenever I brought a character to Avi's attention for my series, the development I did would eventually end up being shopped around Hollywood as a potential movie subject. Thus, Blade suddenly became a pitch which Avi took around town. It went like that. I brought a character to his attention for Spider-Man, and suddenly it was out in the wild as a potential movie. Somehow along the line after we used him, Blade ended up being given to David Goyer as a potential movie concept. As I recall, Goyer was one of Avi's discoveries. Goyer wrote a script that Avi was thrilled with, and that eventually led to Blade being turned into a movie. Many people have declared the Blade movie as being the official start of this Marvel Cinematic Universe. If so, then this Marvel Cinematic Universe began with me deciding to use Blade in my series. And that's why, unlike the original comic character created by Marv Wolfman, Blade to this day is still part vampire." End quote. So it's crazy that John Semper indirectly, number one, made the Blade movie happen, number two, kind of had helped start making Marvel popular somewhat since the movie did good from what I heard, number three, make the Whistler because the Whistler came from David Goyer because he was writing a script for that movie, but the only reason he was writing that script was because Avi Arad stole John Semper's ideas, and that caused the Blade movie, so he completely indirectly made the Whistler and used him on this show because he wanted to. So super cool stuff, I just love that. Spider-Man tells him that he needs to use the Neogenic Recombinator to help try and cure Morbius, but Blade wants to destroy it because it made Morbius and it could potentially make more vampires. Whistler tells him that maybe we can use it to make him human, since as Blade ages, he becomes more like a vampire. He has urges to take plasma from humans, but the Whistler has been giving him this thing that stops those urges, but it's losing its effectiveness over time. Whistler tries to convince him that the Recombinator could help him be a human, but Blade says that he needs to be a vampire to find his mother. Spider-Man steals the garlic stuff he uses against vampires to see what's in it. Mary Jane calls Peter to come and meet her at Leon Hall because they are discussing what's happening with Morbius, the mutated spider, and the missing student. He meets MJ there, but Detective Lee starts stirring things up by saying that you are protecting Spider-Man because that's how you get your income, and that he's benefiting with Felicia not being with Michael anymore. Felicia starts to cry, and Parker tries to comfort her because he feels responsible for what happened to Morbius. Mary Jane sees that Peter is comforting her, and cancels the dinner plan she made with him, and decides to take Harry out instead. Morbius breaks into the genetics lab to steal the Recombinator, and as he's leaving, Blade appears. They tangle, and Morbius has the edge, and right before Morbius almost finishes Blade this time, Spider-Man interferes again and stops Morbius. Spider-Man webs him with this new web formula he created with the garlic gas, but Morbius still ends up getting away. They start going after Morbius together, and the episode ends. As always, I will give my thoughts after the next episode, so let's just get right into it. This episode takes place directly after the last episode, with him finding Morbius in this episode. Spider-Man does his dialogue just to catch everyone up for what's going on, and I actually forgot to mention Spider-Man needs the Recombinator soon too because of his mutation disease, so this isn't just about trying to cure Morbius, but it's also to help him too. Spider-Man and Blade track Morbius down to EXG Electronics because Spider-Man had taken something out of the Recombinator, and this is the only place in the city that makes what he needs for it. They head inside and Blade almost shoots Morbius, but Spider-Man stops him, and then Blade and Morbius start to fight. Spider-Man keeps trying to stop Blade from killing Morbius as he's saved him at least 3 or 4 times now, And Morbius ends up getting Terry Lee because she followed Blade and Spider-Man to the electronics store. Morbius drops Terry Lee and Blade catches her. Spider-Man quickly starts going after Morbius again, but he gets away for the 100th time. I feel like we're kind of going in circles here a bit. I do find it annoying how Morbius keeps escaping and this plot feels like it's being dragged out in my opinion. He just always happens to get away and I find it frustrating. Spider-Man talks to Detective Lee and they go back to the theater that Blade and the Whistler are at. Whistler tells him that he's made a device that can trap a vampire and says that we'll need a new plan, but before that happens, Spider-Man decides to leave to get more web cartridges and says he'll be right back. Terry learns Blade's whole backstory and is learning what's going on with Spider-Man, Morbius, and all of that. Spider-Man heads home only to find Morbius looking for more of Peter's mutated blood. Morbius couldn't find it, so he tries looking for Peter. He goes to the Daily Bugle to try and find Peter and attacks Jonah, but they don't know where he is, so he leaves. Peter goes to the Daily Bugle and Jonah's about to fire him because he's been too secretive since he has said that he was going on a Daily Bugle assignment during the whole Man-Spider thing, but they never sent him on any assignment. And then there's this Morbius thing. And he's also not been getting pictures of Spider-Man recently. He starts trying to make something up by saying that he's actually about to get the photo of the century of the living vampire near ESU. And he gives him 24 hours, but Peter does say he needs something from Jonah first, and that's a Daily Bugle van. Peter goes to Blade's hideout, and we get a fantastic line.
Knowing Spider-Man does not make him cool.
He tells him that Spider-Man has a plan, and then we skip forward to him going to his house because he knows Morbius is looking for him. And Mary Jane comes out of the house, and she tries to talk to him about his feeling towards Peter, and she wants to try and work things out. She then also says that you want Felicia Hardy, and he agrees to try and get her out of danger. After she leaves and Peter ruins his relationship with her, Morbius comes out and says he's the only one that will have Felicia, but Peter has to act dumb and has to have no clue who he is for the plan to work. He wants the mutated blood and says that there's some in the van. Morbius goes to the back of the van and the plan seems to be working, but then Aunt May comes out of the house and Morbius gets free. Morbius kidnaps Aunt May and asks again where the mutated blood is, and Peter says it's in his locker at ESU. Morbius takes Aunt May as insurance, just in case he's lying. Terry and Blade start to have a moment and they start kissing, and Spider-Man is furious because they are enjoying themselves while his Aunt May is kidnapped. I find it weird that this scene and a bunch of scenes I've seen on social media of the show shows Spider-Man overacting or getting mad about something, and they're completely taken out of the context like this scene.
I'm sick of hearing about you and your mission. It's not like any of your brilliant weapons and schemes have worked.
It's totally justified why he's getting mad here. Like, his aunt just got kidnapped and he sees them kissing, not trying to look for her. I'd be just as mad as him.
I've always loved the the edginess you brought to your voice work when performing as Spider-Man, and the kind of soft warmth you brought to Peter. He's very affectionate towards everybody. And the distinction isn't quite as different as, say, like Kevin Conroy's different performances as Batman and Bruce Wayne, but you can always tell which personality is dominant any time, I've always felt, whether it be Peter or Spider-Man. Can you talk about creating these two distinct personalities and what it was like performing both of them?
Yeah, I think that, again, was sort of an organic experience, having evolved out of my love of the comic, because it seemed like, again, just the whole concept of wearing a mask. And again, as John was saying, the mouthless mask. So there's almost symbolism there that the Peter mode and sort of what he talks about, and especially the interaction with Aunt May and Mary Jane and Gwen. This, as you say, there's this warmth and there's this humanity and there's a vulnerability, which I think lends itself to that, to the essence of that character, that expression of that character, that part of his nature. But when the suit goes on, it's a whole different experience. It's this persona, it's this archetype which is now drawn over the personality of that sensitive individual, which now needs to be a projection of strength and will and determination in order to protect and defend that sensitive life. So again, now we're going into sort of the archetypal warrior. So what I love about Spider-Man is that he's in conflict. He really is the philosopher warrior. He's in conflict, he's coming of age, and he needs to fight for what is right, because what is right is what is vulnerable and beautiful in human nature. And again, that may be me just way, reading too much into it, but that's just kind of the way I feel about it. That's the way I always thought about it. So in terms of creating that dynamic, it was just that warrior mode, defending the vulnerable, sensitive, what is best in life, what makes life worth living, but yet you need to also defend it from, the forces of life and psychology and sociology and nature and people that are out of balance with that, or that are out of accord with that. And that's really the hero's struggle.
Spider-Man figures out where Morbius is going to go next because he would want to turn to Felicia into a vampire first, so he stakes Felicia's place out. While he's doing this, he gets distracted because he sees Mary Jane and Harry going out, and they are now officially together. Morbius takes Felicia while he's distracted, but she starts screaming and Spider-Man follows them. Morbius has Felicia and Aunt May kidnapped at the dock, and Blade and Terry Lee go after him, but Terry Lee falls into a trap that Morbius had made. He hears Terry scream, and Blade starts fighting Morbius again. Blade almost kills Morbius for the millionth time, but Terry stops him. Just die. Spider-Man attacks Blade thinking he's going to shoot Morbius, but Morbius gets away to start the Recombinator. Felicia tells him that he's not the same man he fell in love with, someone that wanted to stop a plague and help his people, and then Morbius gives up because of how much he loves Felicia. Spider-Man rips apart the top of the shipping deck area, and debris falls and hits the Recombinator. The Recombinator almost hits Felicia, but Morbius gets in the way and turns into a giant bat. Spider-Man and Blade start fighting the bat, but the Recombinator is still on and is about to hit Aunt May, and then we hear Spider-Man say,
"I can't lose Aunt May the same way I lost Uncle Ben."
I can't let Harry lose his dad the way I lost Uncle Ben.
It's crazy how much these two shows understood the character. I love it. Spider-Man then breaks free and saves Aunt May. Morbius gets away and he hibernates. Blade and Terry Lee share a goodbye kiss and everyone goes their separate ways. And that's the end of this two-part arc. I love that this show introduces this bigger Marvel universe but not make it feel forced like in other shows. It feels natural for all of these different heroes and villains to be in this situation with Spider-Man, and they bring the focal point out on Spider-Man and don't make him feel like a side character in his own show. I'll give this arc a 7 out of 10. I still really enjoy this arc. There's so much to like here. Blade is fantastic and they did so much with this character and I found him to be insanely enjoyable throughout these two episodes. Morbius was lacking, I feel. I found it repetitive, especially in this episode where they're like, okay, Blade is about to kill Morbius, but oh, he gets stopped by Spider-Man because he wants to save him. Oh, Morbius escaped. It just felt like a cycle of chasing him over and over, and I ended up finding it a bit boring. They do add the Peter elements in these episodes really well, especially with him choosing Felicia over Mary Jane just to get her out of the way so she doesn't get hurt, but in doing so it leads her into Harry's arms. It always feels like that Parker luck aspect is here and feels so naturally interwoven into the plot every single time. Again, there's not much to say here. I really enjoyed these episodes, but I don't think they're fun rewatching because it always feels like a chase, and Morbius doesn't feel threatening. That's all I gotta say. Let's move on to the next one. These next two set of episodes are the Tablet of Time episodes. The entire Tablet of Time arc was inspired by the Amazing Spider-Man issues number 68 through 75. The comic version has a lot of similarities to Spider-Man TASM's version, but there's still a lot of things that have changed. First off, the Tablet of Time was introduced in the Amazing Spider-Man number 68. The Kingpin goes to this exhibition hall at ESU to steal the tablet because some researchers found it, and he successfully gets away with it. Spider-Man follows the Kingpin to where he was keeping the tablet and defeats the Kingpin and takes the tablet. He then brings the tablet to Captain Stacy and then gets attacked by Shocker, who hides the tablet, and that leads us into the actual Tablet of Time story. This took 5 issues of it being passed around. This show immediately gets into the Tablet of Time story with the researchers finding the tablet and bringing it to ESU to study it, but of course everyone is trying to get that thing. As soon as it even gets to New York, Silvermane sends Hammerhead to get the tablet, but Spider-Man saves it. Silvermane gets disappointed in Hammerhead and says that he's got to go somewhere else for another job because he failed him. Silvermane wants the tablet because he wants to be young again. This is the exact reason Silvermane wants it in the comics as well. The Kingpin also wants the Tablet of Time because he likes power, so in the comics Kingpin never tries to go after the tablet again after he fails, but in this show they combine the Silvermane and Kingpin plotlines together where they're both trying to get the tablet at the same time, and this leads us into a gang war. The tablet is used as a MacGuffin for both of the show and the comic. It keeps switching hands and that's pretty much it. The only thing that's really changed is the plot structure. They both go in different directions, but the outcome remains the same. In both, Silverman brings it to Dr. Connors and uses the Tablet of Time to make him young again, but Dr. Connors hasn't had time to test it and Silvermane turns into a baby. The Lizard also ends up appearing in the original Tablet of Time story because Dr. Connors couldn't control it. The only outcome that is different is that Vanessa, the Kingpin's wife, leaves him because she's tired of him being a crime boss, and she also got kidnapped because they wanted the Tablet of Time. So she leaves him at the end of the episode and Kingpin gets rid of the Tablet of Time because of this, but he gave it to Hammerhead to throw away and he sells it to Adrian Toomes, and this will lead us into the next two set of episodes. I won't lie, I don't like these episodes. They definitely have some great moments and I think that every episode is enjoyable. I don't like MacGuffin plot lines where the plot is centered around one specific item and everyone has to try and get it. They do still manage to keep it interesting with the gang war between Silvermane and the Kingpin and Dr. Connors not being able to control his lizard form. It all added a sense of chaos, which was fun. They also mentioned the Tablet of Time might have also been able to cure Spider-Man and Dr. Connors, and that's why they both wanted it. I'll give this arc a 6 out of 10. Again, there's still a lot of good things here and I think that everything is handled pretty well. It's just this episode was not for me and I found it a bit boring.
We came in and we would get thrown into a meeting room, and it would be in the meeting room would be Avi Arad, one of the producers, John, obviously the producer writer, Bob Richardson, the director producer, Sidney Iwanter, who was the executive at Fox Kids at the time, and Stan Lee would come into the room. And we would sit there with the first draft of the scripts, and then we would hash them out. Sometimes those meetings would go 8 hours. We'd be there 8 hours discussing what worked, what didn't work, trying to set the tone of the show, trying to do all this kind of stuff. I remember taking furious notes and sitting there doing all that. And so we sort of had to course correct on that first season. So a lot of that is sort of a blur. You know, a lot of it is right. There were notes going back and forth. There were a lot of competing interests for like exactly how they saw Spider-Man and what his personage should be. And in some cases, you know, John had a big vision for the show. There was a new show on TV at the time that told multiple stories called Seinfeld, right? And John
never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Nobody knows. I make that reference. People just think I'm an oldster. But, you know, John used to use that show as a reference because he's like, you know, it is exactly like the old Spider-Man comics. There were multiple stories going on, stuff in Peter's personal life, obviously his professional life, I'll put that in quotes, right? There was always a lot going on, right? Subplot with Aunt May, whatever. And so John wanted to introduce that. I think a lot of people had a resistance to it at first. And then I'll never forget there was a day when Stanley walked into John's office. He was like, you know, John, I watched that show last night you suggested, Seinfeld, and boy, they have a lot going on. I think we should do something like that for the show. You're right. You know, but it took him having to see that it was that. And John basically, I think, said to him, he goes, well, yeah, but Stan, I'm originally going back to the well that you dug. You know, that's how you did it originally, you know, and I think sometimes Stan had done so much and his career was so deep that I think sometimes it takes people outside to say, well, don't you remember that's how you originally did it? And let's try to take it back to that.
Yeah, well, that's one of my favorite things of the show is I've said it, I think that's why I said I like the Spider Slayer episode so much, because there are so many stories going on at once. You've got the build up with Kingpin, you've got the build up with Felicia, and you got his relationship with them. That's my favorite things about the show, where we have said on the show times like, oh man, they just understand. It makes you see that the writers understand these characters, because I mean, as we're watching it as adults now, we know these characters so well and all the stories and where they're all going to go. So to see that level of interest and detail in the writing at that point is refreshing to watch as an adult as well. It's stuff that you don't really notice when you're a kid, where you can appreciate that type of storytelling.
I think that's why Spider-Man the Animated Series in particular has really stood the test of time. I think John realized that, you know, it's television animation, so you will get a certain level of quality. And usually when you're working on a big order like that, so they knew right away they were going to make 65 episodes. So in a lot of cases, when you're working on a big series like that, the animation is done by several different overseas studios, usually 3 or 4, just to get it done. And so in a lot of cases, you'll get an A team, a B team, a C team. Sometimes they'll throw in all the new guys on a D team. And so if you're going to hang a lot of your bits on the visuals telling a story for something, if, let's just say, that particular script is in the rotation and the D team gets it, well, now you're kind of hosed, because now the problem is it may not work. So I think John rightly understood that, you know, I'm going to hang these stories on the stories themselves and make it really, you know, in what some people thought was overly complex. But then I remember on like that first Craven episode, like, you know, Avi Arad, the producer, you know, saying, you know, let's make Craven this, you know, sort of guy that would quote Solzhenitsyn and all this kind of stuff. And it was like, so there was also,
that's where it came from. Oh, that's where it all comes from.
Yeah. Okay. So, right. So there's, you know, there's a depth to these characters too, that they're not just, you know, sort of the cartoonish cutouts. So that was kind of fun.
Now we are moving on to the last arc of this season and how everything is wrapped up. This episode is based off the Amazing Spider-Man number 386 and 387, but not really. I'm pretty sure John Semper looked at the cover of this second issue and was like, this is like a cool idea, and just used that idea. And it works well because he introduced the Tablet of Time last episode. The comic story is completely different besides Peter being old. That was the only thing taken from the story, just like the bomb in that one episode. This episode starts with Norman Osborn trying to buy Adrian Toome's company, and Adrian threatens Osborn and leaves his home. Old Vulture here is played by Eddie Albert, who is the father of Edward Albert, who ended up playing Daredevil in the show. Spider-Man starts thinking about his mutation problems because they have to remind the viewer each episode because streaming wasn't a thing. Vulture starts to fly above him and he steals the life force out of this kid, and Spider-Man instantly starts trying to box him. Toomes traps Spider-Man and is about to drain his life energy, but he loses the life energy from the kid and turns old again, so he flies away. Toomes drains another person and starts going after Osborn. We then skip to the Toomes award ceremony and Dr. Connor wins it for scientific advancements. And he actually needed to win it because that's the only thing that was going to save the neogenic research, and then Deborah wins to be the lab assistant for Connors, which is cool because this was all established in the first episode of the season and is mentioned throughout other episodes of who's going to be Dr. Connor's assistant. And the Toombs grant money was also mentioned earlier for neogenic research earlier in the season. Flash congratulates Deborah, and Felicia takes him away because this whole thing reminded her of Michael, and Flash is an idiot to see that Deborah likes him, and Peter notices this. Peter also notices Norman getting attacked by Vulture and swings in to help. Vulture starts to become old again and he runs away from Spider-Man, but before he gets away, Peter takes a picture of Toombs and finds out who he is. We skip to the next day where we see Flash and Deborah having a talk about the new lab they have for neogenics. Peter comes to see Deborah because he wants to see if anything is strange going on around here, but she dismisses him and Flash for being next to him. Flash and Peter have a nice moment of them talking about Deborah liking him, and then we skip forward to Dr. Connor's meeting with Tombstone to discuss neogenic research, but Toombs ends up using his life energy power on Connors. Vulture has 30 minutes of life energy, so he decides to try and get Norman's son. Peter comes to Mary Jane's play because Mary Jane wants to tell him that her dad gave her a message and he wants to speak with her. She tells him that she wants him by his side when she meets her father. He agrees and says she wants to talk after the play. She starts watching the play with Harry also being in the crowd, and the Vulture starts to go after Harry, but of course Peter changes into Spider-Man, and Toombs has to go back to get more life energy because he's about to run out. Later that night, Deborah sees the Vulture fly past her and calls Peter saying that she saw something weird fly past her window, and she gets her life force drained. Peter hears the voicemail because he didn't pick up the phone and hears her scream, so he goes there quickly only to find Flash Thompson. Flash Thompson was there to give her flowers, which I find sweet, but he says he's worried because she missed their tutoring session, and when he sees Spider-Man, he knows something is wrong. Spider-Man tells him to go home, so he leaves, but actually starts trying to go find Deborah. Spider-Man starts trying to find Toombs and Deborah, but finds Connors and saves him. Flash eventually finds Deborah, but the Vulture comes out of nowhere and starts to drain the life force from Flash, but Spider-Man stops him. They start fighting, but the Vulture tells Spider-Man that they have 60 seconds to escape because he activated a self-destruct bomb, and says if you don't help me, we will both blow up. But Spider-Man gets hit with the same thing that Dr. Connors got hit with in the beginning of the episode. Flash takes the device off of his head, and Key quickly gets him out of there. Spider-Man starts looking for Toombs, and Toombs quickly drains Spider-Man's life force, and now he's super strong and super fast. Spider-Man is now old. He takes off his mask, and that's the end of the episode. The bomb that went off makes the skyscraper catch on fire, and this episode would not air reruns due to the September 11th attack, and this lasted for 6 years.
The greatest thing that happened in that series was that you had one guy, eventually you had one guy plotting it out. So, you know, I had to get a lot of approvals. I had to work with Avi. But after a while, it got to the point where, you know, it just became my job. You know, I just had to get the show out the door, and they left me alone. And there was no Marvel interference at that point because Marvel was on the verge of bankruptcy. And so Avi had disconnected me from Marvel New York. So I didn't have to get any approvals from them. And then after a while, the network kind of backed off. The network guy got bored, and he wasn't interested in really having much input. So it was about halfway through the series when that happened. And I really could just do a show that came straight from my mind. Now, I had wonderful writers, Berkowitz and Mark Hoffmeyer, Stan Berkowitz, Mark Hoffmeyer, Jim Krieg, Ernie Altbecker, Meg McLaughlin, who's now Meg Wong. You know, I had a staff around me that were good people. They're all still good friends of mine. And I could rely upon them to sort of carry out the show in the way that we were doing it. But I could sit there and plot it out, and I don't think you get that in this day and age. I don't know that you get a cartoon show anymore that one guy can sort of have the luxury of being able to figure out how it's going to go, at least as far as Marvel is concerned. Yeah. Because Marvel is such a huge entity now that they're not going to let one guy do an animated show. And so I think that's another thing that makes my Spider-Man show somewhat unique, is that for better or worse, and believe me, it wasn't given to me as any great gift. It was sort of like, okay, here, idiot, we think you know how to do it now.
Here's your Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Good luck with it. And you're like, exactly. It just needs a little love.
That's it. Yeah. That's what I did. You know, it wasn't given to me as a great gift. It was given to me as, it's your job, go do your job. But I took it as a great gift. And I don't think you get that kind of show anymore because it's not possible, you know? So we'll see. We'll see what the new Spider-Man show looks like.
The beginning of this episode directly takes place of where the last one ended. The Vulture says that he's going to keep Spider-Man to keep using his strength over and over again, but the building explodes behind him and Spider-Man is able to get away. We then skip over to Scorpion reading a newspaper about neogenics and how it could give him a second chance to become human again. Spider-Man starts swinging around the city, but due to his old age, he falls to the ground. Spider-Man then witnesses a mugging taking place and tries to stop it, but misses his web line. And luckily, the crooks didn't want to mess with Spider-Man, so they just end up leaving. Spider-Man takes a trench coat from one of the thugs and starts trying to get home. He starts running there, but gets tired fairly quickly. A bus driver sees him exhausted and offers him a ride home. We then skip to the Vulture finding Osborn in a helicopter, and as he's about to kill Osborn, he transforms into the mutated spider creature. We go back to Peter arriving home and Jonah calling him angrily because he hasn't gotten any photos for him, but Jonah doesn't recognize him because his voice has changed when he got old. He says that he'll give the message to him and Jonah hangs up the phone. Peter calls Dr. Connors as Spider-Man and says that he needs help with his old age. So Dr. Connors tells him to meet him at the ESU lab. We then see Farley Stillwell in a mental institute because when he created the Scorpion, he got scared that he will go after him, so he starts freaking out. And then the Scorpion appears and freaks Stillwell out even more. He kidnaps Stillwell because he wants him to change it back into the neogenic labs they now have at ESU. Adrian Toomes arrives at the ESU lab and tells Dr. Connors that when he got his life force out of Spider-Man, something went wrong, and then he starts changing into the mutated spider creature and wonders why he's not changing back. Dr. Connors tells him when he took the life force out of Spider-Man, he also took his mutated DNA, and this is also a reason why he can't change back. Dr. Connors tells him the only way to get rid of the mutated DNA is to put it back into Spider-Man. The Scorpion breaks into the lab and wonder what this random winged guy is doing here, and they start to fight. Then they start talking and come to an agreement. Adrian will help Scorpion get the neogenic files to help him return human, and all Scorpion has to do is get Spider-Man, and the only reason Scorpion agrees to help is because he was planning on killing him anyway. They ask Dr. Connors where he is, and he tells him that he'll be here any minute. We go back to Peter trying to leave Mary Jane a note because he's not going to make it to see her father with her. But as soon as he tries to leave the note, Mary Jane pops out the door and Peter runs away. But Mary Jane thinks it might be her father. Peter almost gets hit by a car, and Aunt May sees this and tries to help him. She offers him coffee and talks to him. She even gives him one of his own shirts because she doesn't realize it's him. Spider-Man goes to the ESU lab, but surprise, surprise, it's a trap. Spider-Man actually tries to punch the Scorpion, which is one of the only times he throws a punch in the show, but he misses the punch and they easily capture him. Spider-Man thought he could trust Dr. Connors, and I thought this was like the top 10 biggest betrayals of all time when I was a kid. Dr. Connors reconfigures the Vulture's Life Force gloves, saying that it will give the mutated DNA back to Spider-Man, but when he tries to put the mutated DNA back into Spider-Man, he ends up turning into the mutated spider creature. And this was Dr. Connors' plan the whole time. So Spider-Man is back to normal, and the Scorpion and him start to fight. Farley Stillwell starts trying to destroy all the neogenic research by blowing it all up, and he succeeds. But when Dr. Connors starts to panic because that's the only way he was going to be able to cure the lizard, he starts turning into the lizard, and everyone begins to fight. The Recombinator is about to explode and hits Dr. Connors, turning him back to human. The neogenic Recombinator explodes, but everyone escapes. For some reason, Spider-Man doesn't know he's cured of his mutation disease, so Dr. Connors tells him what happened. I'm also assuming this was made to dumb it down for younger audiences, which is cool, no complaints about it. Farley Stillwell comes out of nowhere and says that neogenics is too dangerous, so you'll have to figure out another way to cure yourself. Spider-Man swings away thinking that he can finally bring his attention to Mary Jane, and he actually can be there for her when she meets her father. We then go to Mary Jane, who sees a mysterious figure come to her, presumably her father. Peter sees her, but when he turns the corner, she disappears, and that's the end of the season. I'm gonna give this arc a 7 out of 10. I think they wrapped up the mutation disease plotline pretty well. There's a lot to unpack here. So first, the Vulture I don't think was too great of a villain. He just wants to be young and that's his goal. One thing I'm not liking about this show is how one-dimensional the villains feel. I still think they serve a purpose to the narrative and they can also be a lot of fun, but I just wish there was more to them. The development between Flash and Deborah I think was handled well. They had little seeds in this season of them hanging out, and in this episode they somewhat get together. I just think it's cute and it works. Peter being old was interesting. I loved all the interaction that he was having with everyone around him and how being old affected his powers and ability to do things. It was fun to watch, and you get to see more about how Aunt May treats people and how good of a person she is. The twist at the end should have been obvious, but to me as a kid it got me, and I feel like it was dumb on Toomes' part because he knows that him and Spider-Man have been working together on his mutation disease because he mentions it, but I think it's fine if you don't think about it too much. There's a lot to enjoy here, and I think it's a fine plot. There's nothing too great about it, but there's nothing bad about it either. It's just fine.
I'm curious what the, like moving away from philosophy, what the actual room of the recording booth was like as a writer and as a performer. You know, I'm curious about the physical reality of it. Did you guys record multiple actors at the same time? Did you do rewrites while recording? How did that work out for you?
As a performer, that was one of the best things about this show, is that we were all together. It was like an old radio drama. It was like an old radio show. So we were all in the booth together. We were all next to each other, with our stands and our scripts next to each other. We were doing these sequences and these scenes and interacting with each other. And so just from a performance level, again, it was like this wonderful stage production, this radio show where we were all there. I remember doing a scene with Mark Hamill as the Hobgoblin. Let me tell you something. That would not be the same without that cat next to you in the room. Because let me tell you, let me tell you, that takes your performance to another level. I mean, of course, to me it was Luke Skywalker, but he comes in, and all of a sudden, I look over at this guy, and like the veins bulging out of his head, and he's got the crazy gleam in his eye, and of course, then all of a sudden, I'm Spider-Man next to the Hobgoblin. It was awesome, and it was like that with these various performers and scenes and the interaction. So it was this really interactive experience that brought the whole thing to life.
Yeah. We would usually get together. We'd start at 2 early o'clock in the morning. And so we'd all be a little bleary-eyed, and we'd have donuts and whatnot out in the green room. And I think those green room gatherings were a huge part of the bonding process for everybody, just getting very comfortable with one another. And then we'd go into the recording studio. Bob was there, I was there, Tony Pastor, our director, was there. Sometimes Ralph was there. And really as much of the cast as we could get a hold of to be there. And that was usually everybody. So there would be this wonderful synergy going on inside the recording booth, but then also the green room was fantastic. I mean, finding myself in the middle of conversations between Ed Asner, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., and David Warner, while they were all trying to top each other with stories of performing Shakespeare. It doesn't get any better than that. Sometimes I wanted to be in the green room more than I wanted to be in the booth. But it was a wonderful experience because everybody really, we all knew we were doing something special. And it was at the very dawn of getting really great actors, famous actors, to come and be a part of cartoon shows. So people that came in and out were people like Rue McClanahan, Edward Mulhare. Good grief, we had so many of them, the names of which escape me right at the moment, but they're all here alive in my head. But it was Jeff Corey. Just all these people who had wonderful histories, and they brought that into the booth with them. It was a very exciting experience. That for me was the most exciting part of doing this show.
And how long would it take to record a typical episode?
I'd say about 4 hours. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it's about 4 hours. Basically, what would happen would be we'd start with the script, and then Tony would say, "Yeah, you need to bite me," and then we'd go back and start again. And each line was done probably about 3 or 4 times. Tony was wonderful, and he was really meticulous about that stuff. If Bob heard something that wasn't quite right, we'd fix it. If I heard something that wasn't right, we'd fix it. If an actor was having a problem with a line or something wasn't quite making sense, I'd be there to change it. So it was a long process, for a 22-minute piece to be in there for 4 hours. Obviously, you're really working hard.
Now we are going to get into the season 2 thoughts, and this was a half fantastic episodes and half okay episodes for me. I do think they found their footing a lot this season, and everything just feels a lot more natural. It feels like they have an actual plan this season, especially with the overarching plot of Spider-Man and his mutation disease, and they will definitely remind you of that, so don't worry. I like that it progressively keeps getting worse. So first he loses his powers, then he starts getting major pains, then he starts taking a serum to cure him, but it makes his mutation disease worse. Then he's cured, then he gets neogenic treatments by Dr. Connors, and then he finally gets cured. It really does feel like they thought his mutation disease out. It's affecting him, and it's also affecting his relationship throughout the season. Most notably, Mary Jane. Mary Jane will always try and hang out with him, but he thinks he can't talk to her because he's going to turn into a mutated monster. The Saturday sense of how is Peter going to fix everything and fix the relationships in his life. I just found it interesting what they were able to do with this mutation disease and have it interwoven perfectly into these arcs. One of my favorite episodes of this season is when he becomes the man-spider creature for an entire episode, and he becomes the antagonist of the episode. That was so much fun having the hero, which we usually know what he's thinking all the time, turn into this creature, which might I add was actually kind of scary. There's some things that I don't think that worked this season, and I found them to be repetitive or just boring, but they still do keep a level of intrigue. But when the highs are high, they are so good. I love the X-Men crossover. I love the Six-Armed and Man-Spider episodes. I love the Hydro Man episode. I love the Insidious 6 episode, and all of them I found to be really enjoyable, and I didn't want to stop watching and was genuinely intrigued. Neogenics was a big part of this season, and while I don't think some things worked like Morbius in the season finale, I still think they added great things to those storylines, like Spider-Man being old and Blade. There's this level of excitement to know what's coming next with these cliffhangers and how enjoyable these episodes are. That's basically all my thoughts about this season. Again, some fantastic episodes and some good to okay episodes.
You're flying for. Bring back my spider powers. I can tell crazy.
Now we move on to probably my favorite season overall. This season is going to do a lot for the series, and this is, in my opinion, where the series would roll out absolute bangers each week. Let's get into the absolute blast that is Season 3.
I do know who I am now, and I'll be ready. And it's all because of the faith of a little girl who's more of a superhero than I'll ever be. He may have been my greatest enemy, but in the end, he proved to be my greatest ally.
Behind this mask is the face of a friend and a lifelong partner in your war against Kingpin.
As much as I hate him for what he's done, I can't let this happen. Revenge is never justified. So long now, I've tried to be there for everyone. Tried to live up to the responsibility that comes with this great power. But when push came to shove, I failed the people who needed me most. The woman I love is gone. Gone. Forever.
John Semper says, and I quote, "I get asked from time to time what I think of the Spectacular Spider-Man series. Unfortunately, I have never seen it. A lot of you seem to like it, and a few of you even think it's better than my Spider-Man the Animated Series. My thought that it ought to be at least as good as or better than my series. Why? Because it had my series to reference as well as several multi-million-dollar live-action Hollywood films. When you can look at something that precedes you and works well, and you can see how it works, you should be able to emulate that and even do better. The big challenge when we did my series was that we had nothing useful to reference. When I started working on Spider-Man TASM, I watched every Spider-Man TV series that preceded mine, the Ralph Bakshi directed Spider-Man series on ABC, which I had watched as a kid, the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends series, the primetime Nicholas Hammond live-action series, even the Japanese one with the robot, etc. And I quickly came to the conclusion that they were of no value to me. I didn't want my series to be anything like them. So now I was starting from scratch. Think of all the decisions that had to be made, which today we take for granted. Was Peter Parker going to have an interior monologue? If so, would it be in a regular voice or with filter audio reverb to differentiate it from his spoken dialogue? And how much of it would there be? Were we going to opt for the John Romita Spider-Man design or the Todd McFarlane Spider-Man, which was hugely popular at the moment? Will we do continuing storylines or one-shot half hours? How much humor would there be? How much drama? How young of an actor would we cast to do Spidey's voice? Would Spider-Man have a dog? Spider-Pup? Just kidding. Stan suggested that we do something called the Spider-Man Diaries, which would be narrated by Spider-Man. I'll never forget the time I fought the Green Goblin, etc., etc. I respectfully argued against that idea because if Spider-Man is telling you the story in the past tense, then it implies that he's currently alive to tell the story, which means there's no jeopardy. We already know that whatever happens, he's gonna survive it. My point is that creatively, I was venturing into brand new territory, and that's a nerve-wracking place to be. If one aspect of what you do is wonky, then the whole series gets thrown out of balance. Based on the success and surprisingly longevity of my show, I say we got it mostly right. As for Spectacular Spider-Man, they were able to start their show creation process from the inevitable position of having a precedent that already worked, i.e. my show, and those blockbuster movies which also borrowed from my show. Their biggest challenge was to top it. For some of you, apparently they succeeded, which begs the question, how can we explain the lackluster results of the several low-rated Spider-Man TV series that came in between ours? Why didn't they see what my series had done and build on it like Spectacular apparently did, instead of taking several steps backwards? End quote. And Greg Weisman did exactly this, and I'll play an interview from my Spectacular Spider-Man breakdown just to show that John was actually right on the money with this.
I was of the belief that it was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know.
Well, and by the way, you're right. You know, I haven't seen those episodes of the '90s show, so clearly I didn't get it from there. I can't speak for Kevin Hops. I don't know if he had seen that '90s stuff or not. You'd have to ask him.
Mm-hmm.
But what was definitely true, and you can see it. It's not there. It's certainly in other places. You know, if we found stuff that worked, we weren't shy about taking it. You know, if I thought there were elements of the origin from Spider-Man 1 that really worked, we used it. And we weren't shy about it. If I thought there were elements from the original Lee Ditko stuff for the origin that worked, we used that too, and we combined it. So, you know, if I had seen those 90s episodes where they did that, the odds are I wouldn't have changed it for that reason because, oh, it was in the 90s show, so I can't use it. You know, if it was working there, I would have kept it. At least I like to think so. Again, one of the reasons I didn't watch that stuff is I didn't want it to get all folded up in my head. Right. But the fact of the matter was is that, you know, if it came from a comic from the 90s, if it came from a comic from 2007, if it came from a comic from 1969, if it came from a movie or from the live-action Spider-Man show, if I thought it was a good idea, we used it. And we weren't shy about that. You know, it's a Marvel property. Marvel had given us permission to play in that corner of the Marvel universe. And so a good idea was a good idea was a good idea. And although me personally, I couldn't have taken it from the 90s show because I wasn't familiar with it. If I had been familiar with it, I wouldn't have shied away from it.
You know, whenever people, and it doesn't happen very often, but whenever people trash the series for one reason or another, I always want to remind them that, you know, I hear, well, this Spider-Man show is better, your show sucks, or something like that. And I think to myself, well, whatever Spider-Man show it is that you think is better, and it's usually a later one, and it's usually, a lot of times it's Spectacular Spider-Man, which I've never laid eyes on, so this is not a slam against Spectacular Spider-Man. I'm sure it's every bit as brilliant as everyone says that it is. But you have to understand that it comes after mine. And it comes after the movies. So you have something to look at. You know, you have something to look at and say, okay, well, that works. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, I don't want to do that. Okay, I want to do that. And especially coming after my show, because we did so much, you know, and for a long time we were the longest running Spider-Man show. I don't know if we still are, but we, you know, at 65.
I think it might be Ultimate Spider-Man might be catching up, but I'm not sure. Actually.
Yeah, I think they're determined to do like 66 just so that they can take the crown away from me. But that's all right. But the reality is that when we did our show, we really had nothing to look at, because the shows that had come before us were clearly Saturday morning shows. They were not really attempting to bring the comic book to life the way that the comic book was written. And so there were a lot of decisions that had to be made on our show, some of which worked, some of which maybe didn't. But and then, you know, you can get a much better production quality now today in animation than you could back in the old days because of just, you know, the rise of technology.
This beginning episode is based off the Amazing Spider-Man number Annual 2, and in typical Spider-Man-tasm fashion, it has huge differences and some similarities, but is ultimately its own story. The only main things that are connected with this story is this artifact called the Wand of Watum, and Doctor Strange is also in the comic. The comic is this random guy that had studied the mystic arts trying to get the artifact, and Spider-Man and Doctor Strange trying to stop him. That's the entire story. This episode starts off with these mysterious looking figures flying around the city. Spider-Man starts swinging past them and starts reflecting on what happened a couple hours before with Mary Jane going missing, and him telling Aunt May, Aunt Anna, and Harry Osborn the news. Aunt Anna starts getting mad at Peter because she's mad that she wanted to keep it a secret and he didn't tell them. And Harry gets mad because she tells Peter and not him because he's his boyfriend, which is the more logical answer. Aunt Anna again gets mad at Peter and saying, why weren't you there for her? As he's reflecting on losing MJ, the mysterious figures start to fly over ahead of him, and they break into the Sanctum Sanctorum, where we see Wong getting attacked by the mysterious people. Spider-Man comes in to save the man, but realizes that they have powers and they have super strength. When Spider-Man is grabbed by one of the mysterious people, he pulls down her mask to reveal that it's Mary Jane. Mary Jane and her other mysterious people start shooting laser beams out of their eyes and start trying to grab this artifact called the Wand of Watum. But Doctor Strange stops him and they start to flee the building. Spider-Man starts to go after them, but is told by Doctor Strange that they possess power that he cannot fathom. But Spider-Man continues to go anyway because of Mary Jane. Spider-Man ends up putting a spider tracer on her and follows her to the Center for Reunification, but the place is protected by the Crimson Bands of Sidorak. Sidorak was actually the one who gave the Juggernaut his powers. Doctor Strange warns Spider-Man to stay away from this place, but Spider-Man refuses and starts swinging off, thinking how he's going to get inside, and why Mary Jane is mixed up in all of this. We skip to the inside of the Center of Reunification, and we see Baron Mordo, who is a Doctor Strange villain. Baron Mordo says some magical mumbo-jumbo, and they all start smiling. And Mary Jane starts saying that she had a wonderful visit, and Baron Mordo says that's the intuition's purpose, is to make you content and fulfilled. He ends up sending everyone back to their chambers, and Dormammu, which is another Doctor Strange villain, comes out of nowhere and starts treating Mordo like a rag doll and is getting mad at him for not retrieving the wand. We go to Doctor Strange figuring out that it's Mordo who has sent these mysterious people, and Wong tells him how does he know this. Doctor Strange then starts telling him his origin. He got into a car crash that messed up his hands, which ended his career as a surgeon because you need to have steady hands. Strange goes to Asia looking for someone called the Ancient One so he could try and fix his hands. The Ancient One was like, look man, you gotta study with me and learn the mystic ways, and Strange was like, that. And on his way out the door, he sees the Ancient One student Mordo. Mordo was planning on killing the Ancient One and taking his place. So Doctor Strange tries to warn the Ancient One, but Mordo stops him. The Ancient One had already knew of Mordo's plot and was prepared for him. The Ancient One told him he was being tested and that he had a good soul. He then agrees to be the Ancient One's pupil so he can fight Mordo and fight the evil magic that he stands for. This is directly taken from Strange Tales number 115, which is his origin. It's a lot more detailed because they put his origin into a 1-minute flashback in the show, but it works well and it introduces it into a quick time due to these being 20-minute episodes.
Was there any character that you were particularly adamant about bringing in that you had a little bit of a hesitancy from other people and you're kind of glad you won your argument in a sense?
The character that I probably absolutely knew I wanted to bring to life, because he was my other favorite character, was Doctor Strange. So bringing Doctor Strange in was an absolute must, have happen for me. And no, I was very lucky because after the first 13, I pretty much got my way with everything I wanted to do. And, you know, I, as I like to say, I was the early animated version of Kevin Feige. I had a lot of control. Again, not because it was any great gift. It was more like, here, fool, do your job and shut up. And I was smart enough to go, oh, okay, you know, thank you. Thank you for giving me this pile of garbage, which is actually gold. So that's really the way it worked.
We skip to Peter Parker doing research with Robbie about the Center of Reunification, and he learns that it's led by Baron Mordo, and that it's a secret cult that reunites people with lost loved ones. Peter starts trying to figure things out and ends up going to the center as Peter Parker, acting like he's trying to join the cult. He then starts looking for Mary Jane. He eventually finds MJ, but MJ believes that her father is here, so she doesn't want to go home. She says that this is what she's always wanted, to be reunited with her father and having a good relationship with him. He then confronts her about trying to break into the Sanctum Sanctorum, but she doesn't remember doing it and he tries to force her to leave. She then calls the cult people to apprehend him. Mordo sees Peter and does what he did to Mary Jane, making him see his parents that he's lost. I'm surprised they didn't use Uncle Ben. I feel like that would have been more impactful, but it's fine.
Uncle Ben? How's it going, Pete? Still daydreaming, aren't you?
You got half that right, Uncle Ben. Man, it's great to see you.
His parents' design looks like they were ripped straight from the comics too. His parents tell him, which is actually Mordo, everything is okay and that we won't let you go. Peter wakes up in his chamber and is confused and starts trying to get out of there. But Mordo calls all of his cultists to get the Wand of Watum. They all go to the Sanctum Sanctorum to steal the wand, and Spider-Man helps them because he's been brainwashed. They successfully get away with the wand, and Doctor Strange uses the Eye of Agamotto to see what's going on with Spider-Man. Doctor Strange frees him from his brainwashing, and then he explains to Spider-Man that the Wand of Agamotto is going to be used to free Dormammu, a powerful entity that travels from dimension to dimension, draining the life energy from them. But since he's stuck in a different dimension, he needs the wand to free him, which is also what the wand did in the comics too. The random guy just wasn't trying to free Dormammu. Spider-Man and Strange go to the center to stop Mordo and are greeted by the cultists. They start fighting the cultists and they seem to be doing pretty well. Spider-Man takes the wand out of Mordo's hand, and Doctor Strange and Mordo start a mystical battle. Spider-Man tries to help Strange, but Wong stops him because it's a mystical battle and he can't do anything about it. Lame. Doctor Strange starts winning the battle, so Dormammu takes over Mordo's body and he starts gaining the upper hand. Spider-Man ends up going through the portal because he wants to help and falls into what is known as the Dark Dimension, which is Dormammu's home dimension. Dormammu seems to have some crazy powers here, and Spider-Man starts to realize he made a mistake. Doctor Strange seems to have won the mystical battle, and Mordo runs away. Strange goes into the Dark Dimension to help Spider-Man, and Strange does an amazing job of holding off Dormammu as Spider-Man and him try to escape. When they do escape, MJ starts looking for her father, but Spider-Man tells her that Mordo tricked her. She doesn't believe this, and Doctor Strange helps by revealing the truth about her father. He shows her that her father was an angry man. Strange shows her that Mordo uses these emotional connections to these people in our lives, and Mordo uses this to his advantage. This made me laugh so hard, so Dormammu just grabs her, and Doctor Strange says,
I cannot help her now.
And Spider-Man is just okay with this. I feel like he would have just jumped in immediately, but Strange tells him that Dormammu can't actually come through the portal until someone has accepted him into it, and that's why he needs Mordo to do it. Dormammu tries tricking MJ into accepting him into her world by changing into her father, but she realizes it's a trick and she gets sent back through the portal. Strange closes the portal and the whole building collapses. Spider-Man thanks Strange and Wong, and they all have a little moment like the X-Men crossover, basically saying that you were a good ally. Which is cool, you know, we can see who has respect for Spider-Man and the other characters who don't. Then Strange says,
May the Vishanti watch over thee.
And may your amulets never tickle.
This line is directly taken from the Amazing Spider-Man Annual 2, and it happens at the end of that comic. Spider-Man swings away, and Doctor Strange notices he is being watched by something that has greater power than his own, and that's the end of the episode. John Semper says, and I quote, I think we did a pretty good job of bringing Doctor Strange to life in Spider-Man TASM. He was always a personal favorite of mine, and I was determined to use him in the series. I also wrote an episode of The Hulk in which I brought Doctor Strange into that story too, so needless to say, as I am a both Sherlock Holmes fan and a Doctor Strange fan, I'm very much looking forward to this film. End quote. And he did do that. I'm unsure if he knew they were the same Doctor Strange because they were on different networks and they also have different voice actors, but it's still cool to know how interconnected this universe is. We start this season off with a Doctor Strange crossover, again introducing this bigger Marvel universe. It's such a treat to see all these different Marvel characters, and John did such a great job of introducing them without taking the main focus off of Spider-Man. All of these other Marvel characters have been so fun in their own way, and it's always fun seeing Spider-Man interact with everyone. I give this episode a 10 out of 10. I think this was just a fun crossover episode, and it tied with Mary Jane well. And we learned about her father not being such a great person, which I forgot to mention that was also another case in the comics, and his design is taken from the comics as well. I think there's not a really bad thing to say about this episode. I think the mystical stuff with Dormammu and all of these magical elements are so much fun, and they're used in a way that makes sense, you know, to an extent. But you're not confused this episode. You're like, okay, this wand is used to open dimensions. Okay, sure. Like, all the magic stuff is like, okay, this works because that's what it said it did. There's not much to say about this episode, so let's just get right along into the next one. This next story arc is one of my favorite story arcs in the show. I find this to be such a wholesome story and also still retains that original core of the comic that this one is adapting, but it also gives us more to this story and showing why Spider-Man is such a great character. This story that this arc is adapting is actually 2 stories in the comics combined into one, so it's Amazing Spider-Man issues number 55 and number 56, and also number 248, which is one of my favorite Spider-Man stories. The beginning of this episode begins with a presentation at the Hardy Foundation. The science has built this laser that can go through anything that is non-organic matter, and this could save millions of lives, destroying tumors and tissue. But then suddenly Dr. Octopus starts attacking because he's the one who created the laser, and the person that was showing it off was an assistant, so he's not getting the credit for the invention. Spider-Man swings in and Dr. Octopus and him start to fight. Dr. Octopus tries to escape, so Spider-Man chases him and smashes him into the medical lab. The medical lab has lots of research material, and if anything gets destroyed, it could take years to replace. So naturally, it all explodes when they're fighting. Spider-Man looks at the flames caused at the medical lab and blames himself for his actions. At the Daily Bugle, he keeps thinking he should have thought of the risk and keeps putting himself down. And then Jonah starts talking about how Spider-Man caused the damage to the medical facility, and Robbie stands up for him saying that he was just trying to help. But Jonah tells him that it's a job for the police and he's above the law. Jonah swears that he will ruin Spider-Man for this. Peter then says,
"How does this always happen? I mean well, but in the process, I mess up everything. The world needs Spider-Man about as much as I need him. I'm through. I quit."
For the 100th time, he wants to give up being Spider-Man. Actually, he wants to give up being Spider-Man 5 times in the show. 1 being this episode, 2 being in season 1, episode 5, when he fights Mysterio and the city hates him.
My life's been a mess since the day I put you on. Why'd I ever do it anyway? I can't even keep a date because of you. Time to turn my life around. Hello, world. Goodbye, Spider-Man.
3 being in season 2, episode 1, which technically kind of doesn't count because he lost his spider powers for a bit, so he thought he was free of being Spider-Man, and he was actually happy because of that.
I guess I'm finally free. No more danger, no more secrets. Time to study. Go out on dates.
Then the final one is season 4, episode 1, when he loses Mary Jane to the portal.
It's Spider-Man's fault they're both gone. This costume's gotta go. It's the only way I'll ever be able to live with myself. Who needs Spider-Man anyway?
He also wants to give up a lot in the comics, like so many times there's no way I could count. I actually forgot to mention 2 more times, but these were just brief where he was just thinking about them because it's getting in the way of him and MJ being together, and that's season 3, episode 12 and season 3, episode 13.
Maybe it's time I made a big sacrifice for Mary Jane and stopped being Spider-Man. As long as I'm Spider-Man, our happiness will be compromised. Maybe it's time for me to give up web slinging.
I like that we see the side of Peter when things are getting hard because we all wanted to give up on something when life gets hard, but it's our responsibility to do that thing, and sometimes we think about giving up on whatever that thing is, but again, we go back to that responsibility thing because it's right, and we need to do that. It's just something that makes me love this character. He's so human, and that's such a core character trait of Spider-Man, and that's definitely why Spider-Man is my favorite superhero of all time, because he's the most human superhero to me.
When I picked up the comic book as a kid, Peter Parker and I were the same age. He was not popular. He did not have women fighting over him. And everything seemed to not go his way. He was like Charlie Brown. Everything, I mean, this is the early Peter Parker before he got kind of a little more suave and hip and had 2 girlfriends. But you know, always he faces the kinds of things that we all face. He faces trials and tribulations, and he faces achievements and failures. And I just found him tremendously relatable as a kid. I thought this guy's my age. He's living my life, the life of a teenager, of every teenager everywhere. And I think that was the genius of Stan, you know, amidst the world at that time of all these superheroes who were better than we were in ways, and did, you know, we read them because they were so powerful. He created a character that had powers, but really was more like us. And when I was doing the animated series, when I was writing the animated series, I told all my writers, you know, this is the Peter Parker story. This is not the Spider-Man story. Spider-Man is just another complication in Peter Parker's life. And that's, I think, the appeal of why we, to answer your question, why we still care about this character. Because he is just so relatable. We live the same kind of life that he does.
Robbie starts talking to Peter and tells him that someone sent him a Spider-Man fan letter and wants Peter to deliver it to him because he thinks Spider-Man needs all the support he can get right now. This letter was sent by the parents of this child who claim that this little girl is his #1 fan, but she forgot that I exist. They want him to see her, but Peter just throws the fan mail away and celebrates that he's finally free of being Spider-Man. But suddenly, when he walks into this alleyway, a random woman starts talking to him and she can hear his thoughts. She knows who he is and is really confused. She starts talking to him through different papers lying around and starts sharing things about his life that nobody should know. This strange lady starts to magically put this pink smoke around him and puts his costume on him. She then brings them to this random black place and we see this woman sitting on this chair. Spider-Man is still insanely confused and starts asking questions. This strange lady says that he is going to go through this training to go on to this mission and she doesn't specify any further. He tries to leave, but she magically puts him into his web and has him sit down. She starts talking about how for him to go through this mission, he first needs to overcome his self-pity that is making him give up being Spider-Man. She says you must have the faith of a child, and then leaves. Spider-Man somehow ends up in the front of this random broken down store called Madame Web, and the card that she gave him magically turns into the letter that he had previously thrown away. I just want to mention this now, this character is named Madame Web, and she is a big character in this show, mostly in this season and in the final season, and she is way better than her comic counterpart, and definitely way better than her movie comic counterpart. Her comic counterpart really sucks actually, she's just an old woman that has psychic powers. She's basically an entirely different character in the show, and they did a great job of making her interesting. She's like this super powerful mystic being that can give advice to Spider-Man, and this helps him a lot throughout this season, but Spider-Man gets annoyed with her a lot. She's incredibly mysterious in this show, and she's trying to get him ready for this huge battle that he wants no part in. And obviously we'll eventually get to all that in season 5, but yeah, I think she's a very good addition to the show and is one of the most interesting ones in the show. She's also voiced by Stan Lee's wife, which is insanely cool, and she fits the role perfectly. John actually says, and I quote, "In case you didn't already know, when I came up with the idea of bringing Madame Web into my Spider-Man animated series, I wrote her part specifically with the voice of Joan Lee, the wife of Stan Lee, in mind. At that point, I had known Joan for well over a decade. In the clip embedded in this great article, you can see why, in my humble opinion, it's the perfect melding of character, personality, and voice." End quote. After this strange visit by Madame Web, Spider-Man looks at the letter and remembers that Madame Web said something about having the faith of a child. He goes to visit the little girl as she's cutting out a picture of him from the Bugle. Her room is basically my room with a bunch of Spider-Man stuff all over it. Spider-Man tells her that her parents had asked him to come over and see her, and she gives him a hug instantly. She said that she is his greatest fan ever and pulls out what she calls her Spider-Man collection, which has a bunch of newspapers of him and has a bunch of stories of him. She doesn't believe a lot of them though. She then shows him a picture of when he was on TV and starts asking where did he come from. He then starts explaining his origin and she comments on things while he's telling her, and it's very wholesome. We already know Spider-Man's origin. I would be surprised if you didn't know and you're watching this, but it's taken straight from the comics. But there as always are some differences, like they added Farley Stillwell, the one who made the Scorpion. He made the device that the spider crawled into that turned Peter into Spider-Man. Peter passes out after he gets bit by the spider and has dreams that he actually turned into a spider when the spider bit him. Him turning into this giant spider is also a reference to the original Fly movie. I've never seen it, but that's supposed to be what that's referencing. It also passed on knowledge on how to make web fluid, which I think is actually a really interesting change, and this is the only piece of Spider-Man media that's happened, I'm pretty sure. We are already shown Peter is smart, so he can make this formula, and in my opinion, it made more sense than his dad making his formula for web fluid. Like, that's such a weird coincidence. Or him just knowing how to make it. I think this was a good streamlined idea, and I'm not sure any other version of Spider-Man media has made this decision, so I think that's really cool. He then starts giving a great detailed explanation of how his web shooters works, and it's perfectly explained and makes sense. He talks about what he can do with it and how he can set it to different settings. It's awesome. I love it. He then starts telling more of his origin on how he did showbiz and says how he felt like he was showing off to all those jerks in his high school. Him going into showbiz wasn't translated into the movies, it was just the wrestling part. But I like it because it makes Peter seem more selfless because he's mostly just doing it to show off. It just feels a lot more natural when he lets his Uncle Ben's killer get away because we see more of him just using his powers for his benefit. Also, the show that Spider-Man is on is called It's Amazing, which could be a reference to the mainline comic because his main comic series is called The Amazing Spider-Man. But this show also seemed to be based on a real-life TV show called That's Incredible, which had aired from 1980 to 1984. and it would be people that performed stunts and reenactments of paranormal events, and had featured people with unusual talent. Spider-Man finishes his origin and says that he did something just as bad by letting that medical building get destroyed, and now he's gonna give up being Spider-Man because he's causing more harm than good. Tina then says,
"You never quit, that's why you're my hero!"
This is why he's my hero too, Tina. Absolute beast. The manpower not to give up when things get hard. I absolutely love this. This is a message for everyone. You know, times are gonna get hard. And I mean for everyone, and that doesn't mean that you should give up on whatever it is that you want to do. There are going to be times when you are going to be in a dark place. You could be there now. I don't know your life, and I'm hoping my video might help cheer you up somehow. But again, we're all going through life, and it's not always going to be easy. There's going to be challenges that we will all have to face, and I think everyone should face those challenges no matter what. Everyone on this planet has something. Everyone is going through something, whether that be a death, mental struggles, emotional struggles. Maybe you don't have that support that you need. I'm telling you now that whatever it is you're going through, it will pass. It will. Now, it may not seem like it, especially in this moment, of course, and this is the most generic advice you could give to someone, but just keep going, man or woman. You got this. I believe in you, and I want you to believe in yourself. There's so much to your life, and again, mostly everyone on this planet is going through something, so you're not alone. Take a break if you need to. An emotional support day if you need. Just get through everything, and if you give up, pick yourself back up and get to work. I'm 20 years old. I'm not going to act like I know everything about life because I don't. But I know I didn't get this far by backing out or taking the easy way out. These past 2 or 3 years have just been a roller coaster of emotions. I've had so many downs, so many ups, so many tough situations, and finding out more things than I ever knew about myself. There's always someone with a harder life than yours. That's the honest truth. So appreciate what you have, appreciate the things you love in life, appreciate being here. I mean, there's a 1 in 400 trillion chance that you were born. 1 in 400 trillion. Think about that for a bit. You were put here for some reason. Who knows what the reason is? So go figure that out and don't give up on whatever you want to do. All right. Okay, I'm going to go stop monologuing, but I think it's important to look at life and just enjoy it and keep pushing through just like Spider-Man, my hero. Enough. Follow my voice. No. Follow my voice. I said no. I can't do this anymore. I can't. I look at all the things I've done, everything that's happened, and it's just nonstop fighting, violence, madness, and I've let people die. People I cared about. People I loved. We cannot save everyone. Then what's the point? Do you know what is the greatest gift anyone can receive in his lifetime? No, and I don't care. What does this have to do with the greatest gift we can receive is to have the chance just once in our lives to make a difference? Do you understand how many gifts you have received? How many times you have made a difference? Enough for 100 lifetimes. If you stop now, then all the times you made a difference before now were for nothing, and all those things you care about now today will most certainly die. But you already know this. I know, it's just, I'm tired, Doc. I'm so tired all of a sudden. I try not to look back because some days it feels like I'll just drown under the weight of everything I've done, everything I've had to do, and I wonder if it was worth it. Spider-Man. Yeah, you are asking the wrong question. That's so? Then what's the right question? We must go now. I know. Bring it on. I look up to a fictional character, and I'm not ashamed at all. Even Spider-Man has his hard times and is constantly thinking about giving up, but he never does. That's why he'll always be my hero. Anyway, back to the actual video. Spider-Man decided to head out the window because he wants to clear his head web slinging, but she grabs his foot and wants to go with him. Spider-Man says that he can't do it, but then she says,
"Just once I'd like to see the world like you see it. Just once before."
Oh. All right.
Subtle foreshadowing with her saying this before then getting cut off, but he takes her out web slinging and they land on this rooftop and he starts showing her his spider agility. This gets cut, however, when Dr. Octopus tentacles come out of nowhere and start attacking Spider-Man. While he was talking to Tina, Dr. Octopus was talking to the Kingpin, and he shares Smythe's spider-seeking technology to help destroy Spider-Man. And Dr. Octopus has also invented a device that he can wear on his head to direct this little octopus robot. The robot traps Spider-Man and is about to crush him, but in typical Spider-Man fashion, he starts getting to his ego, and Dr. Octopus loses his concentration and sets him free. They start to fight, but Spider-Man gets knocked out with this knockout gas, which I'm sure will never be seen again. Dr. Octopus has Spider-Man, and that's the end of this episode. One thing I forgot to mention in this breakdown is that in the flashback for this episode, Peter is wearing his nerdy outfit with glasses, but it changes once he goes into the genetics lab to the typical Peter Parker look. As always, I will review the full episode once we get into the next episode. and I'll also go over the two comics that this is based on and tell you the differences and similarities and all that. This episode picks up directly where the previous one left off, and we see Spider-Man being kidnapped by Dr. Octopus. Tina sees this and hops in the back of Dr. Octopus's military-looking car. Once we get to Dr. Octopus's lab, we see him test his new device he has on Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus calls this the Nuo Neutralizer. Spider-Man cannot move and is stuck in place and unresponsive. Dr. Octopus tries to take off his mask, but the Kingpin calls and asks if he's acquired the Argon Matrix laser. He says not yet, but he has captured Spider-Man. Spider-Man eventually wakes up from this trance and can't remember who he is or what is going on. He has no memory of anything. He's confused, and Doc Ock tells him that the Nuo Neutralizer accidentally hit him and that they plan to use it during their next crime. Octavius basically gaslights him into thinking he's a criminal and tries to take off his mask, but luckily Spider-Man's spider sense goes off to tell him something's wrong, so he keeps it on. Dr. Octopus tells Spider-Man who he is, and Spider-Man is frustrated he can't remember, and when he tries, his head starts to hurt. Doc Ock tells him that'll give him all the details, and Tina runs out of there trying to get help. She goes to an officer, but she thinks she's just a random little girl that doesn't know what she's talking about. We skip back to Octavius's lab, where Spider-Man is doubting Octavius, and he can't believe that he's a criminal. And then Octopus puts on J3 communication broadcasts of Jonah slandering Spider-Man, and Spider-Man is convinced but still hesitant. Octavius leaves to get ready for their plans, and Spider-Man tries to see who's under his mask, but he doesn't even recognize himself. We then skip over to the Watson household, where they're wondering where Peter is. Mary Jane defends him by saying that he probably got caught up with work, but Aunt Anna already doesn't like Peter, so she thinks he's being rude. We go to the police station, where the two officers are trying to figure out where Tina lives, but she won't tell them, and is only talking about Spider-Man. Then this random woman with a Jamaican accent comes into the police station and brings in a man who is trying to get a free cab ride. As this is happening, Tina escapes into her cab, but she is caught by the cab driver. Tina tells her that she's trying to get help for Spider-Man, but of course the cab driver doesn't believe her. And then she tells her just because she's 8 years old doesn't mean she's lying, but the cab driver just thinks it's a crazy story. She does eventually give the girl a shot because she knows the kind of person that Spider-Man is, because he saved her from a mugger one time. So they go to check it out, but as soon as they get there, they see them driving away. They start to follow them, and Dr. Octopus tells Spider-Man they need to go steal this rare metal alloy from a random foundation that's heavily guarded. Long story short, they steal the metal alloy, but Tina did try and help, but through all the chaos couldn't do it. Tina and Muise, I think her name is called, go to the Daily Bugle to try and maybe get help so they can give them the story. And Jonah obviously twists the story to think that they are working together. At the Watson household, they are still worried about Peter, and Anna still thinks Peter is being a jerk that doesn't think Mary Jane should waste time with. Once Tina and Muise fail at their plan, Muise starts to call all the cab drivers because they want to find where Spider-Man is headed. They find Spidey and Og breaking into a random place to get more stuff for the device, and Tina tries to help him remember who he is, but Doc Ock catches them and tells Spider-Man to get them. Ock captures the cab driver and Tina gets away because Spider-Man let her get away. Back at Ock's lab, Spider-Man tries to get answers from the cab driver and starts to remember more things. Ock tells him to get rid of the cab driver, but Spider-Man hesitates, so Ock tries to kill her. But Tina comes crashing in with a taxi cab, and Tina helps him remember who he is and gives her a hug. Ock comes back to fight Spider-Man and has him trapped with his tentacles, but Tina has the psychic thing that controlled Ock's tentacles arm robot and helps Spider-Man defeat Ock. Spider-Man thanks Tina and he swings her home. Spider-Man tucks her into bed, and Spider-Man starts saying that he definitely wouldn't have brought her if he knew that this was going to happen. But Tina says that this is the greatest night of her life. Spider-Man again thanks Tina for making him believe in himself again, and asks if there's anything at all that she wants, and she asks if he can take off his mask for her. Spider-Man obviously hesitates, but he does it for Tina, and she thinks it's really cool that he takes pictures of himself and says that he's the best friend that she's ever had. She promises to keep his secret identity for the rest of her life, and they both say their goodbyes. Spider-Man heads out the window, and as soon as he does, Madam Web appears again and tells him you have now found yourself again, and tells him that there's a great challenge ahead of him, and then she disappears. Spider-Man is glad he's found himself again, and says it's all because of Tina's faith, and says that she is more of a superhero than I could ever be. Spider-Man swings away, and it pans down to a sign that says Wish Come True Foundation for Terminally Ill Children, implying that the little girl in this episode is dying. And that's the end of the episode.
And the other thing I remember about that episode is I finished that episode, and Stan came up with the most brilliant note from that episode, because it ended exactly the way the comic ends. You're wondering why Spider-Man is spilling the beans to this little girl, and as he swings off, you see she's in the hospital dying of cancer, and Stan's note to me is like, yeah, that's pretty horrible. I guess he's hoping she'll die. because she knows all his secrets, right?
And that's Stan Berkowitz, not Stan Lee.
Yeah, I had never thought of it. I was like, oh my God, he's right. That's the complete
that
hole
haunts
of
me
that
to this
story.
very day. That haunts me to this
Yeah,
day.
it's a complete hole of that story.
What if she didn't die?
Right.
We'd have to kill her.
Then now he would come out with the spider pillow that he would put
I absolutely love these episodes, mostly the first part, because the second part I don't think is as good because it's your typical plot of I lost my memory storyline, you know, that last one episode. I think stories that do this should honestly stretch this idea out for more than one episode and make it a big deal, but I think it's a fine story, but I don't think the second part is too rewatchable for me. I do like the ending of this one though, and it's incredibly wholesome, and it's such a great twist with the kid dying and Peter finding himself again with Tina's help. I just love it so much. That's pretty much all I have to say about this episode. The Doc Ock and Spider-Man working together was fun, but what really held this story together was the dynamic and relationship between Tina and Spider-Man, and I think it was perfectly handled. But let's describe the comic differences and similarities. Let's start with the Amazing Spider-Man number 248. The beginning of the story doesn't actually start with the main story the comic cover has. It has a completely different story, so this story is basically two stories but cut in half. Obviously, I'm just going to go over the other story that this is based on. The kid who collects Spider-Man follows Spider-Man meeting a boy named Timmy, which would be the little girl in this episode called Tina. Timmy actually gets a small little reference in this episode.
Where did you get your powers? Timmy says you're from a dying planet, and your parents sent you here in a little spaceship.
I think Timmy has me confused with someone else.
As the comic continues, they have newspaper clippings of what Timmy's parents had sent because they had put it in the Daily Bugle, and as it continues, it relates to what Timmy says, so you can read what his parents had sent as you're going through the book. Spider-Man basically does the same thing. He shows off his powers and his webbing and tells him his origin and just hangs out with this kid. He even makes the same web swing that he did in this episode. He reveals his identity to him and gives him a hug, and then he leaves, and as he's leaving, he just stands there crying, and then we see that he's at a cancer clinic, and his parents write that he has leukemia and only has a few weeks left to live, and his only wish was to see Spider-Man. This story always gives me chills and tugs at my heartstrings because it also gives a whole different meaning when you're rereading the comic. I just think this story is perfect and shows that Spider-Man is human and there are things he can't even stop. I prefer this story over the one in the show because of the side plot with Octavius, and I think this one hits home more because I didn't even realize she was dying until like 3 or 4 years ago because I just didn't pay any attention to the sign, and Spider-Man doesn't show any emotion about it or say anything about it. He doesn't say anything about it in the comic, but I think it's shown a lot more clearly because we see him so distraught at the end that he can't help him, and he cries while he's hugging the kid. It's just so heartbreaking. I love this story. Timmy only appears one more time when Peter dies in the Amazing Spider-Man number 700, but it's just a quick one-panel scene. For some reason, this one specific scene has been taken very much out of context. I remember a bunch of my friends at the time sending me Spider-Man showing his identity and then showing that she's gonna die with the sign at the end. And it's funny when you take it out of context, but I think it's actually heartwarming once you actually sit down with the characters and hear them interact. And you can see how Spider-Man gained his sense of self back from talking to the girl.
I'll keep your secret for the rest of my life.
I know, and nothing's going to stop Spider-Man. Good night.
Again, I do think the story hits home a lot harder in the comic and is eventually ruined a bit when Spider-Man makes a joke about only revealing his identity to kids that are dying in the most recent Spider-Man comics because, of course, they did. Modern Spider-Man is so bad, but I still very much enjoy these two episodes and I'm not complaining with what we got. The second comics are the Amazing Spider-Man number 55 and number 56. There's not much actually similar to this story besides Spider-Man losing his memory. Spider-Man works for Dr. Octopus because he can't remember who he is, and then he also tries to build a device and uses Spider-Man to get what he needs. The differences are that Doc Ock wasn't trying to make Spider-Man forget who he is, it just happens by accident, and Spider-Man starts fighting Doc Ock because he's getting annoyed with him. Also, at the end of the issue, Spider-Man still doesn't know who he is until 2 issues later, in a completely unrelated plot. That's everything that this part of the arc in the show is based on. One thing I forgot about this episode is one of the cab drivers is called James Craig, and is voiced by James Craig, and he's one of the writers for the series. I'll give this arc 8 out of 10, and that's about it. So let's move on to the next episode.
I was first generation of sort of the Marvel era that we think of when we think of Marvel, which, you know, when I was a kid going into high school, in my early years of high school, they were selling the, like, Fantastic Four 1 and Amazing Fantasy, whatever that number was that Spider-Man premiered. Yeah, those were selling on the stands, and so I got to experience Spider-Man, my favorite character, just the right way, you know, and to be there at the very beginning. And I tried to bring that to the show so that for a whole new generation, and I guess most of you out there were kids when the show was on, I wanted you to have the same experience that I had reading the comic book, and no animated show had ever really done that before.
This episode starts with Norman Osborn messing with a bunch of different chemicals, and he seems under a lot of pressure. We then see a flashback of him getting caught making chemical weapons, and all of his stockholders plan on kicking him out because of this. We go back to Norman in the future, and he's talking to Wilson Fisk. He is forcing him to make all of these chemical weapons and wants them to be made soon before he goes under, or he'll be killed and anyone he cares about. So he continues, but under the pressure of Fisk, he accidentally blows up the Oscorp facility. Spider-Man goes there quickly and saves someone, but Norman Osborn is nowhere to be found. Harry even tries looking, but Spider-Man gets him out of there before the place gets demolished. We skip to Harry meeting all the stockholders and said that they never recovered a body, so there's a chance he's still alive. But they think he's delusional and he blames them for his death. They end up dismissing the meeting because Wilson Fisk agrees with Harry that no body was found, so they can wait on finding a replacement for him. We then go back to the person that was working with Norman Osborn in the chemical lab, the one that Spider-Man saved, and his name is Strom, which is a character from the Spider-Man mythos. He's also in the first Spider-Man movie helping Norman with his experiments, just like in the show. It seems that the movie took quite a bit from this episode, and I'll go over all of that once we get to the end of the episode. Anyway, Kingpin tells Stroms that he needs him to keep working on the chemical weapons. We then go to this mysterious figure grab a random person off the street. As this is happening, we cut to Mary Jane talking to Peter because she's worried about Harry since he won't talk to her, so he wants him to check up on him. Peter goes to check up on Harry, only for him not wanting to talk to him or anybody. We see this mysterious figure start laughing as he captures J. Jonah Jameson. Spider-Man sees a glider go past him and assumes it's the Hobgoblin, only to realize that it's not the Hobgoblin, it is the Green Goblin. Spider-Man and the Goblin start duking it out, but the Goblin breaks Spider-Man's web shooters and he gets away. Spider-Man's only lead is at Oscorp since Norman had made the Goblin glider, so he thinks there's a possibility a connection might be here. Spider-Man sees Harry in the facility going through the Goblin glider and super enhancing Goblin armor blueprints. Then he sees the Goblin and figures out Harry is the Goblin. We then go over to the Goblin kidnapping another random person, and after this, Spider-Man goes to the scene and talks to Terry Lee. Spider-Man asks Terry Lee what all these kidnappings may have in common, and she reveals all of them were on the Oscorp board of directors. Spider-Man leaves quickly to try and save the other board of directors and goes to Felicia's mother, but as he's crawling up the wall to go get her, she's being kidnapped by the Goblin. Spider-Man attacks the Goblin, so he picks up Felicia and drops her mother and her, and then tells them to choose. Sound a bit familiar? Spider-Man saves Felicia because he knew he wasn't going to let her fall because he's only been kidnapping the other members of the board of directors. Fisk is eventually kidnapped, and then we go to Peter talking to MJ to see if he knows where Harry might be. Mary Jane believes that he's trying to get revenge on the board of directors and thinks he's the one who's been kidnapping them to avenge the death of his father and ask him what he thinks. Then Peter actually almost makes a selfish choice, thinking to himself,
if I told her, it would only make her feel worse about Harry, but would it make her feel better about me?
But Peter realizes that Harry's his friend and he's innocent until proven guilty. He stays positive about Harry, telling him if that were his friends, we'll be there when he needs us the most. Peter then puts a spider tracer on her just in case anything happens to her, and if Harry has turned evil. What I really like about this scene is that Peter has a selfish thought. You know, I think that this makes it all more real. Peter feels like a genuine character in the show. Again, this is something us as humans have thought, being selfish or making the right choice. It just shows what kind of person Peter is. Peter is a good friend that wants to be there for Harry. It just shows that our actions do really matter in our life. You can throw people under the bus or make the decision to be there for your friends. I love this show for how it humanizes our main protagonist. I've never seen a show where we know the main character's thoughts 24/7, and we know how he feels in every single moment and the decisions that he wants to make, but ultimately can't because of the human being he is. I mean, this is relatable for any of us as human beings. We all have these constant different thoughts in our head. We all have to make these tough choices, and we all have these selfish moments sometimes. I just love that John Semper and these writers understand this character and his humanity, because I think the superhero has the ability to show that the most, and they use it perfectly to their advantage in this show. Getting back to the episode, we see Mary Jane following Harry into the chemical lab that had killed his father, and she follows Harry into this secret room and falls down into these underground tunnels. But Mary Jane gets caught by the Green Goblin. He kidnaps her and brings her into the submarine and goes into an underwater base area. Spider-Man follows right behind him because he saw her get flown away by Osborn. The Green Goblin starts talking to all the people he's kidnapped, talking about how they all need to pay for their crimes against Norman Osborn. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin start to fight, and they end up destroying a lot of the underwater base, so it starts to cave in with water. Spider-Man saves everyone but stays behind to get the Goblin. They duke it out, and as that's happening, Wilson Fisk destroys the exit to see if he can destroy Spider-Man and the Goblin. Spider-Man defeats the Goblin and unmasks him, and to no one's surprise, it's Norman Osborn, and we hear this hilarious performance he gives.
No, no! That weakling was destroyed in the explosion! Me! Give me my mask!
It sounds like he inhaled a helium balloon. I don't like his goblin voice, it's just way too high-pitched in my opinion. Anyway, Norman says that the explosion causes gas from the chemicals, gave him strength, and the gas also turned the hobgoblin suit green and purple, and he used it in the glider to escape the explosion. My biggest pet peeve is why is the hobgoblin's costume at this chemical facility, and why did the gas change the hobgoblin's color scheme? I just find it funny. Spider-Man and the Goblin continue to fight, but the gas seems to be wearing off of Norman, because they didn't know how long the effects of the gas would last. Norman Osborn is knocked out, and Spider-Man takes off his uniform. Spider-Man tries to escape with Osborn, but the exit was destroyed. But luckily, Harry gives them an exit to escape. Harry reveals that he was looking at the blueprints for this underground lab in his dad's office, and was built as a secret underground testing site, and the tunnel that Mary Jane had went through connects to the chemical plant. Spider-Man tells him that he followed a masked criminal called the Green Goblin to the lab, and Harry believes the Green Goblin captured him. Norman wakes up and has amnesia and can't remember who the Green Goblin is or what happened to him, which is taken from the comics where that exact thing had happened to him. Norman makes an announcement to the public that Oscorp is done making chemical weapons and also reveals that Harry is going to be helping him run Oscorp. Peter is there to take photos and runs into Mary Jane, who tells him he's a good friend and kisses him on the cheek. Then Felicia comes out of nowhere and gives him a note for Spider-Man for him to come meet her. Spider-Man meets her and Felicia thanks him for saving his mother and for always being there for her and gives him a kiss, and the episode ends. Everything taken from this episode and put into the Raimi movies was Strom helping Osborn with the Goblin formula, but in the movie he gets killed, but in the show he's still alive. The Green Goblin goes after his stockholders for kicking him out, but they are doing it for a different reason. In the show he doesn't kill the stockholders, but in the movie he kills them. I'm gonna give this episode a 8 out of 10. I think it's a good episode. There's not much to say here. Basically the whole plot centers around Norman Osborn and what's happened to him and how Harry is trying to deal with it. It makes for this entertaining story where we unravel what's happening, and they do try and throw you off with Harry being the Goblin, and it works if you don't really know Spider-Man, and it feels a bit predictable, I would say, even if you didn't know, because there wasn't a body found and there's tunnels under Oscorp. I think they gave a little too much information, but I enjoyed it. It's entertaining, and let's move on to the next episode. I'm just going to quickly glance over this one. This episode is the Rocket Racer episode, and basically there's this kid named Robert, and he was about to be a bad kid till his mom got sick, and now he's trying to turn his life around. He's actually great at science, but trying to help his mother, he can't focus on science. There's this gang called the Rocket Racers, and they have this weaponry tech, and Robert steals this tech to try and make some money, but realizes he can use this tech to steal money instead. But once he starts stealing tech, he regrets it, but it's already too late, so he runs away from Spider-Man and the police. He eventually gets home, but Spider-Man put a spider tracer on him. Felicia comes out of nowhere and tells him that his mother is in the hospital after seeing him being a robber on TV. But as soon as they all try to go to the hospital, the Rocket Racers go after Robert in a giant wheel. And Spider-Man and him stop the Rocket Racers, and they have a lesson to use science for good and not evil. And then he and his mom make up, and that's the episode. There's some things I would like to add to this episode as well that I just didn't put in, like Peter volunteers as a science teacher, which I think is awesome. I always liked Peter as a teacher in the comics, but it usually doesn't make sense on how he's able to do that while being Spider-Man, because teaching takes so much of your time away, and then I would imagine he gets barely any sleep. I like it, but it doesn't make sense logically, but we're talking about a guy who got bit by a radioactive spider that gave him spider powers, so I'm not going to question it. There's a small side plot with Felicia and Spider-Man with how Felicia wants to be with him, but he doesn't want to put her in danger, so she starts going out with this guy named Jason Phillips, and he's donating him a lot of money to Felicia's Science Center. I like that they set the seeds in place for this in the next season. You know, she becomes the Black Cat and they sort of get together. I'll discuss it all when we get to it. I'll give this episode a 4 out of 10. There's nothing too great here in my opinion, and if I'm rewatching this show, this is the one I skip because I just don't find it too entertaining. It's got a nice little lesson about science, and I think you can compare it to Peter in a way. If he didn't have Uncle Ben and Aunt May to use science in a way that would help others, he could have turned out just like Robert. But Spider-Man helped this kid change his ways, and I love when Spider-Man can help kids in such a way other superheroes can't. Again and again and again, it shows that he is connected to the people, and mostly because he is one of the people, and can also show that he was one of those kids that got bullied or was having a tough time. Spider-Man inspiring kids always makes me happy, and I think a lot of stories do this and pull it off well. In this case, I don't think it worked out too well, and I don't think they were really trying to use Spider-Man in that way. The episode doesn't hit the mark for me, and I find this to be a random comic book story that you would pick up and be like, oh, you know, it's readable, it's okay. Speaking of comic books, this story is very loosely based on the Amazing Spider-Man 172, 182, and 183. And when I mean loosely, I mean loosely. The Rocket Racer is a completely different character, the plot is completely different. The only thing that's kept from this story is how the Rocket Racer looked and the big wheel. That's everything that this episode adapted. It was basically nothing. The Rocket Racer in the comics is basically just a thug. That's it. One thing I forgot to mention in the episode was that this is said,
amazing drama is coming to an incredible conclusion at the Hotel Excelsior construction site.
This is Stanley's catchphrase, and that's everything to say about this episode, so let's move on to the next. Bob Richardson was asked in an interview how much control he had over the visuals of the series. Was there a particular look or design aesthetic he was going for? And Bob Richardson responds, and I quote, "I had quite a lot of control over the visuals, but I also had to please Stanley and Avi Arad as well as our client, Margaret Loesch, who was the president of Fox Children's Network. They always had input into what we were doing, and we listened, reacted, and found a way to bring everyone's thoughts together and do what was best for the series. From the beginning, we were determined not to copy Batman, even though it was a highly successful series. Spider-Man the Animated Series should have its own unique look, not copy Batman in any way, just because it was successful. The Batman film noir style using Art Deco backgrounds with a lot of black and the more stylized character designs seemed to fit perfectly with Batman's origins. Gotham and Batcaves and the whole period characteristic of the original material seemed to demand this kind of stylized concept for that series, which I think the producers of that show achieved perfectly, with a slight nod to the 1940 Superman cartoon produced by Max Fleischer. Stan's concept for Spider-Man was more reality-based than the Batman material, with a real student, quite poor and down on his luck, living with his aunt in a real city, New York. It grounds his character so well with a contemporary audience, that when he goes through this life-changing event of accidentally acquiring superpowers, the audience can relate to him even in this extraordinary circumstance. In theory, it could even happen to them. Even the supervillains are more interesting when they are placed in a realistic city environment. So this was the key to the direction we would take in developing the style of the show. Spider-Man the Animated Series would be designed to be more realistic than Batman, and in an environment that was more authentic and contemporary as possible. Consequently, it was a lot harder to achieve, because doing reality and animation on TV budget is no easy problem. The drawing and design skill as well as the animation expertise is very demanding with less room for error. We also did quite a bit of research to make sure that New York City was as accurate as we could make it. In addition, to make the show have a dramatic edge and work better for animation, I was always pushing for exaggeration of that reality in any and every way we could. Exaggeration is what makes animation work best, even when you're trying to achieve a live-action reality. That is also why we attempted to add CGI backgrounds to the show at a time when it was unheard of for a children's television show, because of the cost and where the technology was at the time. But we felt if Spidey could actually swing around buildings in 3D, it would push the reality of the series even further. Unfortunately, we had to limit what we did with this because we had a very small, you might say, microscopic budget for it. We also attempted to give the show a live-action film quality to further enhance the realism that we were looking for and treat each episode like a mini movie. End quote.
I give all credit for the look and the feel of the show, the visual look and feel of the show, to Bob Richardson. Bob is a brilliant producer, and he did a brilliant job. And because we did not get along, he didn't have any input really into my stories, and I didn't really seek out or try to have any input into what he did visually. So I give Bob all the credit, really. Bob's a brilliant technician, and he did a wonderful job. You know, when we would get the shows in finally, and they would be put together, we would all watch them, all of us in the crew. We would watch them in, we were in the New World building at that time, and the New World building had a screening room with a big giant movie screen. And so every episode, while we were in the New World building, we watched in a movie theater on a big screen.
Wow, cool.
I got to tell you, you know, and this was an era before there were any Spider-Man movies. So watching our episodes on the big screen, they held up so well. And they really were, for the most part, movie quality. When you look at Night of the Lizard on a big screen, or you look at Venom 1 on a big screen, it's really, you know, it's movie quality animation. And Bob did a great job. He chose really great artists. He put together a really great staff of people, some of whom I'm still friends with. So he gets all the credit. The only thing that I did visually, because, you know, everything begins with a script. And so if you indicate that you want something to happen, you get it. And there were things that I had remembered about the world of Spider-Man that had been lost over the years, like his spider light, the one that he had in his belt.
Yes, love that.
I absolutely knew when I got the show that I was going to somehow bring that light back. Which I did.
It's in episode 1, isn't it?
It's the very first episode. I was just going to say that. So, you know, calling for things like that, there were certain things that I would call for that I had always wanted to see. And so that would be my only input. But no, Bob gets all the credit for the look and feel of the show.
We go to one of my least favorite episodes to one of my most favorite episodes. These next two episodes is another crossover, and this one is between Daredevil and Spider-Man. And these two in the comics are such a great pair, and they translate that well into this show too. The episode starts with Peter being in a courtroom and is on trial, and the prosecution is telling the judge that he's a danger to society and shouldn't be released from jail. And before he even gets to prove his innocence, he's taken away in handcuffs and put into a police van with Aunt May and Mary Jane watching him. As he's being carried away in a police van, the van gets attacked with explosive and Spider-Man kidnaps him, and he's put onto a helicopter. Peter then reflects on how he got into this mess in the first place. We then see Peter talking to Richard Fisk about a job opportunity, and he compliments his achievements, but the biggest reason why he's getting this job is because he saved his father, which was season 1 episode 11. That was an amazing callback to set up this plot. Peter talks to Fisk and just thinks he's a normal philanthropist. Fisk says that he's expressing his gratitude by hiring him at Fistronics, where he'll be servicing computer systems, and he agrees and they shake on it. Peter keeps talking about how the next day went and shows that everything went fine. He would do a bunch of electronic stuff for them, and then it skips to him quitting the Bugle. But Jonah gets mad and tells him that he's fired before he can quit. He walks out of the room and tells Robbie how it went. Peter doesn't think too much of it because Jonah just yells at him a lot, but Robbie tells him that Jonah likes him and he has a softer side. He just doesn't know how to show it. He goes back to his job the next day and everything seems to be going fine. Peter goes to get a hot dog, but the female worker points a gun at his face. He knocks it away and starts to run, but a bunch of other people also try and capture him, but he crawls up a wall and escapes. They for some reason want his diagnostic disc that he uses for work. He changes into Spider-Man and has no clue what's going on. They instantly start to attack him because they think he's Peter's partner, but again he gets away. Peter goes home and starts talking with Aunt May, but this is quickly interrupted by the same people that were originally after Peter. They capture him and explain that they are federal agents and want the disk drive that he has. He tries to explain that it's just diagnostic data, but she reveals that it's classified defense plans and is selling government secrets. They lock him up and don't believe that he didn't know. Peter is sent to a jail cell and starts to talk to a lawyer. We learn that his name is Matthew Murdock, and he got assigned to this case by some random person that's looking out for him. Peter explains everything to Murdock, and we skip to the future where he's getting transported to this random warehouse. We then learn that Wilson Fisk's son, Richard Fisk, was the one that framed him because he needed someone to take the fall, and he broke him out to make sure everyone thinks he's guilty, and the Spider-Man that's with them is actually the Chameleon, if you couldn't tell by his huge belt that gives him away. They then trap Peter in this room with no air where he can't escape, so he dies a slow and painful death. Fisk and the Chameleon hop onto the helicopter, and we get this dialogue.
Ironic that Parker should be branded a traitor, especially after what you've told us about his parents.
This is something that isn't revealed till season 5, but I love this little line just to set that up, and you know, it just makes you think about it. You question to yourself, what happened to Peter's parents and why were they traitors? It's just really interesting and says a lot without saying too much. Anyway, they fly off into the helicopter and we see a guy dressed in red with black highlights. We see him take out everyone with ease, and it's shown that he's super agile and can detect enemies in an almost superhuman way. He rescues Parker and tells him that his name is Daredevil, and Murdock has sent him. They get up to the roof and Daredevil says there's 2 men behind this billboard and he can hear their heartbeats pounding and their breathing. Daredevil takes them out and he drops Peter at Murdock's place, and Murdock explains why he's helping him. We then get his origin story, which is a bit different than the one from the comics. Jack Murdock, Matthew's father, was a boxer, but that wasn't enough to pay the bills and support his kid, so he took a job from a mobster and he became a criminal. Matthew saw his father being a criminal and couldn't handle it, so he ran away, but while he was running he wasn't paying attention to the road and got hit by a truck carrying radioactive chemicals, which was illegal to transport through the city. Jack went to the site where they transported the chemicals and realized it was the same mob boss, the Kingpin, and he was filling those containers with radioactive chemicals, and they were covered up to look like they were made for recycling. So he attempts to go to the police but ran into the containers and was killed. But they obviously just say he wasn't seen again, you know, because they can't, you know, confirm that he's like dead. The changes they made to the story was that he was never hired by the Kingpin in the comics, but he was hired by the Fixer to lose a fight, but he wanted his son to be proud of him, so he won, and that's why he was killed in the comics. He also loses his sight in a different way. Matthew tries to save this blind man crossing the road, and he gets hit by a truck filled with radioactive material, and he gets it in his eyes, and that's how he got his powers. They also copied the same exact thing in the Daredevil Netflix show, which is a top tier show, which I might possibly break down one day. Just give me a comment if you want that, or if you have any ideas you might might want me to do, I might possibly do them. Just leave a comment. But right now I have a lot of things lined up, but again, if you have any ideas, I would love to hear them. Getting back to the episode, Peter asks who the Kingpin might be because he doesn't realize that he's Wilson Fisk yet. Matt just tells him he has a suspicion of who he is and saying that he will one day meet his match. Matt lets him get some rest, but as soon as he leaves, Peter heads out the room. Matthew changes into Daredevil and says that he wished he could have told Peter the whole story, and we get the rest of his origin. We find out that the chemicals made his other sensors better than ever and was trained by this old man named Stick. And this also happens in the comics too, but the show's version of Stick seems to be younger than the one in the comics. As Peter's trying to get back home, we skip over to the Parker household where they're trying to help Aunt May because of the whole situation going on with Peter. When May goes upstairs to sleep, Anna starts going on about how Peter isn't being there for his aunt, and she thinks he actually is guilty. In the comics, Aunt Anna likes Peter. I like this change though because I think it's a logical conclusion to go by and add something different to the character dynamics. I also think someone on Facebook that's part of the Spider-Man animated series is Eternally Excellent, like club thing they have or whatever, puts it pretty well, and his name is Keelan Lambe. I don't know if I got that name right, I'm sorry. And he says, and I quote, Miss Watson does get a lot of hate for her treatment of Peter, but she has a good reason. After her brother left Mary Jane and her mom, she supported them. When MJ's mom died, she became her mother. So she becomes overprotective with MJ as she is the child she never had. And they're the only family they have. And the men MJ's with are jerks like her father. Maury Bench wanted to control her and Peter breaks her heart once in a while. When MJ vanished, it nearly destroyed her and she was just looking for someone to blame. It happens to everyone that loses someone you love. She's a bit unfair to people only because she doesn't want MJ to get hurt like any mother should do. End quote. I took this from a random person because I couldn't have put that into better words myself. I think it makes logical sense as to why she's overprotective over MJ. Aunt Anna goes to check on May and says that she looks ill, so she gets Mary Jane to call the ambulance. Outside of the house, Peter arrives and crawls up to his room and changes into his Spider-Man costume. Spider-Man goes to Fisttronics to find evidence that will help clear his name. Spider-Man breaks into the building and goes into the Fisttronics mainframe and starts downloading evidence that will help clear his name. But suddenly he gets attacked by Daredevil, thinking that he kidnapped Peter when he was kidnapped by the Chameleon. They begin to fight, but both start getting attacked by Fist men, and they plant a bomb trying to destroy all the evidence. The bomb goes off and the place starts to explode, and that's the end of the episode. The next episode continues exactly where the previous one left off, as always, and we see Spider-Man and Daredevil trying to escape the building and get the evidence. They escape the building with the disk drive intact and gives the drive to Daredevil so he can give it to Murdock. Daredevil reveals that Wilson Fisk is actually a criminal mastermind called the Kingpin, but before they discuss more, the FBI come and they escape. Terry Lee asks Agent Cho why she's just judging Parker and claiming he's guilty before she gets all the facts, and fully investigates the case, because there's a bunch of unanswered questions, but she dodges these questions and leaves Terry Lee. We then go to Fisk's building and his son tells him the bad news, and he's obviously very angry. They then see the news that Peter's Aunt May is in the hospital, and Kingpin wants to capture Parker if he goes to see her. We go back to Peter going back to Murdock's place. He turns on the TV and finds that Aunt May is in the hospital. As soon as he tries to leave to go see her, Murdock appears and tells him that he has the evidence that will clear his name. But Parker insists that he needs to see his Aunt May. But Murdock advises against this, saying that he still is an escaped felon, and if he were caught, then he might get shot because they might shoot and ask questions later. But he says as his friend, he understands that he should go see his aunt and lets him go. Spider-Man swings right to the hospital and sees everyone comforting Aunt May. And Aunt Anna, as always, starts slandering Peter, and Mary Jane just can't handle it, so she leaves and starts to cry because she's worried about Peter. While all of this is going on, we go to Matt giving the disc to Agent Choi to clear Peter, and he says that he needs insurance that he's giving it to the right person, but she convinces him that she has the people that could shoot Parker on sight if they see him. So he hands her the disc, and as soon as he leaves, she calls Richard Fisk, and we learn that she's actually working for them. And now they have the disk drive. Going back to the hospital, we see Peter snatch Mary Jane and ask if she's given up on him, but she says she would never give up on him and starts to kiss him, but quickly backs away because of her and Harry being together. He quickly changes the subject of him trying to see Aunt May, and she helps him see her by disguising him as a doctor. Peter talks to her for a total of 15 seconds, and he starts to head out because he doesn't want to put them in danger. But as soon as he's about to leave, his spider sense goes off and Aunt Anna comes through the door. Aunt Anna is acting strangely nice and offers to escort Peter out of the building. He follows her to only get tricked by the Chameleon, and him and Mary Jane get knocked out by this knockout gas. and I'm sure this gas will be used again because it could be pretty helpful against Spider-Man. Anyway, they get taken away in a van, and then we go to Terry Lee following Agent Choi because she seems suspicious. She was right about this suspicion, of course, because she is shown giving the drive to Richard Fisk. Terry decides to call Matt Murdock for some reason, and Matt wants justice, so he heads out to go after him. Richard tells Wilson that he has the disc and Parker and has taken care of all of his problems. Wilson talks to Smythe about having a great relationship with his son and how glad he is to have it compared to the one he had with his father. And then we get a flashback to Wilson Fisk's origin, comparing it to Daredevil's origin last episode. His origin in this episode is completely different than his comic origin. His origin is that Wilson was an outcast because of his weight, and he would join his father as a criminal because he wanted to gain his acceptance. But one day when he was with his father doing a robbery, and he couldn't get up this ladder, and his father said that the sacrifices must be made and left him. In the courtroom, he was asked to name his accomplice so he can have leniency, but he stays silent. While in prison, he would learn what he would need to do to start a criminal empire, and he instantly did that and became known as the Kingpin. Apparently, he's a master of technology, and he used this to wipe his criminal record. He says that there is one thing linking him to his past, and that was his father. So his thugs bring his father to him, and he killed him, and that's how he became the Kingpin. His origin in the comic book is that he was, again, an outcast because of his weight, and this led him to try to be the best in whatever he does. He learned the Japanese art of sumo, he self-taught himself to be intelligent, he basically just learned a bunch of stuff and he became a crime lord. This episode and his Daredevil show origin are perfect in my opinion, and it adds so much more depth to the Kingpin origin. This is more proof that things don't need to be comic book accurate to be good. Getting back to the episode, we go back to Richard Fisk's penthouse, and he puts Mary Jane and Peter inside this container where he had Peter in the previous episode, the one where he couldn't breathe, because for some reason he can't just shoot them. Anyway, the police being led by Terry Lee infiltrate the place and an all-out war ensues. Daredevil drops in to lend a hand, and Terry Lee frees MJ and Peter. Terry arrests Agent Choi, Peter turns into Spider-Man, and Richard Fisk gives Chameleon the disk drive. They capture Richard Fisk, and Daredevil and Spider-Man go after the Chameleon with the drive as he gets away in a helicopter. When they follow him, Spider-Man says that he remembers being here, which is a reference to the Hobgoblin episode in Season 1. John Semper comments on Fisk's hideout after a fan questions him if it's the Chrysler Building, and everything is quoted. The fan says, and I quote, "I always found it odd that the Kingpin set up shop in the Chrysler Building. Granted, it definitely looks like the kind of building an evil billionaire would occupy, but even as a kid, it just seemed weird to me that no one ever noticed the helicopters and other massive vehicles going in and out of there, or Spider-Man saying things like, 'Wait a minute, I know this place,' when he came back after the Hobgoblin fight. It sounded like he had no idea what the Chrysler Building was. I don't know, is it just me?" End quote. Then John Semper replies, and I quote, "Michelle Martinez, ha, it's probably just you, but you still got a good point. It is a rather ostentatious place for a crime boss to be hiding, but remember, Wilson Fisk was a well-known successful billionaire businessman. The Kingpin was his secret identity. So as Fisk, it would make perfect sense for him to have a high-profile office building with all manner of private aircraft going in and out. And I haven't watched the Hobgoblin episodes in over a decade, so I don't exactly remember the context, but I think Spidey is just registering surprise that his pursuit of the bad guys has led to this familiar building. And I'm not sure, despite its design, that the building in our series is supposed to be the Chrysler Building. I certainly never indicated it as such in any script. And remember, I had nothing whatsoever to do with the visual aspect of our series, so the design was Bob Richardson's choice. I think he wanted to design something memorable and magnificent and very New Yorkish. So even though the design was based on the Chrysler Building, I don't think it was meant to actually be it. End quote. The Chameleon goes to Fisk's hideout, and Spider-Man and Daredevil make a plan. Spider-Man keeps Fisk guards busy, and Daredevil goes for the Kingpin. Daredevil and Kingpin begin to battle. They have little scenes while they're fighting at the flashbacks of both of them being helpless, to them now being the men that they have become from what they've experienced. I like that it parallels their stories pretty well, with Matt having a father that cared what he thought about him, and Wilson's father not really caring about him. The Kingpin ends up shocking Daredevil, catching him off guard, and the Kingpin escapes into a helicopter. Daredevil and Spider-Man bring the helicopter down to take down the Kingpin, but when they catch him, we find out he was the Chameleon, and the real Kingpin got away after the fight he had with Daredevil. Richard Fisk gets sent to jail, and there's a parallel that they make where the judge says that he'll show leniency if you reveal who your accomplices are, but Richard Fisk stays silent just like his father did when he threw him under the bus.
Sacrifices must be made. Sometimes sacrifices must be made.
We then learn Jonah is the one who paid Murdoch to be Peter's lawyer, again showing that he's not just a jerk that yells at everyone, and showing some depth that was missing in the books at the time. And also Peter has his job back because Robbie gave it back to him. We then skip over to Spider-Man and Daredevil talking, where Daredevil says that he's going to gather legal evidence against Kingpin so he can put him behind bars forever. And Spider-Man has a lot of questions for Daredevil, but he says he can't reveal anything to him, but he should know that behind this mask is the face of a friend and an ally against the Kingpin. They shake hands and part ways, and that's the end of the episode. I'm pretty sure when he says that behind this mask is the face of a friend, I think it's implying he knew who he was, because I would imagine it's not difficult because of his voice and his scent. And he also refers to him as a friend in this episode when he was talking to him as his lawyer.
But as your friend, I understand. Behind this mask is the face of a friend.
Too bad we didn't see more of this guy in this universe. I think that this version of Daredevil is so great, and him and Spider-Man's dynamic was amazing. It reminds me exactly how it was in the comics. I think it would have been interesting to bring him back during the Secret Wars event or something. It is cool that we saw a bit of him in 97. That was sweet. What also sucks is that this Daredevil would have also had his own cartoon. This episode was used as a backdoor pilot for that show and was pitched in 1999 and was accepted, but unfortunately this was around the time when the Daredevil movie was being produced, and Marvel had stopped the production for the show because of the movie, so we never got the show, and I think it would have been badass since they already have a strong foundation for the character in the show. In an interview with Mark Hofmeyer, he was asked, "What do you think to the other Spider-Man shows both before and after Spider-Man the Animated Series?" Mark Hofmeyer says, and I quote, "I think ours is still the best and will hold up. We were lucky though in that we got 65 episodes to do things with. That means you can tell those multi-part stories the way they were meant to be told. I worked on Spider-Man Unlimited for Saban and another Spider-Man writer, Larry Brody. It was okay, but not the same. Dopey note, at the time, Saban was looking to develop a whole slate of Marvel shows. Captain America, The Avengers, Silver Surfer. They were even wanting to do a standalone Daredevil show until an executive in a meeting said, a show about a blind lawyer? Nah." End quote. John Simper says, and I quote, "I was watching the old movie Midway a few years ago. It's a tedious film which at the time was made more exciting with a gimmick called Sin Surround. Huge bass speakers that literally made the seats shake during key scenes. I saw Midway when it first came out and loved every minute of it because I'm a sucker for cheap movie thrills like Sin Surround. Prominent in the cast was a young Edward Albert. Albert was a hot young actor that year with a bright future ahead of him. Little did I know back in 1976 that almost 20 years later, I'd be sitting in a recording studio with him as he laid down the voice track in the role of Daredevil for my Spider-Man animated series. He was the perfect voice for the cool, calm Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer turned superhero, and those episodes still stand as two of the best we made. Sadly, Edward Albert passed away from lung cancer in 2006 at the age of 55, after a long and successful career, but I thought I'd take a moment to honor him and appreciate his immense talent on his birthday today. Happy birthday to the late Edward Albert." End quote. I'm gonna give these two episodes a 10 out of 10. In my opinion, if you like the Daredevil show, then you're gonna love these episodes. And I consider that show a 10 out of 10 too. Daredevil had such a natural chemistry with Spider-Man. As I stated before, they are great together, and this episode just proves that. I love that this plot was diverged from an episode in season 1 with him saving Wilson Fisk's life, and then that becoming the thing that gets him the job and is the one to blame. It all works insanely well. The parallels with the two fathers between Kingpin and Daredevil was awesome. It's cool that they still make him feel like a Daredevil and Spider-Man villain because he was originally a Spider-Man villain but became more of a Daredevil villain. And again, it just works for both of them teaming up on this one. This feels like it had a lot of respect towards Daredevil. You know, there's not a moment in time where I was like, you know, that's out of character for Daredevil. No, he feels like he does in the comics, and I feel like every single hero that they've introduced just feels this way. They're taking the core of these characters and making them reach a new audience, and it allows people to go read more stories with these characters in the comic books because they are pretty much ripped straight from the comic books. I would imagine they were doing the same with the X-Men characters, which I wouldn't know because I haven't read an X-Men comic book. It's just the fact that this world feels so lived in. There's this bigger universe outside of everything, and it's so weird because we're so used to that now. The MCU just made it feel like a regular thing, so we don't cherish it as much anymore when episodes like these happen. I love that this show added these characters because of the plot and not just because big bad guy must team up to stop him. Like Spider-Man meeting the X-Men in season 2. He went to the mansion because of his mutation disease. Morbius is a vampire, so Blade comes and tries to kill him. Punisher seeks out Spider-Man because he thinks he kidnapped someone. And then in this episode, Peter gets framed for a crime, so Matthew Murdock shows up to become Peter's lawyer. Spider. It all again just feels natural for these plots to be happening and these little team ups he's having with all these different characters because it fits the plot so well. We don't have these different characters coming in because I like that character. I mean, that obviously had something to do with it, but it's not the reason the story was made. The characters they put in made for the story they were trying to tell. It wasn't the story being centered around those characters. In my opinion, they do such a great job of establishing this and making this world make sense in a way that it all feels coherent. Let's move on to the next episode.
When you took that job, there wasn't a whole lot of vocal reference for what Spider-Man should sound like. There were a couple cartoons,
that's a good point, yeah.
But that was about it. So how did you decide what Peter Parker and Spider-Man should sound like?
I don't know. I think that I'm sure I was influenced by Dan's work on Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends in the 80s, which I grew up on. And then, I honestly, it sounds silly, but I think because I read the comics so much, you know, when you read things, you hear it in your head, right? So it was my own voice that I was hearing in my head. So I had read so much of the comic and sort of had been vocalizing that in my mind as a child growing up that when it came time to actually vocalize it in a booth on a page, it was just, oh, it's that voice. It's me, you know, it's the voice that I've always kind of heard in my head as I've read this to myself. But there it is, and it worked.
Just kind of already equipped for the job.
It felt like that, yeah. I felt like I was sort of primed and ready for that role because I loved the character. Again, Spider-Man is, to me, represents the. I've said this before. Spider-Man is he's the conflicted coming of age archetype. Everything about Spider-Man is conflicted coming of age. And curiously, I think that's why he is where he is in the Civil War saga.
Right.
Because first he goes with Iron Man and then he goes with Cap. And he takes us on that journey because we're the ones that are conflicted. And I think that's one of the qualities, one of the universal appeal of Spider-Man is that we always feel that way. We're very rarely sure of anything. We're always in this state of inner conflict. And so is Spider-Man, especially with things like power. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. You know, these are lofty, sort of heady ideals, and Spider-Man is always wrestling with that. And I think that's his appeal. And you know, again, I might just be overanalyzing it all, but it's fascinating.
No. In this episode, we start off with Peter coming to the Daily Bugle, and he learns that Harry Osborn and Mary Jane just got engaged. But before he even gets a thought about it, the phone rings and someone is calling for Peter. Peter answers the phone, and it's Alistair Smythe. He wants him to contact Spider-Man because he thinks the Kingpin is about to betray him after all of his failures. So he wants help. But after he tells him where to meet him and hangs up the phone, the Kingpin had overheard him and catches him. Spider-Man goes to meet Smythe, but Smythe has turned into this ultimate spider slayer and starts trying to kill him. As they fight, Spider-Man is brought to Madam Web. Madam Web basically tells him that he needs to focus up and stop thinking about his romantic endeavors, and then gives him a clue on how to beat Smythe, saying it's not the how you are going to defeat your enemies, it's the why you are fighting your enemy. She sends him back and he says that he should talk to MJ. We go to the Kingpin's lair and we find out Landon has figured out a way to control Alistair, so he can't harm the Kingpin and has to do whatever he says because it's in his programming. This doesn't last long though, as Smythe escapes after remembering about his dad's death. We learn that Alistair is trying to access his memories to reprogram himself, and he wants revenge on Norman Osborn because he started all of this with offering his dad to kill Spider-Man for a hover chair for him. We then go to Oscorp Towers because he's building subway cars as a faster way of transportation, and Peter is there to take photos for the Bugle because this is going to be a multi-million-dollar deal. Peter and MJ meet there because she's there since Harry is getting engaged to her, and he tries asking her why she wants to be engaged to Harry, and she says that he gives him a lot of attention and is always there for him. Peter then asks, but do you love him? And she quickly avoids the question. Norman starts to have a speech about the subway cars, but Alistair attacks. Spider-Man and him start to fight, but Alistair just wants Norman, so he leaves. Harry goes after him, and Mary Jane goes after Harry. The Kingpin then puts them all into a container unit and kidnaps all of them, and Spider-Man secretly follows them. Kingpin and Norman have a talk, and he apologizes for bringing him into this. Kingpin says that Alistair was going after him because he blames him for his father's death, and Norman says that it should be his responsibility since it was his men that caused the explosion, so he should be the one held responsible. But then he reveals that Spencer Smythe is actually alive, and Kingpin just captured him because he wanted Alistair working for him and knew he wasn't willingly going to be working for him. So he told Alistair that Spider-Man was responsible for the death of his father and used him as an ally against him. He reveals that he's been held in a cryogenic container and is 5 floors down. Spider-Man hears all this and he gets shot by some police that saw him on the ceiling. Kingpin calls Landon to bring Alistair to stop Spider-Man. Alistair and Spider-Man begin to fight, and Spider-Man remembers what Madam Web told him, to know why his opponent is fighting him, and now he knows why. Spider-Man tells Alistair that his father is still alive and tells him where he is. Alistair begins to attack Kingpin and Landon for what they have done. While they are fighting, Spider-Man saves MJ and Harry, and everyone escapes. Mary Jane ends up giving Harry her engagement ring, and she swings away with Spider-Man because she wanted to clear her head. She reveals that while she was locked up with Harry, she realized that it was like looking out for a little brother, and she does love him, but it's not the kind of love she wants for a future husband, and says that she's in love with someone else, and she's been trying to convince herself that she wasn't. But before he gets the answer on who that might be, she spots a cab down below. She gets in the cab, and that's the end of the episode. One thing I will mention is Alistair Smythe in the comics is basically a completely different character, but still has somewhat similar things happen to him. He worked for Kingpin for one issue, and he also turns into an Ultimate Spider Slayer in the comics, but he did that to himself willingly, and he also can't use his legs, but in the comics he originally could walk, but after his battle with Spider-Man, he couldn't. I'll give this one a 7 out of 10. I think this episode is fine. What Kingpin did to Alistair was actually terrifying. He made him into a robot thing that you can give commands to. I find that crazy that they got away with this for a kid's show. I mean, they didn't show how horrific the process was, but it was terrifying to see Alistair transform himself into this crazy being. It definitely shows how ruthless the Kingpin can be to people. Like, even in the Daredevil episode, it's implied that he killed Jack Murdock and his own father, and many more for his business. I think they did justice to the Kingpin in this show, and they actually made him feel like a smart threat that will use his resources to his advantage. Sometimes, though, he does feel cartoony, which is ironic because this is a cartoon, but at some points he does feel idiotic in my opinion. Mary Jane figuring out she's in love with Peter through the experience she had with Harry, and her being kidnapped was well done. It was kind of funny that she was like, he's not man enough, so she just leaves him, which makes sense. No one wants a wimp for a boyfriend. There's not much to say about this episode. Those are the only things to really say, so let's move on to the next. Okay, this video is going to be split into 2 parts, so I'm going to go over half of my iceberg now, and the other half in the next video, which is available for 4 months early on the Patreon. Most of these iceberg entries are interviews and Facebook posts from the creator that I found that I think are interesting and neat. I just want to mention this is an iceberg I made myself, and I hope you guys enjoy. First here, Spider-Man. Universal Studios. There's a theme park in Orlando, Florida that you can visit, and it's called the Universal Island of Adventure, and in the theme park you can visit this Marvel Superhero Island, and it has a bunch of cool art of a bunch of different superheroes all around it, and the big attraction is a Spider-Man roller coaster ride that has all the character models in the ride based on this 90s Spider-Man show. So it's very cool. I've never personally been because I'm broke, but this ride seems absolutely sick, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to show, but I do want to show some of it, and I'll leave the whole ride POV in the description so you can check it out yourself. It's about 4 or 5 minutes. The ride also has a cool queue animation while you're waiting, and it reminds me of Spider-Man Unlimited's art style with the character designs from this show, so that's really neat. I'll also leave this in the description just because, again, I don't know how much I can actually show of this since it's 25 minutes of fully animated footage, but I recommend checking it out since it's pretty neat stuff. Definitely want to go on this ride one day. I love how everything looks too. The Daily Bugle looks fantastic. This ride would also have updated graphics in March 2012, and you wear 3D glasses and the ride has a 3D effect. What's also cool is they add Stan Lee into the animated segment 3 times, and he would be the announcer for the ride. When Stan Lee had passed, the ride queue had a tribute to him in the first queue room. There was a desk that was decorated with Spider-Man cups, flowers, and pictures of Stan Lee, and this would be out for a couple of days. They had an Easter egg on the ride in the older version of it where there's this phone number being displayed on this billboard for the Coop Theater, and if you called that number, you would hear a voice message that says, "Thank you for calling the Coop Theater. Due to the recent unpleasantness caused by Doc Ock and his gang of villains, we will be closed until further notice, or at least until Spider-Man can make sure our city is safe again." Beep. This ride honestly seems pretty much made for Spider-Man fans with the way it's presented, because it looks like a lot of heart was put into this, and I love that. The cast is mostly unknown to me, and it doesn't seem like they've ever played these characters again except for one, and that's Bill Fagerbaki as Hydro Man, which is cool since they brought him back to play Hydro Man in Spectacular Spider-Man. This ride has gotten a lot of awards for how great it is, and even won the Golden Ticket Award for the best theme park ride for 12 consecutive years, going through 1999 through 2010. They would also add this theme park ride in Japan's Universal Park, but it was closed down on January 22nd, 2024. Which is a shame and weird since I've heard the ride was pretty popular in Japan as well. John Semper has visited the ride a couple of times and has said, and I quote, "Here's a picture that was taken a few days ago when I visited the greatest amusement park ride ever created. The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man at Universal Studios Islands of Adventure in Orlando, Florida. This is a green screen photo that they take of you when you're in line and you walk through the offices of the Daily Bugle. After they shoot the picture, they give you a ticket. When you go to the photo kiosk at the front of the park, you can redeem the ticket and purchase the photo, and this is how it turns out. The whole ride is pretty darn cool, and all of the animation that you see when you're in line on the way into the ride is based on the character model designs from our series. It's like stepping into an adventure of Spider-Man TASM. End quote. John Romita. John Simper says, and I quote, "With all due respect, and I mean that, to the legendary Steve Ditko, I always felt it was John Romita's Spider-Man we were bringing to life in my animated series. This is a tremendous loss. Rip to the great John Romita." End quote. Makes sense since he's in college and acts nothing like teenage Peter Parker. Censorship. John Simper says, and I quote, "I've sometimes been criticized by a few misguided people for not having more face punching in my Spider-Man animated series. It often plays into their false narrative that we had so much censorship on my series which prevented it. For the umpteenth time, we did not have so much censorship, no more than any other show on Fox Saturday morning lineup at the time. The reason we didn't have a whole lot of face punching was because I personally chose not to demonstrate that as a way for kids to resolve conflicts. As much as I tried to cater to adult fans of Spider-Man in my animated series, the reality was that Saturday morning was still very much a children's programming block, and there were moments when I had to make choices as to what kind of behavior I wanted to model for kids, which if you follow the logic, ultimately trans into what kind of world I wanted to create for all of us to live in. I did allow for 1 or 2 punches, the end of the Spot episode comes to mind, but overall, my series was not a punch-happy show, and I'm proud of that. With all of the talk these days about personal freedoms, it does seem like some folks have forgotten that we each don't live in a vacuum, and that we do need to focus on how to better interact with one another other than with violence. That has never been more apparent than right now as bombs destroys people's homes and livelihoods, and superstars behave badly in front of millions of viewers. End quote.
Networks and studios and distributors had something called broadcast, and it's less so now because there's such a diverse range of ways to see things, and like Netflix does not, they have some of this, but they don't have all of that. So back in that day, networks and studios and distributors had something called broadcast standards and practices, which dates back to the early days of television. And basically it's a legal department, actually. So usually they were lawyers looking at things that they wanted to make sure that things that were done on their shows were not legally actionable and constituted imitatable behavior. So in other words, that a parent wouldn't be able to say, well, my son watched your television show and set fire to our house, and we're going to sue you because he learned how to build a fire by watching Spider-Man build a fire. And so in some cases, they were overly protective. In some cases, certain departments were less restrictive than others, depending on the network. So at that time, we had quite a few restrictions placed on us. So if you'll notice, Ghost Rider never appears on the series, and that was because there were concerns that it was a guy whose head is on fire but never burns.
Oh my God, that's such a shame, because what a great character to be able to be involved.
Right. But fire was a big no. Fire was really huge. We had to be very careful with fire. I remember in the Daredevil episode where things are burning and Spider-Man and Daredevil are in the burning factory, we had to be really careful how that was portrayed and to not show them too close to the flames that were supposedly burning out. The other thing we got to note about here, this will freak you out even more. We got to note at one point in time that could we not show the little horns on the Daredevil's head, because then he looks like the devil. And we had to explain, no, he's a daredevil. He's not the devil, right?
Yeah, otherwise he's just going to like a giant man in a red condom or something. Like, what is going on?
Exactly.
So speaking of limitations of the time, I can't tell you how innumerable number of articles that I've read about the censorship surrounding the show, and ideas that you weren't able to mention or depict death, or that and so your characters would disappear into portals, or Spider-Man couldn't punch anyone, and Morbius would drain people through his hands. Could you talk about working around these constraints, if these constraints existed at all?
Well, am I talking too much? Because I'm about to now go into a major rant and rave.
No, please. I want to hear all about it.
Okay. John Semper did a remarkably stupid thing, and I will take full credit for having done this stupid thing. When you do these panels very early on, you're always searching for a way to make them interesting. And clever me, I thought, hey, I'll read some of the funny network notes that I've gotten from, on the show. Now, I've been working in television for years. I've been show running for years. These kinds of notes were just a part of life. No different. I did not get notes any different from anyone else making animation for children then and probably now. Nothing changes. But I thought I'd be clever, and I would go on these panels and I would say, "Hey, let me read you these notes," and I'd read some of the notes, and everyone would laugh, and it was a little vaudeville act. Okay, I think I did a fairly notorious interview for Toon Zone, the website Toon Zone, where again I brought this up, thinking that I was being funny and witty and clever. And I said, we couldn't do this, and we couldn't do that, and, be careful that, I got a note once, be careful that when Spider-Man lands on the roof, he doesn't harm the pigeons, which is a real note that I did get. And I thought I was being witty and clever. Well, I didn't anticipate the way that the internet was going to end up working. Well, first of all, there was no internet when I did that interview. The internet was just getting going, and there really wasn't much of an internet at all when I did Spider-Man. There was nothing, quite frankly. What I didn't realize was that one day somebody was going to compile this as a list and put it on a wiki, and it was going to become gospel. Like somehow Spider-Man had gotten more censorship than any other cartoon show in the history of mankind. The answer is that's ridiculous. We got the same kinds of notes, broadcast standards and practices notes that the X-Men got, or quite frankly, if you name a show today that's on the air, even on cable, as long as it's for kids, they're getting the same kinds of notes. No different. Why? Because no cable entity or broadcast station or supplier wants to have the parents of America go up in arms against their product. So they all pretty much adhere to the same broadcast standards and practices. Now, people always say, but in Batman they did this, and in Batman they did that, and in Batman, well, Batman was a very unique kind of situation in that it was the first one out the gate, okay? The first couple of shows out the gate on Fox were Batman, X-Men, and Power Rangers. Okay, so Fox gets behind Power Rangers. Power Rangers got banned in Canada. Banned. You can Google this. You can find these articles. They still exist. It got banned in other parts of the world for violence. Do you know how skittish that makes a network? So the first season of Batman, the first season of Power Rangers, they were allowed to get away with a lot because they were the first.
Yeah, Batman had blood in the first episode, didn't it?
Yeah, they had blood, and they had glass, and they had, fire and creating jeopardy, and they had a lot of things that normally a network wouldn't let you get away with. But Fox was relatively new in the kids area, and they were trying to establish themselves. And so, everybody was kind of relaxed. I remember when I was at Warner Brothers and I was working on Static Shock, and I went into Alan's office one day, and I said, "Alan, tell me something. How were you able to get away with all that crap?" And he said, he looked at me and he smiled and he said, "Son, once upon a time there was Camelot." And if you look at an early Batman episode and then you look at the later Batman episodes, or if you look at all of Superman, I mean, they're operating by the end, and by all of Superman, they're operating under the same censorship, the same restrictions that we all were, because it all got pulled back in. Now, Batman once again got lucky because it left Fox and it moved over to WB, which was another network that was just starting up and trying to establish itself, Kids WB. And so, again, they got a little bit of leeway. Also, those guys would argue. They would get in the broadcast standards and practices person's face and say, well, we disagree, and they'd get into big fights. I was having enough, there was enough fighting going on in my own home base that I really didn't feel like fighting with broadcast standards and practices. I got along very well. There was a woman named Avery. I can't remember her last name, but her name was Avery, and I got along very well with her. I argued once for the use of a real gun because I thought it was integral to the story. That was when Robbie Robertson, his son, was in a gang, and it turned out that the gang was being run by Tombstone, and I really felt that there needed to be a recognizable gun in Randy's possession, the son's possession. And I went to the BS&P person and said, I want this to be a recognizable gun. And she gave in because I really had not caused any huge amount of trouble for, other things. Now, the other aspect of this is that I myself had a responsibility as a creator creating a show for Saturday morning for raising all of you young people. And I'm not a person personally who believes that showing a lot of violence and showing a lot of gunplay to kids is a really great idea. So I really didn't have a lot of trouble with the restrictions. But for the record, we got no different treatment than anyone else on Saturday morning. We got nothing that I wasn't already used to. In fact, we probably got away with way more than I expected that we would get away with. And anyone who seems to think, I've come across this comment online and it infuriates me, is when I read something, someone will go, well, I like that Spider-Man show, But I have a problem with all that censorship. All that censorship just ruins it for me. The show is doomed and fatally flawed by all that censorship. Well, that's just bullshit. I mean, it's no different than the same broadcast standards and practices of a show that would be on the air right now. And there's no way it can have ruined it for you. For anyone that can look at the depth of storytelling that we had and then be bothered by the fact that we had a laser rifle instead of an Uzi, I don't understand that. That's just silly to me.
But from a writer's point of view, I mean, not saying that your show is unique in any way, but like just from a writer's point of view, what's it like to write these stories knowing that, you don't want to portray those particular things?
I don't think we thought that way, though. As I say, it came into play when it had to do with Felicia Hardy and Gwen Stacy. When I made a decision, well, we can't kill anyone. It came into play when I found a way to get rid of Mary Jane off the bridge that wasn't death. It came into play when it was Michael Morbius and we did not want to show blood. But I didn't have a problem with that either because he wasn't really a vampire. He wasn't a real vampire. I mean, he looked like a vampire, so they would have assumed he was a vampire. But the fact of the matter was, in my series, he was a genetic mutation.
It never bothered me as a child.
Yeah, of course. I mean, these things are completely irrelevant. What happens is there's this whole cult of people who call themselves critics, who make a living off of being online trashing things. And so if there's any kind of a tiny anything like this that they can grab hold of, if there's any little meat on the bone like this that they can grab hold of, then it becomes a thing. The Michael Morbius becomes a thing. But the fact of the matter is, plot-wise, it doesn't change anything. It really doesn't, because the key to good plotting is character interaction and suspense and conflict. And you can have all of those things without having to have people bleeding, people puking, and people dying. I mean, none of those other three things that I just mentioned are integral to great dramatic storytelling.
There's not Vomit the movie every summer.
Absolutely. And Shakespeare did not rely upon these things to create literature that has lasted for hundreds of years. So, personally, I felt no limitation whatsoever. None whatsoever. I got to tell the stories that I wanted to tell. And I actually think that the sending Mary Jane into the other dimension, instead of having her die falling off the bridge, opened up a whole new realm of possibilities plot-wise for us, because we could then establish that, that dimensional portal stuff was going on and the multi-dimension stuff was going on, and we could have the Green Goblin continue to live as kind of a phantom haunting his son, Harry, and for me it made the show richer, and it usually does. Art is the practice of constraint, working within constraints. A painter does not paint wherever he wants. A painter defines a border and says, I'm only going to go this far, and I'm this wide and this high, and then paints within that context. That's what defines the art, is how you place your objects on the canvas based upon the limitations between reality and the representation of reality. So limitations to me foster creativity. They don't make me think that things are ruined, And
Hollywood could use more of that opinion.
Well, of course it could. And I think one of the reasons, nothing pisses me off more than when I turn on a sitcom and they tell a fart joke and they tell a puke joke and they tell a vagina joke, and you're supposed to laugh at these things like there's something funny going on. Well, it's not, none of that stuff is funny to me. It's how you work without having to rely upon those things to lean on. It's how do you make funny happen when you have to genuinely think something through and be clever with timing and pacing. I just went to an evening with Eric Idle and John Cleese, Eric Idle interviewing John Cleese, and I'm a huge Monty Python fan. And these two guys could do a whole evening of tremendous humor and wit just off the cuff, because they're brilliant thinkers. And I have so much respect for that. Or a comedian like Eddie Izzard, who never does blue material and just has me on the floor. I'm very fortunate. Eddie Izzard works out all his material here in Los Angeles at little one-man shows that he does at various venues around town. So I've had the opportunity to see him many times. And I'm amazed at how clever he is and how adept he is mentally at creating humor out of situations. Those are the guys that I admire. So not being able to do that violent stuff. I mean, sorry I got philosophical for a moment there.
No, it's great. It reminds me of like Seinfeld. Like the funniest parts of that show are where they are making sexual innuendos without actually being able to say it.
Absolutely. That's where you get genius humor. And this whole gross wave, this wave of gross humor that seems to have now defined humor, I don't think any of this stuff is going to last because it just doesn't, there's no cleverness behind it. You can't marvel at the thought that goes into it because there's no thought going into it. So I think our show, one of the reasons that it is as good as it is because we worked very cleverly within constraints. So I think that's our strength. I don't think that's our weakness.
On the wiki, it says that in Season 2, Episode 3, John Semper and James Craig got a note from BSMP telling them that Hydro Man stalking Mary Jane was unacceptable, but it seems like they got away with this, and this is something I can't confirm that, like, this was actually a BSMP note, but I assume, like, that was a real thing from BSMP because, like, stalking was not, like, a thing you wanted kids to teach how to do, so... Tier 2, Stickman. Voice actors. We got some absolutely phenomenal voice actors on the show. I'm not going to go over every single one of them in all of their roles, but I'll try to get their most popular ones. A lot of them voice roles from very earlier on, and I don't think my audience would get that, so I'm just going to leave them out, but that's not a jab at any of those actors because they all seem fantastic. Christopher Daniel Barnes, who obviously voiced Spider-Man, would go on to voice Spider-Man in Shattered Dimensions as Spider-Man Noir and in Edge of Time as Spider-Man 2099. He would do some voice work in Ultimate Spider-Man. He would play Electro, Spider-Knight, and Wolf Spider in that show. He lastly played Spidey in the Marvel Heroes game as Symbiote Spider-Man. It's kind of funny that he's never been brought as the main Spider-Man, but just different versions, but that's still cool, and funnily enough, he kills it in every role. It just goes to show you how talented he is. In The Little Mermaid, he was Prince Eric, and will return to play that role in quite a bit of video games. They got Jennifer Hale, who has voiced a bunch of things. She was Black Cat in the series, and would return in the role in the Spider-Man 2000 video game, and would also play Mary Jane in that game as well. And then in the Marvel Heroes game, she played Black Cat once again. In Spider-Man Unlimited, she ended up voicing Mary Jane and Lady Vermin. She was Spider-Woman and Ghost in the 90s Iron Man cartoon. In the Ultimate Spider-Man game, she was Silver Sable, and also in Spider-Man Friend or Foe, she was Sable as well. In Metal Gear Solid, she was Naomi Hunter. In the Mass Effect series, she's Commander Shepard. In Overwatch, she's Ash. In Baldur's Gate, she's Dynaheir, Laia, Janeth, Serving Wench, and Mazzy Fenton. I probably just butchered all of that because I've never played Baldur's Gate. And in Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, she played Bastelia Shan. Don't know if I got that right either. In Avatar The Last Airbender, she would play Kyoshi and June, which surprised me. I'm not gonna lie, I hear it now, but wow. In Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, she's Rivet. In Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, she was Jean Grey. In Wolverine and the X-Men, she was Jean Grey. In X-Men 97, she was Jean Grey. In the DCAU, she was Giganta, Killer Frost, and Zatanna. In the Catwoman movie tie-in game, I'm sure that was great. She voiced Catwoman. That's all I'm going to go over because she's in a ton of things. So let's move on. They got Mark Hamill as the Hobgoblin, who is Luke Skywalker, Joker in Too Many Things to Count, but most notably in the DCAU and the Batman Arkham games. In Avatar The Last Airbender, he was Firelord Ozai, Skips in regular show, the Trickster in the 90s Flash, in the CW Flash, and in Justice League Unlimited, and Justice League Action. Art in Invincible. In Child's Play, he was Chucky, and he's in a lot more things, but I'll stop there. They have Raul Paulson as Hydro Man. He was the voice of the 80s Raphael from the TNMT, and would voice Donatello in the 2012 TNMT Incarnation. He's Yakko in Animax, Pinky in Pinky and the Brain, Ditto in Ben 10, Carl Weezer in Jimmy Neutron, Jack Fenton and Box Ghost and Danny Phantom. Honestly, his voice list is never ending. I actually don't think I've seen a person play as many roles as he has. It's insane. Since I'm uncultured, those are the only ones I will mention just because those are the only ones I recognize. Sadly, a lot of the cast for this series has passed, so rest in peace. You were all great voice actors, and your legacy will live on with us in these amazing performances you brought to life. Avi Arad. Avi Arad is something. He's the one who made Venom appear in Spider-Man 3 because he's popular with the kids.
Goblin is so 6 years ago. Come on, the kids like the Venom and the Sandman.
All Avi cares about is the money, not a good story. He's one of the reasons the Amazing Spider-Man movies weren't as good as they should have been. Still love those films. It wasn't all him, but he was a contributing factor. He cut out important scenes in the movie that would show up in the deleted scenes. He's the lead producer of the critically acclaimed Morbius movie. Truly a great, fantastic movie. He's pretty much why this show never got a 6th season 2. He's the head of Toy Biz. He just wants toys made and he's here to sell toys. But when it gets in the way of the story, it's stupid. And I love the way John talks about him in these interviews. I'm about to put them up, but it's because he respects him and he knew how to deal with him.
I do want to say that even though Bob and I did not get along, we had a good working relationship that yielded, I think, a good result. So I think I gave him good stories, and he certainly did a wonderful job on the visual side. I will always be thankful to Stan for having the guts to hire a black showrunner to run a marquee
property like Spider-Man. And I will always be appreciative to Avi for letting it happen, even though he didn't know me from Adam, and also for getting Marvel off my back, because you have to understand, I did this show. I didn't have to answer to Marvel. There was no Marvel to answer to. So that gave me a tremendous amount of freedom. I also have to appreciate the fact that Avi worked really, really hard. You don't get Spider-Man movies without an Avi Arad. Good, bad, whatever. You don't get there without Avi Arad. And you don't get that show without Avi Arad, because there had to be a lot of wheeling and dealing behind the scenes to make that happen. So there's a note of appreciation, even though he ended up not really liking me a whole lot. I greatly appreciate the fact that he created the platform upon which that show could be made. Kudos must also be given to Margaret Lesh. She's the one who made Fox understand that there was tremendous value in these properties if they were done the right way. So Margaret, absolutely my hero. I had worked with her at Hanna-Barbera. I had worked with her a decade earlier than when I worked on Spider-Man. I'd worked with her at Marvel Productions. So she was very much a champion that made the show happen. And then, of course, my writers, fantastic people. And then my thanks to you guys, the fans who just keep the show alive. I mean, there isn't a day that I don't get an email or a message from my website from someone talking about how much the show meant to them. You guys got what we were doing. Even sometimes when the people I was working with didn't get what we were trying to do or what I was trying to do, you guys did. And the fact that you now show appreciation for it, I greatly appreciate you. So that's it for Spider-Man.
I mean, thank you so much. And I will say quickly, I'll steal this from Will. I appreciate your thanks. And the reason we got it is you didn't treat us like children. And Will said this before. You treated us like people that were old enough to get these storylines, and it didn't have to be so surface level and sort of like catering to people that, a lot of cartoons think their audience is young and stupid, and you didn't think that. So yeah, that's probably why we appreciate it so much as well. One of the many reasons.
That's great. Well, I feel like I raised you all well. I've never run into a Spider-Man fan who was a jerk or an asshole or a pain in the eye. It's always really excellent people.
This is the original voice of Robbie Robertson. I'm giving you all the background stuff now. Brock Peters, the famous actor Brock Peters from To Kill a Mockingbird, was the original voice of Robbie Robertson, but Avi didn't like it because he didn't sound black enough. So we ended up with Rodney Salisbury, who not only sounds black enough, but is also one of the most talented voiceover people that I know, and also a very good friend of mine.
But on Venom, that was the first time that all the major players, it was basically a fight between 4 people, not including you. Mm-hmm. You're just there, just like being a diplomat, trying to get 4 countries to agree on a peace.
It's like the United Nations.
We should have sent you to the Mideast.
And John was like the ref in the fight. Yeah. Was he too cut up? No, it's fine.
Can you see?
Yeah. And nobody was terrible, but they all had different views of it. Mm-hmm. And so the meeting is going on and on and on, and Avi kind of tried to. Well, he did succeed in taking over, but okay, now we go from here to there. And then what'll the next scene be? Then the shuttle lands on the Brooklyn Bridge, and then the Rhino comes in, and finally Stan just stood up and said, "Avi, what you're doing is a series of incidents. It's not a story."
Right.
And oh yeah.
And that, by the way, was how I ended up being able to work with Avi really well. Because I realized at some point that Avi never came in and insisted on a story. He usually came in and just insisted on a scene.
Yes.
So my job became take that scene and find a place to put it in the story. So, he came in and said, I want the shuttle to crash on the bridge. Great, fine, done. And that became the opening of the Venom episode.
Bob Richardson kept saying, "Well, the shuttle's
coming from here and landing north." And Bob used to work everything out geographically. And we go, "No, Bob, it's a cartoon." No, it'd be coming from
the angle of approach is to Steve.
So we even had an argument about that.
Yes.
how the shuttle could land on that particular bridge.
Yeah,
well, the crosswinds by the Triborough Bridge.
In the Eric Newald X-Men book that just came out, there's a whole page about you working with them to bring the X-Men in the crossover episode, and he's got about 3 paragraphs just about watching you work with all those 4 people in the room.
Oh wow!
And if you want to know, check out that book. And
well,
I get nothing from that.
I always firmly believe that you can reach a consensus. It might take a while, and I'd certainly get beaten up a lot, in the process. But the most important thing, the whole reason that you guys are here, and the whole reason that people are watching this on YouTube, the ones that are watching, is because I think that you try your best to put really good stories together and make really credible choices and have really strong characters. And if all the details are almost irrelevant as long as you stay focused on that. And even the work that I'm doing today, again, it's important amidst all the stuff, because people always wonder, what if they're, if the car goes here, or what if they're wearing these, gloves, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, we can do that, but let's not lose the through line of what's important here and what matters. And really, when I realized that all Avi ever did was want to see a scene that he had created, I remember there was the one Doc Octopus, Armed and Dangerous, and he came in one day and he said, the girl is on a balcony. It was always the girl. The girl is on a balcony, and the mechanical arms come up, and I thought, okay, fine, that's the opening. And it's exactly the way it is in the episode. It wasn't a bad opening. He saw what he had asked for. And so after a while, it became very easy to deal with him. And I have to say, as much as we might be making fun of him, he was a tremendous advocate for the show being good, because it wasn't gonna do any good ratings if it wasn't good. It wasn't going to sell his toys if it didn't get the good ratings. And so I actually did not have a bad time working with Avi. I felt that he was motivated properly when it came to getting the show out the door, and we did get a good show out the door. So that's the living proof.
I think it's funny when John wanted Madam Web in the series, Avi was like, I can't make a toy out of an old broad. And now they have a Madam Web movie that's horrible, but still funny that John's the one who popularized the character, and now she has a movie out about her. I just don't understand why he's so involved in the production of these things. I understood in this 90s show since they needed to sell toys, but for the movies and stuff, like why? I'm assuming they also had to sell toys too, but why is he here when he can't make compelling stories? He's literally just a businessman. Stay out of the way of Spider-Man and any superheroes, and go make some toys, man. Tier 3, Spooderman. Spider-Man Adventures. Spider-Man Adventures is a comic book series based off of the show, but the stories are like twisted versions of the show's take on it. I thought it was a one-to-one scenario, and it kinda is because the plots are the same. It's just the things in the comics are changed, but ultimately it ends up in the same result. It's like the people that were making this comic series just got script notes of the episodes, and they had to tie everything together. I'm gonna list some things from the issues, and I'll show you how some of the things in here were changed. In issue number 1, Peter in the comic doesn't stay with Deborah after the lizard attacks, but in the show he stays with her to make sure she's okay. The lizard ends up taking both Billy and Martha into the sewers, but in the show he just takes Martha. In issue number 2, Felicia has a similar design to her comic counterpart compared to the one in the show, and that's actually like that for most of the character designs in the comic series for some weird reason. Jonah's backstory with his wife is taken out for him just wanting Spider-Man to follow the laws and keep the people safe from him. And they also end up doing that thing where it's like, I want to be respected and admired just like he is, and I'm jealous of him. That stupid thing. Otto Octavius is in this comic issue, working at the nuclear reactor, and Spider-Man doesn't recognize him, so he can't be Peter's old teacher from science camp. In issue number 6, Mariah Crawford's skin tone has changed. Craven thinks Mariah is in love with Spider-Man because the serum made him go crazy. In the show, he doesn't think they're in love, but he's just a nuthead, and he's also one here as well. In issue number 7, Peter in the comic goes in to free Jonah and Felicia from Dr. Octopus, and they have a small talk about science, but in the show, again, he's his science camp teacher, and they have that sort of connection. In issue number 8, this is bad, okay? So when Peter gets the symbiote, he stands up for himself to Flash, and Felicia gets mad at him for, some reason. I guess it's because of his attitude he had, but in the comic, all he says is, not this time, Flash. You're not pushing me around anymore. And Felicia is shocked that he would stand up for himself like this. I think it's bad in both versions, but the comic version is a lot worse. A thing I think they did better was Peter getting mad at May in the comic, because she wants him to stop taking pictures because it's too dangerous. And Peter says, hey, those photos pay for the bills around here. What do you suggest we do for money if I give up my job? Oh, what's the use? I've had it. I'm not going to listen to any more of this. And that's just portrayed better than the show. In the show, he was just like, I'm not going to take any more of this, and leaves. I just think he showed more aggression in the comic here, and I like that. He beats the crap out of Rhino a lot more in the comic and punches him and even lifts him up with one hand, which is so cool. They start making the characters look like the ones from the cartoon more in issue number 9. I actually really enjoyed how they did the aggression with the symbiote, because you'll get lines like this. I'm too fast. How do you think I followed you so quickly? Face it, bozo. Messing with me these days is like signing your own death certificate. Imagine Christopher Daniel Barnes saying that. That would go crazy. I would love to hear more symbiote Spider-Man from him. Brock doesn't get really tormented in the comics like he does in the show, so the show's version is definitely superior. The last 2 issues of the run are original stories. These issues aren't anything special. The first one is Doc Ock attacks a carnival that MJ and Peter are going on a date at. The second one is Peter gets sent down to Brazil because he wants to do research or something, and he sees the lizard in the jungle down there and cures him. The first 4 issues would be released in Kellogg's cereal boxes, and they were miniature versions of the comics. I genuinely don't even know how you could read them since they're so small, but still cool nonetheless. Also, you can get them now for a small price of $140 on eBay, so yay. Also, these aren't the same cereal boxes where you would get the comic. You would get a card related to the show, but these are definitely related to the 90s Spider-Man, so I had to add them. The back of the box is pretty neat as well, with them having a Spidey store, and looks like you could, get any of these items and get them mailed to your house. I'm not going to go over all the cards because there's just way too many of them to go over, but there was a lot of cards that would be related to this series as well. They also had something similar with the fruit roll-ups where you could get a single small comic page from one of the boxes, and you would have to try and collect all 5 of them to make a story, and these were based off the animated series as well. They did also release interactive comics of the Dr. Octopus one and the second Hobgoblin one. They were just re-releases of the one in the Spider-Man Adventure comics, but they came with stickers and coloring pages. They also would have a new run with new stories in 1996, so while the show was airing, they had new and original stories in the comics, which, I just don't understand why they didn't just do that in the first place. But the comic run is only 12 issues, but it's still not in continuity from the show since he doesn't even know who the Punisher is in the first issue, and he's met him on the show. So this whole series is in its own separate continuity. Issue number 2 has some of the X-Men appear, so I guess you can count that as like a second X-Men crossover kinda, just in a different continuity. And it's a 2-parter, with the first part being in the Adventures of the X-Men, issue number 3, which is the X-Men's counterpart to this comic series. Issue 4 is actually very similar to the Vulture episode where he wants to go after Norman, but the ending's completely different. That's all I'm going to talk about these comics, because honestly there's not much to talk about and the stories don't seem too interesting. They would come out with something called the Spectacular Spider-Man Adventures, which were literally just reprints of all the stories I've been talking about, and they would also reprint some of the other stories from the other Spider-Man series at the time. So it's just a giant reprint mess of a series going all over the place, but they would end up making new stories, but the run was kind of just a mess from the start. Peter's look.
I'll tell you a funny thing though about Peter's look. And this isn't exactly what you were asking, but you'll probably find this interesting.
Sure.
When I got there, they had designed Peter to look pretty much the way that he looked in the Johnny Romita comic books, if that's the correct pronunciation of his name.
Romita.
Is it Romita?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So the Johnny Romita comic books, we initially had Peter looking exactly as he looked in those comic books, with that kind of crew cut kind of hairstyle and the whole deal. And one day, Bob Richardson sent me this picture. I think he faxed it to me, and he said, "This is what Peter looks like now." And it was the guy that you ended up seeing in the show. And it was so radically different that, quite frankly, when I first saw it, I didn't like it, because it wasn't the Peter Parker that I had grown up with. And I said, "What happened?" And he said, "Well, it was Stan. One day Stan just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, I guess would be the best expression. And he just decided that this Peter Parker that we had been working with looked old-fashioned, and he wanted something that looked, younger and hipper." Or his idea of what younger and hipper looked like. So Bob literally drew this drawing while Stan was describing it to him, and they faxed it back and forth. And that was the look of Peter Parker that they came up with. So, things were in a constant state of flux in those first few months of figuring the show out, and that was one of the things that did change.
Bob did a thing. He actually hired an actor to come in a Spider-Man costume and pose as a way of getting a sense of what a real Spider-Man would look like. And you can really really see that it's very inspirational when you look at the model sheets of Spider-Man. And some of these model sheet figures we used in the end credits. Some of you might recognize them from the end credits. But that was going to be our Spider-Man. And then we start designing, in addition to this, and again, in the models you have to design all the angles. Now notice we're doing the webbing. That means that there's going to have to be some real cost in this, because if you'll notice in all the previous Spider-Man animated shows, they do a little bit of webbing on the costume, but then mostly it's just red to save money. We're obviously not going to do that. We're going to do the real thing. And that's kind of the way it was approached. So after that, we start designing the characters. Peter Parker. People say Peter only wore the shirt. No, Peter had a whole range of outfits and costumes that he wore. I've seen that meme that goes around, 65 episodes, one shirt. It's all bullshit. Pardon my language, it's just foolishness. Peter had a lot of different outfits during the course of the show. Here, by the way, is the explanation for how he hid his Spider-Man costume underneath a short-sleeve shirt. You see, he rolled everything up. See that? Oh, very good. Yeah, see, they did think about that. You know, again, I had nothing to do with this. This is all Bob and his team of wonderful artists.
Bob Richardson was asked, the series originally featured some stylized character designs, most notably Peter Parker, that were much closer to the original comics. Did you have any input on the final versions? Bob Richardson responds, and I quote, "The Peter Parker design was just a preliminary design, of which there were many. This was an exploratory design only and shouldn't have left the studio. But New World and Marvel were trying to get some early promotional material out, and stuff happens, especially in the case of the Peter Parker artwork. I traced the Parker design, an early design by Mike Perez, to a publication called Spider-Man Magazine, December 1994. And the other larger piece of artwork of Spidey and the villains created at Marvel Comics, I traced to an industry magazine called Preview Television, October 1994. The art showing just Spider-Man was the only one that represented the style and direction of the series. Once that magazine artwork got out, it could show up almost anywhere. I gave input on virtually everything we did in the studio, including character designs, and was a big fan of John Romita Sr., whose work we looked at along with numbers of other comic book artists when we were trying to find the right animation style for the series. But ultimately, we decided to make Peter look younger and more contemporary than he seemed to look in a lot of the comics. Again, with a view to reality, we thought he was looking a bit long in the tooth at times for a young college-age student." End quote. Tier 4, Spongeman. Cassette tapes. John Semper on his Facebook puts, quote, "Hands down my favorite part of working on any animated series was being in the recording sessions with the voiceover actors. For one thing, it was the first time I get to hear our scripts dramatized, and since it took about 6 to 9 months for animation to come in from overseas, it was usually the only way I could gauge whether what I was writing was working or not. Also, I thoroughly enjoyed working with and being around actors. Some of my favorite memories of working on Spider-Man TASM have to do with being in the studio green room during breaks and recording, listening to famous actors trade war stories with one another. Can you imagine what the conversations between Ed Asner, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., Mark Hamill, and David Warner, just to name a few, were like? As producer and head writer, I was given final versions of our voiceover sessions on cassette tapes after each episode was recorded. I've kept them all over all these years. A few years ago, I dug them out of storage in preparation for transferring them to digital. These are the raw recordings, voice only, no effects or music, right from our session. Spider-Man history in the making." End quote. He hasn't posted these, sadly, so we'll never hear any of these for a long time, and maybe never will. Storyboards. I decided to add this one right under the cassette tapes because there's not many storyboards released for the show. John was selling them on eBay, but his eBay's down, so unfortunately we'll never see any more storyboards till he releases these as well. John Semper said, and I quote, "I got a very lovely message yesterday from a gentleman who bought one of my Spider-Man TASM storyboards. He said the first thing he did after opening up the storyboard was to sit and watch the episode and follow along on the board. He was intrigued by all the similarities and the many subtle differences. If the storyboard functions as a blueprint for the episode, then why are there any differences?" Answer: after the animation came back from overseas, it went through a fairly rigorous editing process, and many scenes were changed around, trimmed, etc. Digital editing on the AVI system had only just arrived on the scene in 1994, and it afforded the kind of editorial freedom that most animation productions had never even imagined before when everything was still on 35mm film. Personally, I think the editors on our series went a little overboard at times, but editorial wasn't my department. What was my department was dialogue, and since I had a superhero whose mouth was not visible, I was often able to make changes to his dialogue right up until we aired the episode. So between the editor's editing and my changes of dialogue, there are a lot of things in the final episode that weren't weren't the same as in the storyboard, and people who are buying these storyboards are getting the behind-the-scene glimpse of the very first versions of what these episodes might have looked like if they had remained as originally written. End quote. Christmas. John Semper posts a Christmas post every year, and I just found it cool, so here's what it says. Here's my traditional Christmas post. Yes, the toys are all mine. I acquired them during the run of the series. The sweater and hat are relatively new. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas, and I hope Santa leaves a lot of 90s Spider-Man toys under your Christmas trees. End quote. I just love that he keeps a bunch of toys from the show. Show off. Hey guys, it's the real in-life Crispy here, and I'm just going to show you guys my Funko Pop collection and some other things I want to show you, because I think this is really cool and it kind of adds to the video, especially with the main Spider-Man, Christopher Daniel Barnes. So I just wanted to show you guys these. You know, these are just a bunch of, like, you know, fine Spider-Man, you know, cool. Toby, love him. You know, Cyborg Spider-Man, awesome. Superior, hell yeah. Shamik Miles right there. And then I got my signed one. So I'm going to start off from the left to the right. So we got James Arnold Taylor, Spider-Man. Okay, we have John Romita Jr., the artist for Spider-Man. We got Mark Bagley, the artist for Spider-Man as well, and he did Carnage. He made Carnage as well, so I added him in there. We have the Najee Jeter. He voiced Miles Morales in the game, so I have him in the 2020 suit because that is my favorite suit in that game, so I wanted him to sign that. And then I have two of the exact same ones that he signed here. Maybe I'll do a giveaway, maybe, I don't know. And then I have Shamik Miles right there. You're not getting Haley Steinfeld, buddy. You're not. We have Yuri, like, right on top of it, so I have a duplicate of Yuri and Najee. So I might potentially, you know, get, since I have duplicates of these, I might, you know, make a raffle on these one day, who knows. And then I have him in the Unmasked as well. I have Christopher Daniel Barnes right next to him and Josh Keaton. So, you know, Christopher Daniel Barnes, we're doing the video on the Spider-Man the Animated Series, so I thought that would be awesome to show you. Funny fact about these ones, these are also Yuri Lowenthal, Josh Keaton, and Christopher Daniel Barnes, because those are my three favorite Spider-Man. This is the one he actually signed at the Comic-Con. All these were signed at Comic-Con except these two here. I found them on the internet before I met these guys, so I was like, I'm gonna buy these because they're cool looking. But besides that, these other ones were all from cons. So I've actually met Josh Keaton, Christopher Daniel Barnes, and Yuri Lowenthal. I need to meet Yuri Lowenthal again because I want another duplicate of this one because I think it'd be cool to have that as like a 3. I did have this as a 3, so I think it'd be cool to have on top. But I love looking at this because, you know, favorite 3 Spider-Man. Then we have the Marvel Spider-Man show, Spider-Man 2017, and I forgot his name. Robbie Damien. Robbie Damien. He is fantastic. He is so fun at cons, dude. You should meet him. He's actually fantastic. If you're wondering why there's a Superior pop signed, he actually did Superior in the Marvel Spider-Man show. But what sucks is he was replaced by the Dr. Octopus voice actor when they did the arc, and that annoyed me so much because, okay, listen to this man's a catchy voice from Persona 5. He sounds amazing in it.
Hold it together! These weaklings. Let's crush them. Ready to die? You'll regret this. Let's get this over with. Out of my way! Die for me. You're dead. Don't test me. Just die. Still alive. Stubborn one. Now let's have some fun. God, I live for this! Slaughter them! Oh, you'll regret that. You dare. You'll pay. I'll crush them. I'll tear them apart. Idiot! Move! Don't drag me down. What are you doing? Are you even trying? No time for mercy, right? Impossible! Failure means death. Move and you die. Waste of my time. I'll crush them. Make certain that you never forget. I am the one who will defeat you. I'll tell you all about my true power. While you die, you can take that knowledge with you to the grave.
So yeah, I got him in there. I wanted him to be Superior Spider-Man, so I have a Funko Pop, and he signed it. And it looks really cool. I am Superior. I love that. He was a really awesome dude. Love that guy. Oh yeah, this is the one I also didn't meet. I forgot to put that. Andrew Garfield. I have an Andrew Garfield signed pop. This one's probably the most expensive one I have. There's no certificate. I thought there was a certificate for this one, but there's a thing there, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, these were the only 3 that I don't have. Like, I actually haven't met. Oh. Well, I have met the 2 down here, but I haven't. These are the ones I got online, basically what I'm saying. So that's my Funko Pop collection. I just wanted to show you that, guys, because I don't get to show anyone this because I don't have friends that like Spider-Man as much as me. So, but I do have my one friend, but he actually got me the Spider-Man down here, the little Japanese Spider-Man. Hello, I love that guy. I need to watch his show. The last thing I wanted to show, because this was awesome, I have my Shattered Dimensions right here. You know, a little tease for something coming next. You know, I don't want to say too much about it. And we got Spider-Man Shat Edge of Time, and it's signed by Christopher Daniel Barnes and Josh Keaton, and that's what they were at the same Comic-Con. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna get these guys to sign this, and it's gonna be awesome looking, and it does look awesome looking. It was actually GalaxyCon. It wasn't Comic-Con, but still really cool. All of these were actually from GalaxyCon. I've never been to like an official Comic-Con, so. Last thing I wanted to show is I actually do have the DVDs. I have the DVDs for, I don't know if there's all of them. I can't remember when I'm making this because all of this, you know, gets put out at different times and stuff. But I have all 4 of these. Very cool, very cool. Unfortunately, the DVDs suck because they don't have much on them, but I still think it's cool that I have them because, you know, I did grow up with the show. So I have the DVDs. I decided to finish up my Funko collection. Just wanted to show the rest because I'm never going to be able to show these to anyone. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to finish it up now. These are the only Funko Pops I have left. So it's the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Deadpools, a bunch of Deadpools. I was going to try to get all these signed by Nolan North over here, but he's an expensive man, so I wasn't able to get them all signed. Here's his signature. He put Wolverine sucks. I love that. Since I met Nolan North, I was like, you know what? I'm going to get Superboy signed here. And he signed. I don't know if there's anything on that. Oh, I hate monkeys. I hate monkeys this way. But I met Josh Keaton since I got a Spider-Man pop signed. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to sign Hal Jordan because I love that show too. I got Grant Gustin as the Flash. His handwriting kind of faded, but I have him. I was going to make him sign this, but then he's like, a signature's $100. So yeah, I'm all right. No, thank you. I was going to do the same thing for Charlie Cox, but his cost is, I think, $100 as well. Charlie Cox is awesome. Love that guy. He was so nice to me. And then we have these two. I think I was going to get this one signed by Nolan North, and I was going to get this signed by Tara Strong. This didn't come in fast enough so I could get it signed by Tara Strong, so that's unfortunate. These are Korra and Aang. Aang I bought offline, unfortunately. I did actually go to a con where Zach was at and Korra was at, and I actually met Korra. And I was like, you know what? I already have a Zach one signed, so why do I need to meet Zach? And I'm kind of sad I didn't, but there he is. Then we have Anakin and Obi-Wan from the Clone Wars. I still have yet to watch the Clone Wars, but I heard they were really good in it, so I was like, you know what? I'm going to get that. That sounds cool. And then I have my favorite 2 here from, that's non-Spider-Man. It's Tara Strong and Yuri Lowenthal. Since Yuri Lowenthal was Spider-Man, I was like, you know what? Sign that. He was really excited about that. He was like, yo, you're a Spider-Man fan and a Ben 10 fan? I was like, hell yeah. This one's just a regular one. This one kind of like, I think there's like a, yeah, it kind of had a little ding there. You can't really see it. But yeah, I'm really excited. I love these. These are awesome. I love these 2 because Ben 10's awesome. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to show, I think. Let me see. Yeah, that's all I wanted to show. I love collecting things. I have more things I can't show right now, but I want to show later. So yeah, back to the video. Future Crispy here. I also got the Web of Shadows voice actor for Spider-Man, and I got this online. Excuse me. So yeah, pretty cool. I just wanted to show that real quick because, I mean, that's cool. I have like so many voice actors. I want them all, but it's probably not going to happen. Getting back to the video. Tier 5, Mommy Man. Spider-Man legality. Okay, there's this video on YouTube called Spider-Man Legally Cannot Be Bi, Superheroes and Bi Erasure, and it's by Anthony Gromgulia. I probably messed up his name. I'm so sorry. And I'll leave it in the description. Please check that out. It's a 45-minute video talking about this whole subject. It's pretty interesting, actually. He finds a document that was leaked from Sony in the past, giving all the things that were mandatory Spider-Man character traits. And basically, if you broke any of these traits, you would have to owe Marvel financial and legal damages to the brand. It says mandatory Spider-Man traits. Spider-Man, whether Peter Parker or an alternate Spider-Man character, must always strictly conform to the following mandatory character traits. Number 1, male. Spider-Man always has to be male. Makes sense. It's Spider-Man, not Spider-Woman or Spider-Gwen. Man equals man. Number 2, does not torture. Marvel's been torturing him for decades, so that's fine. I find this weird since Superior Spider-Man had tortured Blackout because he kidnapped Aunt May. Love that issue. Number 3, does not kill unless in defense of self or others. I find this one weird too because of Assassin Spider-Man. It's kind of weird how we haven't seen this guy ever again. I mean, he was killed by Moreland, but he's definitely one of the more interesting Spider-Men, so I'm surprised he's only been seen in like 2 issues. Number 4, does not use foul language beyond PG-13. Number 5, does not smoke tobacco. Number 6, does not sell or distribute legal drugs. Number 7, does not abuse alcohol. I think Spider-Man has only been drunk twice. The first was when someone spiked the punch at a party he was having, and he has to fight the Hobgoblin right after. I love that issue too. The second was him at Aunt May's wedding, and he slept with his roommate and he didn't even remember. But none of this is him abusing alcohol. He's just drunk a couple of times. But usually he doesn't drink anymore at all in the comics, so I think they took this rule so he can't drink it at all anymore, but I'm unsure. Number 8, does not have before the age of 16, does not have sex with anyone below the age of 16. Number 9, not a homosexual unless Marvel has portrayed that alter ego as homosexual. So I find it funny that Spider-Man can legally not be gay. If he tries, he goes to jail. No, but this makes sense. He's never been portrayed as gay for the 60 plus years that the character has been out, so it just wouldn't make sense. From what I know, it's only been revealed that one Spider-Person is gay, and that's Webweaver, but that goes under Marvel portraying them as gay, so he falls under the category of that being legal. It then says items with a little star icon next to them are permitted when Spider-Man is wearing the black/symbiote suit. Now that's important. It says black suit/symbiote suit. So he can wear the black costume, I guess, unless I'm twisting the rules here. So when he has these, he can torture, can kill for any reason, smoke tobacco, sell and distribute drugs, and can abuse alcohol. And this has never been shown and has no reason to be shown because even with him in the black suit, none of these fit except maybe the kill for any reason. But he's still never done that because he's been able to get it off before he does something like that. I just found this interesting, so again, check that video out if you want to see more of this, just like the history of Spider-Man and his homosexuality. John Semper merch. John Semper on Facebook puts, quote, if you're lucky enough to have a hit show on TV, then you might also get lucky enough to have a fan or two. And when one of your fans turns out to be a truly exceptional human being, then it is a gift that keeps on giving. Literally. At San Diego Comic-Con last week, one of my favorite Spider-Man fans, and now my good friend Matt Dunford, surprised me by giving me this fabulous custom-made action figure of me, with design and packaging just like the Toy Biz based on my Spider-Man animated series. All I can say is thank you, Matt. You're the very best, and Excelsior. End quote. I love the figure. That's so cool that Matt did that for him. And I'll have a section talking about Matt later in the video. John Semper was also made into a Funko Pop, but just the design, and this was made by Rich Carney, which he gives a thanks to as well on his Facebook, and I love that he interacts with the fans. Always just great for the curators to do that, and it really just shows how thankful they are to have the fans. Tier 6, Binger Man. Unused intro. John Semper says, and I quote, like just about every other aspect of the creation of Spider-Man the Animated Series, the opening title for the show had a long and tortured inception. Supervising animation producer Bob Richardson had originally commissioned an opening title sequence from an animation company, Mercury Zeitgeist Film Studio. It was carefully storyboarded under his supervision and farmed out to them for animation. But as we got closer to airing the first episode, Night of the Lizard, the company he hired got behind schedule. Even worse, nobody liked what they delivered up to that point. So a new title sequence had to be cobbled together at the last minute using existing footage that had arrived by the time the first show had to be assembled for airing. Also used was animated footage from toy commercials that were being prepared for the rollout of the toy line. The footage was somewhat off model compared to our version of Spider-Man, but it was used because it was handy and they needed whatever they could get their hands on. I was not involved in any of this. So what would the original title sequence have looked like? Thanks to the miracle of YouTube, here's the original opening title Bob commissioned, the one which nobody liked. I stumbled across this quite by accident one evening. The only reason I know it's the original is because I own a copy of the storyboard for it. And I was there when we all looked at the rough cut when it came in, when we all decided we didn't like it. I have no idea how this footage ended up on YouTube. Apparently, according to the blurb on the YouTube post, the sequence was finished much later by one of the Mercury Zeitgeist animators, and maybe he's the one who posted it on YouTube. He's also the one who added the Peter Gunn theme by Dick Dale, which was never under consideration as an actual theme for the show by us. It was just added much later by that animator for the YouTube posting. End quote. They also give more information about this in the description, and I'm going to quote this as well. It reads, and I quote, the show opening created at Mercury Zeitgeist Film Studios was never complete due to logistics and budget. This sequence was the first pass and is mainly key drawings that are missing innumerable in-betweens, hence the choppiness of the action itself. The animation timing is also not accurate, and the opening was, in reality, a full 61 minute, not the 45 as shown in the player timeline. The backgrounds were originally painted at Marvel Studios, but over the course of character animation, Marvel Films decided to use all 3D backgrounds. As 3D animation runs at 30 FPS and traditional 2D animation runs at 24 FPS, the animators encountered the dilemma of syncing the different disciplines into one. This meant they needed to redesign and reanimate for 30 FPS, as it's not a simple matter of adding 6 drawings to pick up the additional frame count. The additional drawing count was not included in the bid nor production schedule. As a result of Marvel Films' refusal to pay these additional incurred expenses, all production came to a halt at this impasse. Sean Van Breens was the main assistant animator at the time, along with Jeff Jacqueline and intern Noah Sabin. Sorry if I pronounce all these names wrong. I'm terrible at names. Jim Pebbles and James Bauer were the co-owners and operators of Mercury Zeitgeist at the time. As such, all scenes were animated by either Jim Pebbles or James Bauer and no one else. Marvel Films eventually just lifted and used animation from the show itself. At the time the show aired, approximately 1/2 of the 26 shows were already in the can and ready for airing, so there was plenty of resources available to reassemble a new show opener. End quote. There's things I like about this intro, but ultimately I'm glad they didn't go with this and went with the much better one we have today. On the wiki it says that John wanted to use the theme song from the 1967 cartoon, but the right holders wanted too much money and he wasn't able to get it. I can't confirm this since I haven't found any information on him actually saying this. Alternate intro. Apparently there was an alternate intro with different scenes that usually isn't seen in the episodes, and I'm going to quote Zdragov Ganov since he goes over everything, and I'll have the intro playing behind this. He says, and I quote, "Another interesting little tidbit about the version of the episodes available on Disney Plus, while all season 1 episodes have been altered to use the latter opening of the series, including a change to Night of the Lizard, where the intro is now in the very beginning, not during the van sequence. Season 5, Episode 4, part of the Forgotten Warrior story arc, features a completely unique intro that I've never seen before, neither on TV nor on VHS and DVD releases of the show. It's a bit shorter than usual, so it features a new cut of the theme with new sound effects, and it's edited to clips of many characters who were not part of any other intro, including Black Cat, Iron Man, Daredevil, and Carnage. This intro was also used in Secret Wars Chapter 3 on Disney+. Edit. Apparently it did see previous use as it is on YouTube, so I suppose it was only used in certain markets in order to reduce the length of the episodes a bit." End quote. So just some interesting info. He also has one more post that I wanted to highlight, and I'll quote this too. He says, and I quote, "John Semper Jr., I was revisiting your terrific Spider-Man series on Disney+, and I noticed that an infamous animation error in the episode Rocket Racer, where towards the end, Robert suddenly switches outfits, is no longer present. When I originally saw the show on local TV in 2000, it was definitely there. The error is also on one of the Region 2 DVD releases. Was this something that was fixed back in the day, but for some reason wrong masters of the episode were kept in circulation? As I find it unlikely it was only fixed for the version on Disney+. End quote. John Semper replied, and I quote, "Yes, it probably aired first with the error due to deadline, and then was fixed by us back in the day for subsequent airings. And then both versions somehow ended up in circulation. When these shows first came in from being animated overseas, they were always riddled with all kinds of animation errors, so the fact that 1 or 2 slipped by doesn't surprise me. A few episodes were originally such a mess that I'm still not sure how we got them on the air in time. Ah, the joy of 90s pre-digital animation." End quote. He responds, and I quote, "Thank you so much for the answer. In fact, I just noticed another edit that I had never seen, neither on TV over here in Europe nor on the DVDs. In the Alien Costume Part 1, the scene right after the symbiote gets stuck to Spidey's costume, the Disney Plus version has the symbiote remain for the following scene, whereas it's not present on older DVDs and TV recordings I've seen." End quote. I just found it interesting that different versions will have shots differently, and it makes sense because, you know, their whole production was like a mess. You can definitely tell there's reused scenes for a lot of footage they had. It would appear in different episodes all the time. Tier 7, Sexy Man. Storage unit. John Semper has a storage unit filled with 90 Spider-Man memorabilia, which is absolutely sick. That storage unit must be full of some good stuff, and you know, you can just give all that to me, John Semper. Thank you. Appreciate that. A person comments saying that they like the Hang with Fox Kids box and wonders what's in there. And John Semper says, and I quote, "A special limited edition Xmas present sent by Fox to its show's producers. It's a Barrel of Monkeys game, but instead of monkeys, the figures are all characters of Fox Kids TV shows that year, including Spider-Man. Extremely rare." End quote. I actually found this online. They're not selling it, but I love this. Definitely the coolest Barrels of Monkeys I've ever seen. He also says in the comments he has every single storyboard of the show. I wonder if other producers have stuff like this. I'm assuming they do, but Greg Weisman never really talked about if he had, like, you know, collected things from his own series. So I guess I'll just figure that out as we keep making these. Writing a book. John Semper says he's writing a book on the series, so get ready for most of this project to lose a lot of information that is unheard of. This is insanely unfortunate for me since I didn't know this till I was deep into this series, but he hasn't said a word about it in 2 years, so maybe he's not releasing it. The creators for the 90s X-Men show made a similar book called Previously on X-Men, which I have talked about a little bit in this video, and it talks about the 90s and Spider-Man crossover, which I've already mentioned. Hopefully we get it soon, but also I hope not at the same time because I hate missing information. But if any new information comes up about the series, I will be doing doing a things missed on every project after the next one. So if I did miss something, it would be in there. But I'm even unsure I'd do that just because I want people to go read and buy the book to support the show. So who knows? Small stuff. This is just a bunch of small things that won't get a full entry into the iceberg, and I didn't know where to put these, so here we go. A model sheet of Spider-Man. John Semper's favorite live-action Spider-Man is Tom Holland, but this opinion might have possibly changed since this was 3 years ago. Michael Crisp was shouted out by John Semper for mashing up The Simpsons with the characters from Spider-Man TASM, and I absolutely love these, so they had to get a mention. My favorite is Ned Flanders as Kraven. This guy did a great job, props to you. John Semper made a Black Widow animated series proposal, and this is the cover page of what he calls a mini Bible, but this never sold. In Spider-Boy number 9, John Semper's Spider-Verse got a small reference. Something I found on Facebook by a person named Marco Espato says, and I quote, "Maybe you know, but here in Italy, the 2 episodes of Returning Hydro Man never aired. They never voiced the episodes. It's strange because there is a flashback about the moment MJ melt in water that was dubbed but never the 2 episodes. So we can say here she was never a clone for a long time. Now I have a homemade box set of DVD in Italian, sadly never released in home video, with all episode in those 2 in English." End quote. John Semper reveals that in the Venom saga, I'll find which episode, he got a real world person in the show, a local newscaster named John Beard, and this was his favorite local newscaster at the time. The episode title, I Really Hate Clones, is a reference to how bad the Clone Saga was. John Semper posted on his YouTube a Fox Kids Network promo of Spider-Man's web file for Daredevil, and I'll play that now. Here's some production design artwork of Jameson's living room. John didn't know that Kraven and the Chameleon are half-brothers in the comics. Bob Richardson was asked in an interview, and I quote, "Having previously worked on Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, what experiences from that show did you bring with you to Spider-Man the Animated Series?" End quote. He responds, and I quote, "In that earlier time, networks didn't feel like they had to follow what had been established in the comics, if they thought they could increase their audience levels by making changes to the original property. So in the case of Spider-Man, suddenly he had a dog. Pets probably tested well with children. Even though he was a struggling student with very little income, they decided to have his bedroom rotate into a high-tech lab where he could create anything he needed, such as web shooters and webbing. So with this completely unrealistic set piece built into Aunt May's house, they lost some of the dramatic realism that made the comic so outstanding. We were determined to not repeat any of those sort of things, and the Fox Kids Network was completely supportive of that." End quote. John said he got all the villains and storylines he really wanted to do on the show. John had a radio show, and on one of his shows, he got Eric Lewald, who created the X-Men 90 series, to come on, but I was unable to get anything from this, and it looks like this is lost media. Dwayne Miller made a Spider-Man color guide sheet. John Semper played the game Doom while working on the show, and he says that it helped him with his frustrations with certain crew members, the production team, who drove him crazy. John Semper, who was told that Mark Webb, who was the person who made the Amazing Spider-Man movies, was a fan of the series. A fan named Ryan Gleason says, and I quote, "In part 2 of the season 5 episode, The Return of Hydro Man, when Hydro Man eavesdropped on Aunt May on the phone at the Parker house, some mirrored stock footage of Aunt May on the phone with Peter Parker / Spider-Man from the season 1 episode, The Sting of the Scorpion. Because stock footage is used, Aunt May is in her original normal outfit from season 1, instead of her new normal outfit from season 2 onwards. I could probably guess this footage was used due to budget constraints, and I can't believe I barely noticed this until I rewatched The Sting of the Scorpion." End quote. The main reason I mentioned this is because I didn't even realize Aunt May had different clothes in season 2. I know Peter did, but I didn't notice Aunt May did. But I did know it was very common to reuse a lot of the scenes that they made because the budget wasn't big on the show and their time was limited. When the show was first starting out, John Semper said that he almost didn't get the job because someone else had been hired instead, and he also made changes that he had to keep in the show, which we have gone over in the breakdown. But that person is Martin Pasco. He was the writer for Batman Mask of the Phantasm, and he was a storyboarder on Batman the Animated Series. But he barely made any progress with 2 months on the job and was fired for John Semper, and that was the best thing that could have happened to the series. No offense to Martin though. I found an old program for this show that was on a fan's Facebook page, and his name is Tim J. Barker. It's 5 minutes. I'm gonna play a bit of it because there's some cool things in here. Sorry about the quality though, because I haven't seen a higher quality version of it.
Marvel Films has brought the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man back to the small screen using all new state-of-the-art animation techniques, increasing the intensity of the stories and themes while trying to stay true to the Spider-Man, which has crawled his way across the pages of comic books for over 30 years. Spider-Man agreed to take a break from crime fighting to give us a quick look behind the scenes of his new animated series. Oh, Spider-Man! Hey, that's me! Let me show you how they make it all happen here at Marvel Films Animation. Hey! Wow, this is a great honor. Spidey, this is Stan Lee, my creator. We'll be back with Spidey in a minute. As Spidey here has discovered the use of new digital tools combined with the years of experience and expertise of the traditional animation team are an invaluable mixture in the creation of the new series. Once the characters have been hand-drawn, the computer is used to add color to both the characters and the backgrounds, as well as make movements and action sequences even more realistic. But it isn't just great pictures which bring Spidey to life. Well-written storylines are a key ingredient to creating Peter Parker's extraordinary world.
We try to write stories that are simple enough for young people, and yet intelligent enough and imaginative enough, exciting enough for an older person.
And while over-the-top villains and non-stop action are important to any superhero adventure, the Spider-Man writers are insistent about writing stories with a conscience.
We'll touch upon pollution and the environment and the way people behave towards each other, all sorts of things like that, in what we hope will be the most positive possible way.
They made children's books for this show, and they seem to be based off the episodes. There's 8 of them. I've never seen this because they were before my time, but if you guys had this, let me know down below.
It was also right around that time, technology made a shift, and they had the editing system known as Avid first came about, and Avid allowed you to flop frames, extend things, change stuff, and the great thing for us on Spider-Man with that was Spider-Man always was in the mask.
Yes.
But he could think, but he would also speak. But if he was speaking, obviously you're not matching lip flap, you don't know what he's saying, you're just seeing the mask move. Or if he's thinking it, you're not seeing anything move. And the Avid gave us the opportunity then to go in an ADR, you know, go in and you know,
I would
replace stuff.
I would write new dialogue literally 2 weeks before the show went on the air. And that was a tremendous help. In the Night of the Lizard that the audience here just watched, there's a scene where Kurt Connor's wife is she's going to grab the neogenic recombinator and pick it up. And in the original dialogue, he was like, Spider-Man was shouting to her, "Pick up the gun and fire it." And that seemed great on the script, but then when we got it back on film, I thought, wait a minute, the hero is telling this poor woman to pick up the gun and do the heroic thing. And that, I changed it all. I changed it to, Mrs. Connors, get out of there, get out of there. And so now she's picking up the gun, going against what he's asking her to do. And it's a whole different meaning, and that all really was done like literally 2 or 3 weeks before it went on the air. So that was the great thing about doing Spider-Man.
Toy Shiz showed a Valentine's Day card they made for the series, and it's very cool, and I'll let you see his review of it.
Heyo, welcome back everyone, Toy Shiz here, and today I'm at a store called Love Pop, and I was walking by the window, lo and behold, there's a Spider-Man, the animated series, no joke, I almost plotzed, Valentine's. Now, it is very simplistic. It says stuck on you, and you open it up. It says you're amazing. Ah, you've hit the jackpot, Tiger. But the fact that in 2025, there is a Spider-Man, the animated series Valentine's card, that is amazing. But I will be honest, we can all agree they definitely took some liberties with the coloring on these characters, that's for sure. But for those of you who are animated fans, maybe your significant other want to get this for you for Valentine's Day, definitely check it out.
Lastly, this just got leaked a couple of days ago. Love that they're actually making this. I mean, with the success of the X-Men series, you can see why they're making this. Just kidding, it's an April Fool's prank. Haha, someone made and I was tricked too, so feel the pain that I felt. But I love the artwork on this. It looks like the revival 90s art style of the X-Men series, so great job to Not_Alish, who did this amazing artwork. I can't confirm these next 5, but they were on the wiki, and that Spider-Man the Animated Series was ranked the top show in Germany, Portugal, and Spain. In Japan, the series aired on Cartoon Network. For unknown reasons, Spider-Man the Animated Series was banned in Hong Kong after airing 13 episodes. Reruns of Spider-Man the Animated Series were later shown on ABC Family, and on the Toon Disney, now Disney XD, nighttime programming block Jetix. On Disney Plus, the series is called Marvel Comics Spider-Man and New Spider-Man. Lastly, there's this mini comic called Spider-Man Tower of Terror, and this was included with one of the VHS releases for the series. They had a work in progress promo booklet for the series. There's not much information in it, but they do have some of the designs of the characters in the backgrounds, which is neat. I just found out that the Spider-Verse did appear again in the Spider-Boy comic series again, and it's a 3-page cameo, and it doesn't really go anywhere, but it's still cool to see that this exists. Commercials. There was a ton of commercials for a lot of different things. I have an interview with YouTuber Fudgebudger. I found his channel while looking through commercials, and he has an absolute ton of Spider-Man commercials on his channel, and he knows quite a bit about the commercials, so I would recommend checking him out. The link is in the description if you want to check out all the old cool Spider-Man commercials he has. Now time to get into my interview with him. It's actually recording. Yeah, we had a bit of recording troubles. We already recorded some of this, unfortunately. But I'm going to introduce my buddy Fudge here again. It's nice to have you here, and we're going to be looking at a bunch of commercials, and I'm glad he could join me today.
Well, thank you for having me. It's pretty exciting to do.
I am actually recording this time, so let's talk about the Big Chair Productions commercial. I think that would be a good place to start. It's really cool. I love everything here. It has some amazing just things about the 90s, you know. Can you tell us what this was for?
Oh yeah, it was a pretty like crazy thing because it like was only really made for Marvel investors in the 90s, so the general public was never really meant to see it. So you know, it was kind of buried for almost 30 years, and nobody really knew about the thing because, you know, we weren't really supposed to. So it was just kind of exciting to be able to try and dig it up and get everybody to see it, you know?
Oh yeah. It's very exciting. I'm surprised they didn't you know, actually, like, I know this was for producers, but I'm surprised they didn't actually, you know, post it like as an ad for the show, because this is really cool stuff. This is like, they got a bunch of cool like action figures of the show as well, and they got all production in here. So yeah, I'm surprised they didn't actually use this as an ad. I mean, it's probably be too big for an ad back in that era, because, you know, it's like a 4-minute ad, but you know, you never know.
Yeah, no, I mean, all the live action stuff is really cool. Like, I think that first shot that they open with, I might be wrong, but I think like it might be like those same little background sets that they were shooting like the Toy Biz commercials on. Like the way everything's scaled, it looks kind of like a miniature in the same kind of style. I think it might be the same.
Oh yeah,
because they do have some footage of the commercials in there later then too, on those little miniature sets.
How did you uncover this lost media? If you were willing to share your secret here.
Well, not entirely the whole thing. I like to try and keep a little bit of mystery there, but I will say, like, a big help was always, like, the Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine, just in terms of, like, you know, just being able to find things that aren't really there anymore. I was able to find the website of the studio that made that, Big Chair Productions, and I found the director guy and was chatting with him for a bit, and he remembered doing it and everything like that. But in some of those cases, it's either like, you know, the person behind it, they don't have it anymore, or they're just not willing to share it to begin with. So then you're just, at that point, you're left to try and get a little bit more creative and just try barking up some other trees, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I just think the thing is super cool, because, like, you know, Marvel was pretty stoked on their on the Spider-Man stuff at the time. Like, they had the big cartoon, so I mean, that's really like why they commissioned the thing. It seems like it's just like they had that big push, so they got a big chair to shoot some stuff.
Must have worked pretty well then, because you know, the TV series hit the ground running.
Yeah, no, they got those little blurbs in there. It's just like #1 show on TV.
Oh yeah,
and everything. They're really hyping everything up for sure. The thing is pretty neat, because, like, you know, I was just seeing like some live action Spider-Man stuff in the 90s like that. Just the way it's all shot and everything, it's just super moody and fun. Like the back alley stuff and him just jumping around this warehouse. It's just really colorful, and like all the fog stuff. Just love it. I saw one person say kind of reminds them of like the Terminator, the way it looks, like the shot of Spider-Man spinning around with like the radioactive electricity coming off of him and everything. That it's kind of funny, because, you know, James Cameron was supposed to be directing the Spider-Man movie in the 90s, so I wonder if, you know, if maybe that was intentional or not, just trying to like do something kind of moody and Cameron-esque, if you will.
I could see that. Definitely. They had some pretty weird stuff in that James Cameron movie. Yeah. I don't even know what to say about that. You read the script a little bit?
Yeah, I have. Like you said, it's interesting.
I'm glad we didn't get that, when we got the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. I think James Cameron would have ruined that.
I'm thankful for what we got for sure. I think they kind of knocked it out of the park in the first try, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're lucky as Spider-Man fans because, some other characters aren't so lucky, like their first go-arounds, they're, like a bad movie, and they just never get a movie again,
Oh, yeah. I also like that the costume here is it's generational for that era. So, this was early 90s, late 90s, I think maybe even early 2000s. This costume was always being used for promotional material, or I think even in the what was it, Universal Park, I think they were using this design, and even for I remember this video game, I think you said it was the Atari in our first recording, but it was Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, and they're playing the Atari, and I'm pretty sure this costume was used for that as well. So I think that's really cool that they just kept this costume.
Yeah, I think same company made the suit for the one that old commercial, the Atari one. It might have been the prior version, because Spider-Man had a different house style at the time with the smaller eyes and a different symbol. So this one for the 90s, I really like. It's honestly my favorite looking suit that they made. It just had the larger eyes and the updated symbol and everything, and I feel like it had to be John Romita Sr. inspired, because he was still the head art dude at Marvel at the time, behind the scenes, the lead. Forget what the exact job title he had was, but he was supervising, just in general back then, and even for stuff like the Macy's Thanksgiving parade balloon, all that stuff came back to his Spider-Man,
Oh yeah, he's definitely the most influential Spider-Man artist of I mean I'd say even today, he definitely inspired a lot for the Spider-Man character. Even in the show, the Spider-Man, it's based off John Romita Jr.'s Spider-Man, the design, which is really cool. Except his Peter Parker design. His Peter Parker design is a cool, Stan Lee came up with that. He's I want a cooler looking guy. He's I want something hip, I thought that was funny.
You got those big cheekbones and everything, and yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But everybody said it looks more like Nicholas Hammond, Peter Parker.
I can see that. Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you for finding this, because this is awesome. I love looking at this thing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The CD-ROM. Can you tell me about the CD-ROM? Just can you explain what a CD-ROM is? Because I don't know what that is. I'm 20. I was not born in that era of CD-ROMs, and
well, you see, we to have these little discs, and we used to put them into things and it would play stuff, and sometimes in the computer you put it in there. Computers used to have disk drives. It was so cool.
Oh, gross.
I miss computers having disk drives, and you could put your discs in there, and this thing in particular, it had so many things going on. It was a comic book. It was they had trivia, they had character profiles, games, all kinds of stuff on there, and you just put this in your computer, and you got hours of fun.
Hell yeah. Sounds good to me. Can you explain what the CD-ROM's about? Because I didn't even watch the full thing, but I heard Christopher Daniel Barnes, he's voicing the comic book. He's not doing every line in the comic book, but he's explaining what happens in the back, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, no, it's a fun little thing that Toy Biz put out in 1995. They put out a few of them for the other Marvel cartoons too, with actors from those other cartoons doing the same kind of thing. Yeah, so they had Christopher Daniel Barnes kind of taking you through some comics here, and the ones they include are Amazing Spider-Man 238 and 239, I think, the first Hobgoblin story. So it's kind of cool because like they even like slightly recolor all the art, so it's a little like they got some slight like gradients on there that aren't there in the original printings, and he just kind of like narrates the whole thing. And there's like little like sound buttons and that you can click on for like sound effects at certain points, or like little video buttons that pop up too. And if you click those, like it'll take you to a clip from the 90s cartoon. And like the transitions from pages, they got like fun sounds. They're like kind of like spooky sometimes.
I love that. That's awesome. I wish we had something similar like that with like I don't know, maybe every like new season of like whatever Spider-Man show that comes out, they do something similar to this. I think that would be really cool, but I know that's not going to happen, but I think that would be sick. I think that's Christopher Daniel Barnes is like just really awesome just for doing that, you know, just for giving his voice for this. You can definitely show the love you have for the character, you know.
Yeah, honestly, for me, like this is one of the earliest like Spider-Man things I encountered, probably, you know, aside from the 90s cartoon itself, was just like this CD-ROM and like the Cartoon Maker CD-ROM. But like this one, just like getting to see like some Spider-Man comics, some really good ones too, you know, and just like diving headfirst in. You know, it's the kind of thing that gets a kid hooked on comics, you know.
Yeah, I wish kids got into comics more, you know. I feel like it's kind of a lost, I mean, it's becoming a lost media just because of the I think manga and the movies and everything, you know, it's just kind of becoming lost in the sauce, unfortunately. I hopefully it'll make a comeback. Comics are expensive now too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have the Marvel Unlimited. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Oh, no, you're good. Marvel Unlimited is a really good resource, honestly, and I think, like, as far as I can remember, it's priced really well, too, for, like, what people get, you know, like, unlimited access to, like, almost, well, I mean, not everyone, but, like, lots of Marvel comics, and they keep adding them, so really, really nice.
Yeah, I love using that. I love paying the subscription every year, just because, like, the comic book store, I remember going to the comic book store I think 4 or 5 years ago now, just because they're so expensive. I spent like $4 or $5 on just one comic book, and I was like, no, I'm okay. I'll just buy the unlimited subscription for like probably like 30 of those comics, you know. So definitely a good deal if you want to get into that.
Yeah. I can see why people like wait for the trades on certain things too, just because, you know, one pop of just getting a trade price rather than just paying for the single issues. It feels like I can see why people do it.
Oh yeah.
One cool thing about this CD-ROM too is like at one point, I forget which point, but there's like another certain thing you can click on where it's like, well, actually, I think it's the one bit where Peter's like reminiscing about the fighting the Green Goblin all those years ago, because, you know, the Goblin Norman was dead. So there's like a little button that pops up and it takes you to, I think like the full Amazing Spider-Man 39 and 40 are also on here then. You know, at that point, you can click on that and it opens those up. And basically, you got 4 full, you know, issues of Spider-Man here. Got sound effects, and they're all narrated by Christopher Daniel Barnes.
That is amazing. I love that.
2 different classic Goblin stories.
I love that Spider-Man and Stan Lee, they like introduce you to the CD-ROM. I love that.
Yeah. It's pretty funny too, the Spider-Man one. They just have like the little animation loop where he's just pointing for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I noticed that. He's just like pointing. It's like that Spider-Man like pointing finger meme, but he's like pointing at you, like directly at you.
The rare Spider-Man memes that are buried in things. The meme potential that's buried out there, rather.
Oh yeah. I saw like you had a game SNES menu. I didn't even know they had a Spider-Man game of like in the 90s, like based on the 90s Spider-Man. I thought that was really cool. Like, did you play the game when you were younger?
I played it on like the Genesis version. It's a little different than the SNES one. just graphically speaking. But it's a really bad game. It's really, really like mind-numbingly difficult and unfair, and yeah, it's not great.
Oh no,
there's a fun novelty to it. Just like all the villains they got in there. They got so many villains, and there's some villains that don't show up in the cartoon, like jack-o'-lanterns in there. But yeah, it doesn't like totally like look like the cartoon, if you ask me. Like some things they like try to adhere more to, but like other things it just doesn't feel like the most like inspired by the show. But it's the game for the show.
It's interesting. I've never actually heard about it. I must be very deep lost.
Yeah.
Well, not lost, but very out there media, you know.
Yeah. It's not one of the better 90s Spider-Man games, I'll put it that way.
So I wanted to talk about the Chef Boyardee ad, because I thought it was really funny.
Something new is shaking from Chef Boyardee, and kids everywhere are getting into it. New Spider-Man pasta.
Whoa! Come on, let's show Mysterio the ropes, kid. Hello! Looks like he'll be hanging around for a while.
Totally webbed out Spider-Man shape smothered in secret sauce. New Spider-Man pasta from Chef Boyardee. So hot, it's practically radioactive. Thank goodness for Chef Boyardee.
Like the kid, he like goes up the wall. No, he like twists into the inside the Chef Boyardee can, and he starts talking to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I love that. Like you're never gonna get something like that today, and I just love that. It also had its own like unique animation done for it as well. And I think it's really cool.
Yeah, no, the way they did that is just ridiculous. With the kid turning into a cartoon as he goes into the can.
It doesn't get better than that.
And they got I think it's cool the way the animated bits in there though, like the backgrounds and everything. That really looks kind of like the marketing material for the show, with like, you know how like the package design on stuff, they had like those purple buildings and everything.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of has like the purple building stuff going on there.
The color really pops out too in the animation. I'm really surprised with how well this animation's done for the 90s, you know.
Yeah, probably a different studio, I'd imagine, with with working with the designs. I don't know.
Did you see that like Chef Boyardee can that was opened up like I think, hold up, I have it right here. Yeah, from 1995. Someone opened up like a can from 1995 in like 2020, and it was like really old and it was all rusted inside. It was really gross, but it was like really cool at the same time. And you could see like the shapes like in the Chef Boyardee. I don't know if you saw that. But I thought that was really funny.
I don't know if I've seen that, but in 2013 or something, I ended up trying to get two cans of the Chef Boyardee like online on eBay, and I got them, and the one was like good, but then the other like exploded.
Oh, no.
And it was like leaking the sauce, and I ended up opening it, and it was just like this rock inside. It was just like a rock melted together, and you could vaguely see like vague shapes. Just like looked like a brick. It was disgusting. I ended up trying them both out. It was a regrettable purchase.
No. I seen a bunch of people been eating like old food from very early. I don't know if you've seen those videos, but there's like a ton of videos on the internet of people just like eating food.
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah, they're funny. They're funny when they like eat it and then they have like a face of like disgust. They're like, no, I regret every decision I've just made. I think it's hilarious. There's also a McDonald's one.
To fight evil, Spider-Man will go anywhere, anytime.
Superheroes gotta do what a superhero's gotta do.
Whoa, Spider-Man!
Sorry I can't hang around.
Because the action's at McDonald's. Take a break with a hamburger Happy Meal for just $1.99. There's Spidey, Spider-Man characters, and hot cars with cool moves. One with every $1.99 hamburger Happy Meal you buy your kids.
Spider-Man, I just saw Scorpion in the drive-thru.
Have a nice day.
I think it has a, let me see, I just want to check it out real quick. Yeah, it has its like own unique, well, not like unique animation. Well, it does have its own unique animation, but not like a fully animated world. It's like the animated Spider-Man and animated Scorpion are in the real world. And I love that too.
Yeah, that one's cool.
Yeah, I love the toys for that one too.
And Spider-Man has like, yeah, the little Spider-Man and Doc Ock ones are like actually like pretty nice quality, like little figures.
I just recently bought every McDonald's toy. I'm gonna do a review. I probably already did it in the video. This video is like kind of like all over the place right now. I have all these toy reviews, or I have all the toys for the show. Not all the toys for the show, the McDonald's toys. And they're really cool looking. You can like flip the Peter Parker into like a Spider-Man, like is like it'll be like half Peter, half Spider-Man. They just had some really cool like stuff back in the 90s. I'm not sure if all like McDonald's toys were like that. I know McDonald's toys now are just like, they just don't have as much effort put into them. Like you can just tell from like the like Spider-Verse movie, like there was like literally like stickers you would put onto this like bad looking Spider-Man toy. It was really bad.
Yeah.
It's like, where did all the creativity go?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I feel like the effort or just like the promotional tie-in stuff, it just doesn't hit anymore.
Yeah, even
it doesn't hit as hard.
Yeah, even the bag. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta send you a picture of the bag real quick because it's insane how well the bag's designed as well.
Oh yeah, I have one of those somewhere. It definitely is a fun looking design. They got like a web maze and stuff on there.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, it's like really cool. Like they won't ever do that on like a Happy Meal now. I like how he pops out of the TV screen in the McDonald's commercial. I don't know, just they had some really creative stuff back then. I'm not a 90s kid, so I wouldn't know, but well, I know I've seen from what I've seen in the commercials, some pretty cool, just creative stuff, and I love it.
Big innovation from the toy line was the web blasters. You know, those have been like enduring for even till today, and that started with the 90s Spider-Man toy line. They did the first versions of the web blasters, and there's a really cool commercial for that one. That started with the 90s toy line too.
Oh really?
And like I feel like that, and like yeah, I got a commercial for that on my channel too. It's a really good one because it has that Sam live action Spider-Man suit, the one from the other thing, and it's got a live action Hobgoblin in it.
Oh really? Hold on, I think I have it on here. Let me I'm actually curious now. I don't remember that being on there.
The Hobgoblin looks pretty fun. I mean, he's got just kind of like a static face, but he's just like, he looks like he does in the cartoon, you know? I wonder what happened to the Hobgoblin costume, because there's like no clear pictures of it online, you know? And it was just, as far as I know, only used for the Web Blaster commercial.
Never to be seen again. It's gone forever.
Yeah.
Now that this video is being made, maybe it'll come back. No, I'm kidding. It probably won't. But that'd be funny if it just started selling on eBay. You'd have to probably be a diehard Spidey fan to get that. Okay, I want to talk about the you did a storyboard like where it's the Night of the Lizard. It's the Night of the Lizard episode, and you added like all the voices and basically everything from the episode, and you put the voices over the storyboard, and I thought that was really cool. Like where did you get the storyboards? Were they just from John Semper's like Facebook page?
Oh yeah, back in the day, I think it might have been on like a private '90s fan group on Facebook, and John Semper was posting in there at the time, and he posted like all the storyboards for the first act or first 2 acts or something from the first episode. So yeah, I think I might have wrote in the description there, like let me check actually. Yeah, and I got a link for the Facebook fan page on there. I don't think it exists anymore, but yeah, they were posted by John Semper, and yeah, none of those are online anymore.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it. I went through his whole entire decade of his Facebook page just for this video, and I didn't see it. So I know he posted about this specific video, though. I know he had a Facebook post about it, which I thought was really cool. I like how they had his early like Peter Parker design, where it kind of looks more like John Semper. Yeah. Not John Semper. John Romita's old Peter design, and I like that. The art looks amazing on it too, like for the storyboarding. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, they weren't messing around there.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, I remember putting that together just for fun, just going to like doing it to the show, just trying to replicate what it would be like seeing the storyboards kind of just in that state.
Yeah, you did an amazing job. It's weird. I think he deleted like a lot of his storyboards that he had. He had them up on eBay. I know he was like auctioning them off, but like I think he deleted the ones that were already on his Facebook. And then he also deleted his eBay account. So you like those storyboards are like gone. Like I can't find any more storyboards on like I know he has a couple on there, but like most of them are just gone. He just locked them up with a key. He's like, nope.
It's a shame. I remember seeing some from the first Mysterio episode too on there ages ago, and I didn't save like any of them or do anything like I did for this one. I think those are all gone.
Yeah, hopefully he releases them again. I think that would be awesome, but who knows.
Yeah, all these things that just end up lost unless like enough people are like saving them. See, these are the kinds of things that I like really enjoy. Like the nitty gritty, like closed doors, like weird, obscure, bits of the history,
Oh yeah, I love looking at obscure stuff, and I dive deep into it all. Okay, I wanted to talk about the print kit, because the print kit is like, what is this? I'm like so confused. It looks like you're like making like birthday cards. I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, that was from like the year 2000. That was, I think it came out like right around when the PlayStation game came out, because they used like the beta version of the Spider-Man model, where like his eyes are like slightly like different from the release version. So yeah, they have like the early version of the PS1 model in there for some reason. It's because it's from Activision, but some random other studio, they just gave him the model from the game to just be like, here, have him be like mocapped and jump around and be really awkward,
So wait, did it come from like was it like a computer game? I don't really understand like what it actually was.
Yeah, see, this is the magic of CD-ROMs yet again. It's just another old CD release.
Okay, I need to study my CD-ROMs. I don't know anything about them.
There's so many good ones for old Spider-Man stuff you can just like play around with, And I think it's kind of fun because like this one, it was a real struggle to get running.
Oh, really?
But yeah. It was fun to get to see finally, because it just has like all these pieces of art from the show, the 90s show, just randomly on here in 2000. But, I mean, like they kept reusing stuff from the 90s show for many years,
Oh yeah.
Even at the goofy Spider-Man training studio from like 2007. I don't know if you've seen that one, but it's the one where it's like Spider-Man training some kids in like a weird secret lab to like do silly moves, just like the Venom Vanquisher and the Doc Knocker. That one, they just use like random clips from the cartoon and that too, and from like 2007.
Okay, I probably should have done this as the introduction, but how familiar are you with the 90s show? I'm assuming you are, since you've told me all of this. And did you grow up with it?
Yeah, I did. I feel like one of my earliest like memories from like a Christmas around then was getting a VHS tape with the 2 Hobgoblin episodes too. So between like that and like the other CD-ROM with the comics, the Hobgoblin, like I was like, yeah, Hobgoblin's like one of my favorite villains, but it's just like all that kind of stuff really got me interested in the character, and been a fan ever since. Really enjoyed the 90s cartoon. To me, it's like it's just some pure Spidey vibes. I think they did like a great job at just sort of like taking the material seriously, and just like, it's like the first 30 plus years of comic history just kind of like being adapted and played with, and like, you know, some of it's changed a little bit, but it also is just like making its own contained, streamlined story for with like a beginning and a middle and an end. And I think that's just really cool, like just seeing like so much history kind of like boiled down into 65 episodes, and they do their own fun things with them sometimes, and sometimes they're like kind of one for one for some other things, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. I also like that Peter just kept growing throughout the series, you know. He it feels so rewarding when he was like, you know, married to Mary Jane, and then he gets that taken away from him, and it's like, no, I want my boy Peter to be happy.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, taking stuff from the whole 30 plus years at that point was like, you know, they even did like their own Clone Saga. And they even like predicted like the whole multiversal spider people team up thing before it became like so, you know, it's so ubiquitous now.
Yeah, that show basically invented that.
Like the clones, like like the clone stuff though, you know, it kind of feels like the 70s version, just replacing Gwen with Mary Jane and turning her into water.
Yeah, and they did a fantastic job with that. I love what they did with that. The censorship allowed for that to, you know, be possible. You know, it allowed for more expansion of stories. You know, I like that. She didn't just die. You know, she went into a portal and now she's floating, whoever knows where, forever, never to come out.
Well, it's really unique in its own quirky kind of way, you know?
Oh, yeah. Is Spider-Man the Animated Series the best Spider-Man show? And this will be the start of a war against you in the comments. So.
Oh, man.
You don't have to answer this.
It's for me, it's like, it's a toss-up between this and Spectacular. They're both really top-notch, and they both take, you know, like the character and the history seriously, but they both do them in their own. They both tackle it in like their own different way, and I think it really, for me, which one I like more kind of changes by the day. You know, I can be in one mood for one thing and another mood for another thing, and I feel like this answers as much of like it's like dancing around it as much as you can, you know.
That's all right. That's all right.
They both do their own thing, and they do them like really well, but it's all still really Spider-Man.
Yeah, both at the end of the day are fantastic shows, and you know, nobody can take that away.
One thing though, I don't know if you've seen it. I have this one on my channel too from a few years ago. It's there was an advertisement from the Fox Kids channel from 1998, like the summer after the show had ended, and it's just like this 3D CGI commercial, just like using the show's Spider-Man design, but he's just like swinging through a full 3D landscape. You know, it's just pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen it.
Wait, after the show ended, that's like, I wonder why, you know, because Unlimited was, it probably was coming out. It was probably in production.
Yeah,
that's weird. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, you know, the show had like all those CGI backgrounds, but this is just the full-on, completely CGI commercial with a CGI Spider-Man swinging around, and it's just like really moody and like dark.
Yeah, you have to send me that. I didn't see that. That's cool, actually. I love that. I don't know why. I wonder why was the commercial made? Do you know?
I'm not really sure. I guess because the show was still really popular on the network, and you know, they just wanted to keep promoting it heavily. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, I just wanted to ask a few concluding questions here. Do you think commercials today have the same impact that they do now? I think kids now don't usually look at commercials anymore, you know, since everything's on streaming, and I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so, honestly. I feel like the advertising that you do get isn't like as there's not as much production value put in. Like even just like seeing like you know, toy commercials in general, I feel like that's a good barometer. Like I don't know, they just don't feel like as much you know, there's like as much imagination like boiling up. Like you see some of those old commercials and it's like you're literally transported into this like cartoonish miniature New York City, and you're playing with the toys there, and it's just like, whoa. you know, you see that as a kid, you're like, whoa, I'm playing with these toys and it's like, it's real, you know?
That would have hooked me for sure. Especially since of the stuff we get nowadays, you know, it's very crazy. We don't even get like, I don't know. I feel like it's just, yeah, you're right. There's just not as much as creative freedom. It feels like they're strapped down to a chair and they're like, they can't express their creative freedom for the commercials. And they had so much cool stuff back then.
Well, I feel like too, it's kind of like a result of like streaming services and everything, like, you know, cable television and everything, just not as much a factor, sort of like you know, old like web design. I feel like internet, like websites used to be like really fun experiences to like browse and stuff, and they'd be like really creative, but I feel like with it all kind of like stopped with I'm sounding like old and curmudgeon here probably, but like literally I think it was changed because like smartphone implementation, like that became the you know, the primary concern. It's like, it's got to look good on a phone. So then websites began to look more, you know, uniform and like simple, you know?
Oh yeah. I can definitely see that. I can also see the reason for, you know, the toy itself. You know, I don't think toys are creative as they were back then too. Like, I think they had a lot more, I think just toys were better back then. A lot of the toys I see now in like Target and like Walmart, they're like, because even in like the late 2000s, that's when you know, I was usually a kid. I was usually a kid. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Basically, I was looking at the toys back then, you know, and I remember them. And I remember them being so cool compared to what we have now. It's like so like dull what we have now. I could probably put some pictures on screen just to show like how we've downgraded in like, you know, toys and stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like I've heard similar from like old school Spider-Man collectors, like just keeping it in the Spider-Man realm. You know, there was a really helpful, huge website back in the day called SpiderManCollector.com, and this guy, Cy, he had like this amazing collection and just like constantly updating with all these toys and stuff. But then I heard like he just kind of lost like passion for it as much one day, like just like, oh, there's so much coming out and it's just like, and it's not hitting as much anymore, you know, for him. So it was just kind of like, well, I don't need to like get everything, you know, anymore.
I can see that. Yeah, I know they did like I'm pretty sure they reprinted the not reprinted, but they re-released the like some of the 90s Spider-Man toy line. I don't know if you saw that, but I don't think it was like a full on re-release, but it was just, I don't really know what it was. I'll probably have like a section in the video explaining what it is, but if you want to explain something about it, you can.
Yeah, that's very important to note. Hasbro's been using the packaging art, like they reproduced it 1-to-1 from you know, how it looked back then, and they've been using that for like any like nostalgic releases or like any characters from like old school Spider-Man, and sometimes they just like have been using like some of the show designs. Like a chameleon one just came out not too long ago with the 90s cartoon design, a brand new chameleon figure and 90s Spider-Man packaging on the shelves at the like Target right now in 2025, if you can find them, you know. And they've been like doing like VHS style packages with you know, like they have like the show designs on them, but it's like new art with the designs and everything, and they're like these fake VHS packages.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. They even put out a like the first like good looking, in my opinion, Spider-Man Unlimited figure with like the 90s cartoon packaging art. So it's, like,
I saw that actually.
Pretty fun.
I thought that was weird to see, you know, it's very strange. Yeah. What does Spider-Man mean to you, and how far do you go back with this character?
Spider-Man's always been pretty near and dear to me, as far as just like, to me it's always been kind of like a guiding thing for me internally, you know, like in tough moments I'd look and think back to like, I don't know if it sounds silly, but like, you know, like Spider-Man can get you through some stuff sometimes, and he certainly has for me, you know. think back to like the lifting the rubble scene from Amazing Spider-Man number 33, and that's like got me through sometimes, you know? It's like can get through the impossible and just like push through stuff.
Oh yeah, I think Spider-Man really represents that, never giving up, you know? Getting that strength to get up every day, you know?
Yeah, totally. That's what Spider-Man is to me, for sure.
Same here. Well, thank you for being here, and if you wanna say anything else.
I don't know. I appreciate you having me. It's really fun talking about random 90s Spider-Man stuff and like advertising. Totally up my alley.
Oh yeah, I love all the advertising, and I appreciate having you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Some great information about the commercials Fudge gave. Super nice guy, so again, check him out. I did want to go over just a couple more before I move on. There's obviously a ton of toy commercials, so there's no way I'm going to go over all of these, but one I did want to highlight was the Spider-Man projectors.
Hey kid, where will you project your projector?
Whoa! Spider-Man's on the ceiling! Oh, now he's in your face, dude.
Snap in an action disc can project scenes from your favorite shows anywhere you want.
Hey, video tattoo! The Hero Channel! Oh, cool! Ball vision!
Do you know what time it is?
It's clobbering time!
Mind if I try? They're not just action figures, they're projectors. Where will you project yours? Each sold separately.
These are sick. This just shows that toy creativity is gone. Like, come on, I want one of these now. There's one more I like to highlight, and I'll show that now.
What we're going to show you may shock you. We're exposing the worst crimes, the wildest escapes, and the most savage villains.
People, stay where you are.
Don't panic. Just be on the lookout for Spider-Man's Most Wanted. Carnage, Chameleon, Green Goblin, Kingpin, Lizard, Tombstone, and Venom.
Maybe you better stick around.
Don't miss our special 6-day coverage of Spider-Man's Most Wanted. Coverage begins this Monday afternoon, only on Fox Kids.
This is also on Fudge's channel, but this is narrated by Josh Walsh from the American's Most Wanted TV show, so I thought that might be interesting for anyone who watched that show. Again, this video is being split into 2 parts, with the other half being on my Patreon for 4 months early. I just want to talk about that quickly. I started a Patreon that you can join, so first tier is $1 if you want to help me out a little bit. Truly, anything helps. You also get a special thanks at the end of my next video. Second tier is $3, and this one gets you the special thanks plus the raffle and future updates of what I'm working on. The third tier is $5, and you get everything previously mentioned, plus you get part 2 to this video 4 months early, and that's just because these take a long time to make, and this would help me out tons with getting these out faster and making this a stable job for me. Plus, I think that's fair. I mean, you could have seen Morbius or Madam Web 4 times for that price, and it's longer than those movies and better than those movies. Also, some YouTubers ask $1 for a video earlier every month, and this next video is way longer than what they're doing. Like, this is a whole 6 to 7 hour video. Everyone is still getting the second part. I'm not gatekeeping you. You just gotta wait a bit of time. So a thank you to anyone who supports me on there. That would be amazing. I appreciate it. You can also support me through Cash App, and you can do the third tier through there to see my video earlier, and you also get all the perks there for $5. So just leave a note on where I can contact you on there, and I'll send you the video, and also leave what you want to be named so I can put it in the special thanks. It's mostly because Patreon takes a percentage of the money you make, and again, thanks to anyone who supports me. It means the world to me. Seriously, I want to have this as a full-time job more than anything in my life. So anything helps. I forgot to say this. The special thanks will be in the next video, because the next video is the second part of this, and that's already been uploaded. So it would be in my next video. This is definitely something I should have said, and I regret not saying in the first Spectacular Spider-Man project, and it applies to this one as well. None of these interviews, podcasts, or videos are a substitute to watching the actual thing, because these are just clips of those podcast interviews and videos. These are small clips that I found interesting from a bunch of different people. I will leave all of them in the description, as I did with the Spectacular Spider-Man one, because these cool snippets of the interviews are not my property. They aren't. I had nothing to do with them. I just like them because they add a lot of cool facts and context. So thank you to all these interviewers, podcast people, and same goes for the people on the first one. Thank you. I made sure to have a thing where it shows the podcast interviews in the corner too, so it's easier to find. I will make sure to have everyone in the description so you can check it out yourself as well. I think this person was John Semper on YouTube, but I can't remember because this video was deleted. So whoever did this, I will pin you in the comments if it wasn't him. I also got to say, John Semper, stop deleting stuff, dude. Like, I know he's not watching this, but it's hard to preserve this history when he's deleting everything off of his channel. I was lucky enough to get some of the things on there before it was deleted, but I didn't get everything I needed. I just got some of the clips, but it's sad now. These interviews are just lost media, so please do something about that if you're somehow watching this, because it's a shame that we can't see these anymore. That's history that needs to be preserved. All interviewers did such a great job, and they are amazing to listen to, so if you got some free time or want to have it in the background, I would recommend it. I also got to give a thanks to Vic Bazine, the absolute legend who did the thumbnail, and he also did the one on my last video as well, and he's doing the one on my next video, so I'm excited for you guys to see what he's come up with. His links will be in the description. Absolutely fantastic artwork. I got to give props to my editor who worked extremely hard on this, Nito. Thank you, and I hope we can keep working on projects together. Awesome job. Big thanks to Shark Eds for doing the montages of this video. He really put his A game into those, and they look absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Shark. Shout out to those guys. Great job. There are some things in my Spectacular Spider-Man video I need to go over real quick. So Rivaldo Villegas, sorry if I got your name wrong, says that the Shocker gloves were made by Trask, and Trask made the Sentinels. Thanks for watching, Rivaldo, and thanks for the information. Second, I forgot to mention Daniel Kingsley, which is Robert Kingsley's identical twin, appeared, and that's why they have different attitudes when we see him after the auction. And this was found by Hob Gungan, and I actually didn't know that he had an identical brother because I just wasn't familiar with those comics. So that was a great find by him. Third is by Matthew Gerald Santaggio, and he corrected me with Gwen not dying at all. Greg hinted that she would die in the college years, and that's how Peter and MJ would have been together, and he had a link to the interview. It just disappeared for some reason. That's awesome that he found that though, because I just totally missed that somehow. That's everything I missed. I hope you click that subscribe icon and the like icon and the comment button, because I want YouTube to put out my content to people, and I want these longer videos to do well so I can keep making more deep dives, plus they take a ridiculous amount of time. I really do hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.